So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher. How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reacting to video / sleep stream. So, if y'all are new here, basically in the matter of speaking, what we do is we watch videos. I have them all set up in a queue. So even when I go to sleep and pass out, I leave them on so that y'all can stay entertained. And also so you guys can know when I'm going to be waking up. But if y'all haven't had a chance yet, go and check out the Patreon page. There's a 15% code off in my posts, wherever you're watching from. But without further ado, let's get to the content.
See, over the past few months, I've been buying every single scented computer component that I can possibly find. And today, I'm going to combine them all into a singular smelly build, and then challenge a professional smeller to a $1,000 smelling challenge. Which obviously is so ridiculous. But we'll be here in less than 12 hours, so let's get started on our smelly PC. Getting started, we have a GPU that has a scent to it. Now, what that scent actually is, we're about to find out. Now, if you Google scented computer components, I'm sure one of Yeston's GPUs will show up. Because like I said, it's a brand that has been delving into scented stuff. Now, this is a 6800 XT GPU. But I paid a premium for this card simply because it's scented. So let's see what it smells like. I think it's supposed to smell fresh, but it kind of smells like an indoor pool. Like a swimming pool at a hotel. That's kind of what it smells like. But I'm wondering now if we can change the scent of this. Because what I've also done is gone out and bought a handful of scented oils. Because I really want each component that we put inside of this PC to smell like something very particular. And right now, indoor swimming pool is not really on my smell list. So let's see if we can find exactly where the scent is coming from, which might actually involve taking this GPU entirely apart. That's what I'm willing to do. The GPU is open. Where is the scent coming from? We must go deeper. Okay, with our radiator removed, where's the scent coming from? That was actually going to be way more obvious to find. Think about it. Wow, this is actually really buried. It's kind of hard to tell, but I think I see it peeking out right there. I don't know if I can put this all back together. I'm not sure what the expectation is when this ever runs out of scent. Like if you're supposed to do this yourself to add it back. Because if so, this process is quite tedious. Okay. There it is. That's the piece that we've been looking for. Well, that's where the scent's coming from. It really does smell like an indoor pool. That said, I do want to change the scent of this to something a bit more recognizable. And so I've decided to make this GPU smell like vanilla. We're going to let all of that vanilla scent soak into this little tube here. And oh yeah, that smells very pungent. Which means now we can reassemble this back together. Oh, just like that. We have an assembled GPU. All right, now we do need to put this GPU inside of something. So let's go ahead and grab the rest of our PC. Now, while setting this up, it's actually a good time to finalize the details of our $1,000 smelling wager. So let's quickly hop on a call with our smell expert. Dr. Rose, thank you, or should I say smell expert?
This is right up my alley, Mr. East. We don't get asked to do these kinds of things. So thank you for looking it up and inviting me about this. I'm really excited.
I'd like to just go over some of the logistics. If you're able to identify the scents in the computer as well as where they are emanating from, you will be handsomely rewarded. However, if you are to fail, there are some very smelly consequences. You okay with that?
Just a very smelly consequences.
Very smelly consequences. Now, normally for video calls, I rely on my memory or just quickly scribbling notes to remember key takeaways. But recently, I've been using.
I knew it. I was just waiting for it.
The details.
I saw that shit on the side. And I was like, "This is gonna be a sponsorship." I know. I just know. I feel it in my bones.
That's right. We have scented thermal paste, and actually we have strawberry, ocean, violet, and apple. I feel like ocean is a bit too generic. Same with the flower. So in my mind, I'm deciding between strawberry and apple. I think I'm gonna go with strawberry. These scented thermal pastes are made by ID Cooling. I think there's another company in like Japan that makes scented thermal pastes. It does smell like strawberries, but it is a little subtle. So we're going to have to use a lot of thermal paste on our CPU to make up for it. Now, I believe there's a 14700K inside of this build right now, which will actually benefit from a repasting. Go ahead and scrub that clean. And there we go, confirming an i7 14700K. Maybe the first 14700K to be smelling like strawberries. I don't know. But because we need to use a lot of this, I'm just going to add a ton. We're going to go with an X marks the spot method. That's kind of hard to push out. Combined with just, broadening on as much as we can otherwise as well. Oh, this paste does not want to come out nicely. Okay, well, that is a very unsavory thermal paste pattern, but it'll do the trick. Because we're here for the smell, not the visual nature of the paste. Now, I do actually want to add some apple-scented thermal paste into this PC as well, so let's add that to our SSD. And to do so, we're going to add an SSD heatsink over top of it. Time for the apple scent to be applied as well. We'll also add as much of this as we can muster. The apple smell is actually coming out a lot stronger than the strawberry, so I'm glad we're adding this. And now we have the heatsink right on top of that. Boom, baby. And actually, now's also a perfect time to install our GPU. So let's go ahead and do that. Our vanilla GPU. Just slot that right over top of our SSD. Hopefully those scents will commingle with one another. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Now that's actually all we have going into our PC. We don't really make that many scented computer components, believe it or not. So instead, we're moving over now to the accessories, like this aromatherapeutic keycap. Check it out. They actually made a keycap that contains smells inside of it. So this is actually pretty fascinating to me. So the brand of this is also called Genius Ho. So take that for what you will. But they also come with their own scented pods. And this is actually pretty interesting. Now, I don't know what these translate to. Genius Ho? Let's just see what they smell like. Again, I want to make sure I use one that has a very distinct smell. Oh, that smells like laundry detergent. It does smell fresh, but a little like floral. All right, we'll open the second one. Oh, that smells like fruit. Okay, I like that one. Now, this one's called Secret Wish. I don't really know what that means. I also don't really know what it smells like. All right, tell you what, we're going to go with the fruit-flavored scent. But instead of just keeping it at face value, we're going to add some fruit of our own. I think now's a good time to bring in some lemon oil. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's going to be a lot of lemon. Now, I do have 3 more of these keycaps, so I should pick a different scent for each one. It's also kind of crazy. Each one of these is like $15. So trying to build an entire keyboard of scented keycaps, it's going to be really expensive. Oh, I figured out what the flavors are. We got Power Ocean, Depth of Bamboo Forest, Secret Wish, and colognes. Which one did I smell? None of those are fruit flavored, so I don't know if my nose is. Oh my gosh. That is the main reason why I'm hiring a professional smeller, because I really don't trust my nose when it comes to this kind of stuff. So someone who is trained in smelling stuff, they should be able to do a much better job than I ever could. All right, let's get these 4 keycaps up and smelling good. Oh yeah, that's quite punchy. All right, so we're gonna let those soak for a little bit, and then we'll assemble them all. While we wait for those to soak, let's also open up our fragrance.
Let me know, have y'all ever heard about scented keycaps and scented PC accessories?
Asus makes a scented mouse. I will say, it is kind of expensive. How like all this stuff.
And scented PC components?
But this kind of just basic Bluetooth mouse.
I've never heard of it.
And the thing that drives me crazy is the scented mouse. It doesn't come with any scent. At least the GPU came out of the box smelling like a swimming pool, and all these keycaps came with multiple scents. But if we open up the absurdly large instructions for a Bluetooth mouse, well, under this small section right here, it says that the essential oil is purchased separately. I mean, come on, can't you add like a little scent to the fragrance mouse? Even if it's not a good scent, like any scent will be better than nothing. But you know what, that's fine, because in our case, we're going to add our own scent anyway. So I really don't know why I'm complaining. But alright, inside of our non-scented mouse, you can see inside of it, we have this little fragrance pod right here. And while previously I had filled this up with orange and bergamot shower oil, I feel like this doesn't actually smell all that pungent. So let's add something different. I also still don't know what bergamot is. I can probably look it up, but I kind of like not know. It gives life some mystery, you know? But okay, I think I'm going to make our mouse smell like the eucalyptus. Man, what does this even smell like? I suppose eucalyptus, but like, okay, I guess like leaves. I say it smells like outdoors. See if I can dump out any of the bergamot that kind of got soaked in there anyway. Let's add some eucalyptus to our gaming mouse. Oh yeah, it overfloweth with scent. Oh, got my nose. It's so strong. Oh, and I can only smell eucalyptus. Oh, that was a mistake. And now we can simply take this fragrance pod and put it directly back into our mouse. box. I do like the design of this one. It makes it a lot easier to change the smell as opposed to some of these other ones, especially the GPU. This one was definitely not intended to be able to change easily. Okay, let's finish up our keycaps now. For each of these, we have this little key that we use to unlock and pull out this little cover, and now we can simply drop in our scented pop. Oh, it's kind of satisfying. Before locking it back inside of the keycap. Pretty cool. Yep, that's a lemon keycap. That is our ginger one. We have our peppermint. And finally, our lavender. Beautiful. Now, importantly, we do need to add these keycaps to a keyboard. So let's go ahead and try to find one that we can replace stuff with. Could it be as easy as this wireless one right here? Let's find out. I also don't know if it's going to look super obvious that these are the sended keycaps because they're going to look very different. Although I do have 4 of them, so I could replace like the WASD. And that's like an aesthetic that is pretty common. We'll add our peppermint to be our A key. Oh, that's so cool. Actually, our lavender to be our D key. Okay, actually, I don't trust my nose at all. I don't know what any of these are, but I know it has 4 different sets. Okay, there we go. After I got eucalyptus in my nose, all I can smell is eucalyptus. So, yeah, these 4 keys are definitely our lemon, ginger, peppermint, and lavender. What order they are in, I don't really know, but they're all gonna mix anyway. If the smell expert can figure out which one is which, I'll be very impressed. With our scented PC setup is nearly complete, but we have one additional item to add, and that is this USB diffuser. I'll be honest, being in this room is kind of giving me a headache at this point. There's a lot of pretty distinct smells that are all kind of wafting together, and now it's very strong. So let's go ahead and add another scent to the mix, and I need to figure out exactly how this works. Simply apply 5 to 10 drops of your favorite essential oil into the pan. Okay, so we're going to add oil to this, and then we just insert this. Oh, cool. Does this heat it up or something? If so, this might be the most powerful scent of the entire computer. So we need to make sure to pick a good scent. Small issue, I think we've already used every single one of the oils that I have in stock. So I feel like we should go with vanilla or lemon. Those two seem like the most solid. I want to get my money's worth out of this vanilla, because I feel like I spent a lot on it. So let's use a lot of it. I know people talk about the new car smell being something that is quite sought after, but what do you think the new PC smell is? Is that even a thing? What is the ideal scent of a PC? We're using a ton of drops of this. So now we take that and just insert it into the butt of this little diffuser. And now we can just plug it into the back of our computer. I'm not sure if it matters, but all of our USB slots are vertical, which I don't know what that does to the diffuser. We will certainly just plug it in and find out. Okay. But now it's time for the moment of truth. A, does this PC work? And B, how does it smell all together? Let's go ahead and see if this PC works. I really hope so. We did tinker a bit with this GPU. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that underglow. If this PC ends up working, it will surely be the smelliest PC of all time, or at least that I've ever built. Because we put a ton of scents inside of here, but hopefully not enough to prevent the PC from working. Maybe it's too smelly. Okay, thank goodness, the PC actually works. But if you ask me exactly what it smells like, well, it's definitely a hodgepodge. Like I said, it's kind of giving me a headache just being in this room. So I think it's time to call in the smelling experts. And here's how it's going to work. Our smell expert will have 20 minutes with this PC to see if they can figure out 2 things. First, what every single scent is that we use inside of this computer. And second, where the scents are actually coming from. As a reminder, we scattered scents all throughout this entire build. So can a smell professional actually figure out where the scents are and what the scents are? For every correct answer, they will gain a single point. And if they score higher than 7 points, well, they'll get to keep this PC, which is certainly worth over $1,000. So do I want them to do that? I always want the scents to be as ambiguous as possible, really. That said, if they score 3 points or lower, then they'll be subjected to a smelling punishment, where they'll have to spend an additional 20 minutes in the actual worst smelling PC ever built. Because while we made this PC smell really nice, I also made another PC that does not smell really nice. So yeah, the stakes are high. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, we almost forgot to add our game scent box, which is, this actually might be one of the most interesting scent-related PC accessories that I've ever come across. Now, this was not a cheap purchase, and the reviews online are a bit mixed. But essentially, what this is supposed to do is to analyze the games that you're playing or the movies you're watching, and it spits out different scents depending on what's happening. So if you're playing like a GTA and you're shooting a gun, well, the gunfire scent is going to spray out sprays while you're shooting guns, which is an insane concept. Well, let's see what's inside of these boxes. Oh my gosh. I actually didn't realize it came with all of these. These are all bottles of scents. You see, we have gunfire, explosions, forest, clean air, storm, and racing cars. All right, I'm very curious. This is the gunfire scent. I don't know why I'm surprised that all of these are so pungent. Yeah, I guess it kind of smells like gunfire. So how does this work? So inside of here, you can see another one of these like cotton pads that just absorb all of the liquid. And then the top here must be able to open programmatically, so it can release on command. This is such a fascinating concept. So I'll drop the bottle in, and then I'll drop in the tube. All right, I got the box on and blinking. However, I'm having a major problem trying to register as you can't connect to the GameSense server. So I'm trying to make an account, but it's literally not letting me do so. And I'm not sure there's another way to make this spit out sense on command. So, but honestly, maybe this is the perfect decoy, because our smell expert is definitely going to see this box that says GameSense on it. It's also going to be blinking. He's going to be sniffing around here quite a bit, I bet. Maybe wasting his precious time in finding actual scents scattered throughout the computer. Yeah. Big brain, big brain. This is going to be perfect. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself for the audience?
Good to meet you. I'm Dr. Howard Lowe. Started out my career working for Axe body sprays. Became with some very masculine scents.
So how would you rank your ability of being able to smell?
Well, I'm an expert in the field, so of course it's excellent.
Professor Rose, let's put that nose to the test.
All right, thank you very much. Really excited about this.
All right, the computer's to your right. Enjoy your smells.
Smells pretty good already, I have to say. Right. This one definitely has a smell, but something like fruit, maybe a little spice, maybe a little orangey. Yeah, I think that's gonna be orange. That smells nice, actually. So a couple of things going on here. I think that would improve the smell a little bit, but it does not much. Kind of a minty one here. Definitely a mint of some sort. Peppermint, I think. I'm convinced there might be two smells here, though. I have to think of it. A mint, sure. Pretty tough on the computer. The finals are very, very kind of hopeful, but not so hopeful at the same time. Heat smell there. Getting something from the monitor. Definitely having something from the monitor. That's also citrusy with it. Some citrus, maybe lemon. Keyboard. I would manually set that on the keyboard, like a single element. I need to take a look at the components again, because there's something in there that I can't seem to find. I think I found something inside as well. Very faint name. But this one, that's a floral or a mint, also kind of looking. Don't think this one's a citrus. Let's quick taste this one. Alarm went off.
I think that went
strange. I think I found 4. So these two, I think there's something off the monitor as well.
okay.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Seemed like something was coming from there as well, so I was going to pick that. Can I move the units? I did not see the rear of the units, so it's definitely something right there. That's some similar. Let's see if I can find anything else in there. It smells like a actually very bizarre, sticking my head and you're going. You wouldn't have put 2 cents in one unit, would you? Oh, there's 2 in the keyboard, maybe even 3 in the keyboard, but I think only 2. Everything's starting to blend together now, to be honest.
Yeah. Are you gonna lock in the answers?
Yes, I am.
What was your initial reaction when you walked into the room?
To try to find the most sort of obvious things to see if there was something specific that I could notice that wasn't like a unique vote that, right?
Yeah.
That was the first thing I tried to find.
So why don't you go ahead and turn your clipboard around to the camera so you can see what she's locked in. So there were 15 possible points that you could have gotten.
All right.
In terms of sense and location of sense. Now, when you said you initially went to the mouse, you mentioned a sense that I actually did not think you were going to pick up on. Which was orange. The reason this is interesting is because that mouse used to have orange and bergamot scented oil inside of it. Don't ask me what bergamot is.
It's a tea, isn't it? I thought
Maybe. I'll trust the smell. They used to have orange scent inside of it, and I tried to cover up with eucalyptus. But apparently, the orange came through enough.
Like I said, there's some spiciness in there too.
That's fascinating. So, in terms of the mouse, I'm going to give you 2 points for that. Because not only did you identify the mouse, you identified a smell that I actually tried to cover up. It's potentially even more impressive than what was difficult to pronounce. It's a blessing in a curse.
Yeah, it is very much so.
I really want to dive into this keyboard. Because you mentioned that there were at least 3 scents inside of the keyboard.
Yes.
I was not expecting you to pick up on that. Because there was actually 4 scents.
4 scents. Oh my gosh.
There was lavender, lemon, ginger, and peppermint. Peppermint is what you picked up on.
Yes.
Because I'm talking about the mint flavor.
Yes.
I am poised to give you at least 2 points for that as well, because you identified the keyboard and you identified mint.
Yes.
I'm tempted to give you a 3rd point for that as well, but I might give you a half point for the identification of multiple scents. Because the other thing is that all of those scents were also not just congregating a keyboard, but they were all right next to each other. Which I thought was going to be impossible to figure out.
Yeah, I'm disappointed I couldn't find before. I got the 3 that I feel pretty good about that.
So we're talking about the monitor. There are actually no scents in the monitor itself. But you mentioned the lemon.
Yes.
And once you found that diffuser on the back side of the computer on that USB,
Yes.
that has a very substantial amount.
Very strong. That's why I mentioned the lemon flesh. It is really, really strong.
The lemon flesh is right up your alley. You identified lemon correctly because that was a diffuser in the back of the computer. So that's one. I think technically you get 2 more points for that. Now, inside of the computer itself, there are 3 scents.
3 scents
that I don't think you were able to pick up.
I was not able to pick up on those.
Right now, there's a scent inside of the graphics card.
Inside the graphics card. Inside the radio.
Right. Inside of here, there's like a hidden compartment for what is essentially like perfume. So there's a smell emanating from the GPU. There's also scented thermal paste. So underneath scented thermal paste. The AIO. So we did talk about the AIO, but underneath the AIO, in between that and the CPU, there's a layer of strawberry thermal paste.
I'm gonna go back. I gotta find that strawberry. I am convinced I couldn't get the strawberry.
So the last scent inside of the computer is another source of scented thermal paste. This time under the SSD, which is hidden underneath the GPU. So this one was kind of like a trick. you can basically see it. And I was assuming the smells are gonna waft together.
I'm really upset at myself. I didn't get the strawberry.
I mean, to be fair, it is quite solid. The smell is not super verbose.
Come on, that's very subtle.
Scented thermal paste. So I think if we tally up your points now, remember there was a few things at stake. If you received 3 points or lower, you would have had to smell the world's worst smelling PC.
I was not excited about that.
And luckily, we've avoided that. Good. But on the other end, if you got 7 or more points, you got to keep the smelly PC, the good smelling PC. And so we gave you 2 points for the mouse because you somehow identified orange inside of that. Very impressive. You got 2 points for identifying the lemon diffuser from the back of the computer. Sure. And we're actually going to give you 3 points for your keyboard assertion.
Excellent.
You identified the keyboard, you identified mint, and you identified there were multiple scents.
Of course.
So that nets you a total of 7 points.
7 points.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
You now are the proud owner of a smelly PC.
And who else but me would appreciate a smelly PC? This is fantastic.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I'm a man of my word, so this smelly PC no longer belongs to me. We're giving it to the smell expert himself. I actually think his advice of making all the smells in the same family would be the correct way to make a smelly PC at home. Personally, I'm a fan of the citrus smell. So if you have a bunch of like oranges or lemon scents, making every component smell like that, I think it would be the way to go. But with that, thank you so much for watching and for smelling. I've been Mr. Easter, your tech tinkerer, and I'll catch you in the next one. Oh, yeah. Hello and welcome to This Is Guess Who? Ooh, us. We're going to be playing Guess Who with pets. So we focus on mystery pets. Yeah. I absolutely trust you. People are asking, is Matt British? Because I teabagged him so hard with this game. I don't know what to do with my hands, but I don't have a table. And yeah, it is a little bit weird without a table, but basically today we're going to be playing multiple rounds of Guess Who. So we have a selection of game consoles that Kenzie has prepared for us. The rules of the game are simple, yes or no questions. They can't be like, I get this, and this. No, it's yes or no. Why would you think I was going to do that, Matt? We have our big hat. You guys are seeing so much behind the scenes in this angle. Like, look, this is what Kyle hat looks like. All right, you want to pick yours? I would love to. I'm not going to tell you. Not going to tell that. I'm not going to say out loud, but my friends who are watching at home, my first one is this guy right in this area. And we have everything in different areas too. So yes. My left is not your left. So I am prepared and ready. I got yours locked in. I got mine locked in. Okay. You go first, okay? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is it a handheld? It is not. It is not a handheld. Oh, that was a bad choice of mine. Does yours have a controller in the front? Not talking handhelds. I'm talking like you can't qualify your thing. I'm trying to decide. No controller visible, but I'm not qualifying whether that's handheld or not. This is what I'm trying to do. He was trying to get 2 questions out of me. I'm just trying to be very clear with what I'm talking about here. I'm just saying handheld has controllers on them. Okay, that's fine. I think that's everything. Okay, I'm feeling good. That knocked out well over half. Let's swing for the fences. Okay. Is yours a color other than black or gray? Yes. All right. Ooh, that one's amazing. Oh, wait, I forgot about a couple of these. Yeah, I'm looking like at first, there's a lot of black consoles, but also there's a lot of other colors too. Is yours battery powered? No, not battery powered. Okay, I've narrowed mine down to 5, and I think I have either 3 or 6. This is a very big difference. Well, so I'm noticing that some of these might be gray, but they might be white. And do you trust me in my color perception? No, I don't. That's why I said I made a mistake. Does yours have 1 controller in this picture? Because that's 1 controller in the picture. Only 1 controller in the picture. Single controller. I would never lie to you, Matt. So there's some questions I'd like to ask you, but you're not going to know the answer to them because I don't trust you in prices, dates, anything. I have made a mistake here. That's why you got to get creative with these other questions. Is yours an Xbox or a PlayStation? Which is a fair question. You remember the rules? Yes or no? Is it from one of those 2 brands? Kenzie, that's a fair question. Black or gray? Xbox or PlayStation? Okay, fine. Yes. So it is one of those 2 brands. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much. You have an OG transparent green Xbox. Well done. I was down to Xbox One X, PS4, PS2. Okay. I am reset. All right, ready, set, go. Got it. So I'm going to be choosing this item. Okay, losers can go first. Let's make this one. Is my console on my face right now? I'm going to tell you. Don't give me one of the questions. What is it? My first question, very, very simple one. Is this a traditional non-handheld console? What thing you plug into your TV? Like a regular console? Yes. It is. Okay, so it's an actual thing that I plug into a TV. I already answered the question. Okay, cool. Great. I'm gonna go big. Okay. Is your console mainstream? Yeah, it's mainstream. Okay. I feel like I wasted that because you're gonna be okay about it. No. If it was the Ouya, I would have said no. It's not the Ouya. You can take off the weirdo one. But how specific mainstream? I would say this one counts. No, that was a bad question. But you know what though? I ran this last time. I got stuck with a bunch of really similar looking things at the end, and it was really hard to slice and dice them. If you knock out some of the weirdos, it'll keep us from getting caught. Is there a number in the name of the console? Yes. Okay, that narrows it down quite a lot. Keep in mind that all of these have numbers. No, they don't. PSP 1000. No. Okay, let me be more specific. I'm talking about the actual, like, what's written. Via 1000. The canonical number that is, like, written down, right? Every device of all time has a model number. There's a difference between, like, a PS2 and a GameCube, right? I already answered my question. Last time we played a game, we had to cooperate, and I was pent up because he was so much of a little, like, man, I'm still going to compete with you. You have multicolored, like controller? Any buttons that are multicolored. No. I think you didn't get this right. We didn't get it right, because I think you didn't think about this, and I think I'm going to push you in when you get this. Multicolored. If you answered correctly, yeah, I just spanked you so hard. Stop with the spanking. So I'm down to 4. Oh my god, I'm way more than that. Yeah, that's why I think that's what picked you when you lied about what you had. Okay. I'm gonna take a little swing here. Is it a console that was released before the year 2000? Okay, thank you for at least giving me that much. That's pretty fair, right? 1985, 2016, very different. Before, yeah, the year 2000. Okay, so it was released before 2000. The year 2000. Okay, got it. Well, no, sorry. No, wait, sorry. What? You already answered. No. I'm correcting myself that it is after 2000. I'm not gonna lie. I am millennial. All I know how to do eat hot Cheeto, be bisexual, and lie. But is that what millennials do? That's what millennials do. Wait, I can do this now. So, like, you guys work. I already told you. You gotta learn. You go for it. All right, ready? No, literally. I want to teach you how to do this. I'm good. Anyone would, even if you don't have that, you'd be able to learn how to do this, right? So I'll twerk if I lose. Okay. I'll teach you. Matt McKenzie. Twerking class with Matt. Do you have a detachable controller? I would like to give you clear answers, but can you be a little bit more specific? What do you mean by detachable? Do you mean like never attached, one that like attaches and disconnects? What you be more specifically, since otherwise I'm gonna miss the controller and the console. It's like a cable I can like detach. To be separated physically, they're no longer physically touching in any way, shape, or form. Yes. My device has a controller that does not attach all the time. So my console has a controller that is not like permanently attached to the thing. You can detach the controller. It does. Oh, see, that's us being very clear. No, the controller's not like built in or always attached. So you undid your mess up. I undid my mess up. Okay, great. I'm down to 3. I'm down to 4. So we're getting close. Okay. So now you gotta play your opponent. You're not playing the board. You're playing your opponent's board. But okay, you never play your hand. You play your opponent's hand. Is this active? What? No. Damn it! But yours is a Nintendo Switch. No. Damn it! We're both throwing it up there. Okay, now I'm down to 3. You're down to 2. I'm down to 2. I just have to get the quick. Booyah. No. Damn it! But yours is the Sega Genesis. No, it's not. Wait. Is yours the Xbox? No. Oh no. Is yours the Wii? It is. But the last one I had was also the Wii. What's yours? 360.
Wait. Did you ask if there was a number in the name?
Yes, and you said that there's no number. I said yes, there is. I eliminated every single one with a number.
I told you.
Now you got working. All right. So here's what you do. Flying V. Slightly past your shoulder. At your hips. Lean. Yep. Your instinct is going to be on your toes. Yeah. You don't want to be on your toes. No, that's not. You want to be on your hips. All right. So then you just sway back and forth. But no, just with your hips. Just with your hips. Okay. All right. Your feet stay planted. Don't move your whole body. And then you just start going back and forth. And then you start twerking. So like you guys, no, let's see that. Let's move on. All right. I'm broken. Yeah. Got it. I got mine. And I'm gonna lock it in if I find somewhere. Don't say it wrong. I'm not gonna give you any more help. If you ask a dumb question, I'm not gonna ask clarification. I'm gonna tell you no. Does your console picture the photo that's on here have red anywhere on it? It does. Okay. That's a great question, my guy. There's also like 73 of these things. They almost all have red. No, they do not. Red. Okay, maybe a little bit more than I thought. Maybe a little bit more than I thought. Red. Does your console have a screen? No. No screen. Okay, nice. Even a little screen? No screen. I was real mad if I chose one that does have a screen that you missed, but you know what? That's fine. Does yours have blue in its picture? It does. Okay. Are we starting our primary color? Alright. Does yours have... I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna go with a big one. Is yours a Nintendo? Yes. It is a Nintendo. Okay. Not Nintendo. That could be down to 4. That's good. I'm gonna ask you the same question. Is yours Nintendo? Yes, it is. Did we not say that you cannot just ask the same question that someone just asked you? Oh, I thought the same one that we had. No. Oh, okay. It's everything. I think that's a technical disqualification. I should get a point. Well, you want to ask me a different question? Or you should want to float the balance since you nerfed it. How about this? I'll get to what you just told me, and you get 2 guesses now. How about that? Is that a fair? You get 2 turns in a row? Yeah, I'm good with that. Okay. Is there green in your photo? Yes. There's green? Okay. Hey, for sure. Green. Okay, cool. And then we should win this now. This is the GameCube. Let's go! Which you also had the GameCube. Mine was N64. Okay, that was the other guy. Okay, so that's 2 points for you, 1 point for me. I mean, I would have won already because I did 2 out of 3, but you cried like a little baby, so that's not true. I twerked. Because I lost, I guess I gotta twerk again. So you just kind of get a little just to hurt your eyes. Just look at this. Look at mine. This would work better if you had tighter pants on. There you go. That's better. See, don't you miss it when we had the table here? The table there. It was saving it. I feel like I'm wearing pants at all. Like, I do have socks. Right on. Next round. You don't want to have different feet. Next round, please. All right. Oh, that's going to be tough. All right. You go to put down this one, my friend. Since you lost, do some weird questions. Go ahead. You don't have any good ones left. You have gaming. If not, there's like 2 things to game with the name. There's a few. Oh, there's a 3. Okay, sure. What's not some up? Is yours a Sega? Yeah. Okay. Does yours use non-traditional buttons? I would argue it's traditional nuts and buttons have existed forever. So I would say, no, it's traditional. Okay. Good intelligence. Incorrect. And you also can't guess. So I get 2 guesses now. No! He burned an extra guess. All right. Now I get more guesses. Let's have fun. Does yours have play in the name? So like a PlayStation Vita wouldn't count, right? In the entire name. All right. That's okay. I get 2 guesses. So we're going to close that, close that, and close that. Okay. My second guess is your Dingus. What's in the distinct ways that was like an S? You had to think ahead, boy. I've already got my question not promoted here. Well, yeah, because you already said ask it. No, I think I got yours. You don't have it. I think you decided to be a little. No, you actually don't have it. Is yours? Yes. Cool. It is. Is yours from the 2010s? Released between 2010 and 2019 for reference, so you remember what years those are. I don't know. How many times I gotta tell you this? I don't even know. No. So not from the 2010s. Give him a lifeline here? It's not a lifeline. This is a very straightforward question. But it's supposed to be asking me things I would be able to answer. You should be able to answer that. Why? Because I don't have a goddamn calendar? Because I don't go outside and look for lunar rotation of the moon every day? Okay, come on. Make your guess. Does your console have a power supply in the phone? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like this now. So I think that brings it down to exactly 3. I have you mentally down to 2. Is your console from a company that is no longer relevant? Yes. No, it's not. I was being natural. It's from Nintendo, isn't it? You have to be Atari part. Yeah. Yours is a Nintendo, right? What was it, NES? Game Boy. Game Boy, yeah. The idea is you gotta play not just what you see here, but what you know of your person. I know Oscar. Wow, they are as traditional as it gets because it was like one of the first. I just said yes or no, and like absolutely, like, I could have put you on that one. He's winning, and yet he's still a tyrannical happy. We could just say we don't need to say tyrannical. Well, he's been able to see this whole time. I just realized it. No, actually, it's been rotated. Well, I actually know I can. It's much fun. But I gotta see myself because I'm beautiful. I have mine, and I go thinking, is this a console that you own? And like you own one, like you, yes. Okay. I do have to warn you that I own both. I'm gonna be very honest with you. I only didn't own two. That's exactly why I only did all. You don't know what you actually own. I'm just gonna make a guess for you. I've already knocked out three, and I'm about to knock out a fourth. You did not own. You don't know what it is. I'll tell you that I didn't own a Uya. You own a Jaguar? You did not own a Jaguar. Okay, three.
No, I said use this one if I asked you.
But you know what? I already won. So there's literally nothing you can do. Is your console known for having weird accessories? Not as weird accessories, but they all do, but known for it. No. Okay. Most ambiguous question I've ever heard in my life. Does yours have the color blue? Yeah, lots of our primary colors. It does have blue. I already asked that. Blue, green, red, oh, so I'll take it back. So I get two now, right? I'm going to close my blues and give you two. Okay. Oh, well, you said blue. Wow. How did some of these have blue?
Why do you think I asked that before?
That's a good question. Can you natively, without adapter, plug more than one control, more than two controllers? More than two controllers? Natively. I don't think so. Well, I can't say that one. I do not believe that. Is your console in the photo standing vertically? I would say no. Both. That one's also. You know what? I'm going with my gut. Does yours have? And please listen very carefully. And don't put it up again. Does yours have a number between 1 and 5? Can I get a judge's rule on whether that counts as the same question before? Just give it to me. He's asking about numbers again. I'm fine about a 50 question. No, did you already ask question? No. Okay. Jaguar. Incorrect. I'm kind of between 3 right now. Damn. But you have the PlayStation. Incorrect. Switch. You finally got one. I got 2 points. I got 2 points for record, but I still got 4. Like, subscribe. We'll catch you in the next one, and let us know how you like our lives. You guys want to see what you wanted to get? Like, sometimes I like that. He hasn't been wearing shoes since I did that. Shoes. Breaking the illusion. Goodbye. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. Now today we've got something a little bit special for you. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some mysterious video clips going round. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Is it possible to conjure up ghosts simply with our minds? That was the question asked by a group of individuals from the Toronto Society of Psychical Research in the early 1970s. None of the members of the group were gifted with any supposed psychic or spiritual powers. Still, they were curious to see if they could conjure up a ghost by simply using their collective imagination and visualization. Lead researcher Dr. A.R. George Owen believed that ghosts were merely an illusion created by the mind, if the mind truly believed it to be so. To test Dr. Owen's theory, the group created a fictitious spirit named Philip. Philip was given a complete biography by the group, from his birth to his unfortunate death by suicide at the age of 30. The spirit was born in the 1620s in England and was a knighted member of the military. One day he met and fell in love with a gypsy girl, beginning an affair with her. His wife discovered the affair and burned the girl at the stake. As a result, Philip ended his life, driven to death by sorrow. For the experiment, the group was seated around a table discussing Philip as well as visualizing him and his life. For months, absolutely nothing occurred, though some group members swear that they could feel another presence among them. After a few months, the group decided to switch up the experiment by incorporating a more traditional seance scene, dimming the lights around them and placing their hands on a table. In doing so, they hoped that Philip would speak to them by either knocking on or rotating the table. Only when they changed the experiment up did they finally find some success. They asked Philip questions about his life, and the supposed spirit began to interact with the group. There was rapping on and vibrations of the table, as well as unexplained echoes and sudden gusts of air felt by the group. At one point, the table the group was sitting at levitated and moved across the room of its own accord. The experiment began to be filmed, and at one point there was a live taping of the group done in front of an audience of 50 people. A video on YouTube gives glimpses into the experiment, including snippets of the actual paranormal activity. In the video uploaded by History vs. Hollywood on YouTube, viewers can see the group seated around a table, hands out, asking Philip questions. At one point, a rapping sound can be heard in response to a question. Following this, the table shakes and seems to lift off the ground. The video cuts to another clip with the group standing up with their hands on the table, singing. Suddenly, the table completely tilts to the left, falling on its side. Dr. Owen's wife, Iris Owen, explains that the group was very surprised when they first heard the knocking. The video then cuts to an interview with psychologist Dr. Joel Whitten, who theorizes that the paranormal occurrences happen due to the collective belief and concentrated energy of the group.
The group is involved in a joint feeling of mutuality. Each member almost intuitively senses the other person and their feelings. Is it some type of concentration of energy?
The Philip experiment was met with both awe and criticism in its day. The main criticism lay in the fact that the experiment didn't have any control factors, as usually found in scientific experiments. Additionally, the scientific community remains hesitant to call seances trustworthy. There have been other groups who have tried to replicate the experiment, though usually to no avail. The Philip experiment may be just one mystery left unsolved. In April 2016, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake hit Fukuoka, a city located in northern Kyushu Island, Japan. While the earthquake caused plenty of damage itself, it was what happened shortly after that left many residents scratching their heads. 90 miles from the epicenter of the earthquake appeared a thick foam that covered the streets. Residents walked and drove over the foam but had no idea where it emerged from. In some places, the mysterious foam was knee-high, making it hard to wade through. Other residents refused to leave their houses in fear of what the foam could be. Local first responders and authority figures tried to theorize where exactly the foam came from. Some believe the foam could have been derived from a busted pipe under the streets, though no cracks could be found in the streets which the foam could have leaked through. Others thought the foam could be from a firefighter's hose, though no foam was found in the hoses either, and the sheer size and breadth of which the foam covered made no sense either. Still today, the foam remains a complete mystery with no explanation given. What do you think this foam could be? I'd love to get your thoughts on this strange mystery in the comment section below. To this day, 80% of the ocean remains unexplored by mankind. This has left plenty of room for speculations and theories as to what mysteries are in the deep blue, just waiting to be discovered. One of these mysteries became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly. In 2011, the Swedish diving team named Ocean X came across an abnormal sonar image, leading to a baffling discovery: a sunken object that strikingly resembled a craft of some kind. The object quickly became known as the Baltic Sea anomaly, as it was discovered in the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland. The diving team described the object as having what looked to be man-made formations, including ramps and stairways. Scientists quickly began to come up with ideas to explain the strange object, including the idea that it was a geological formation created over thousands of years, possibly since the Ice Age. Samples taken from the object and examined by scientists concluded that the structure is made mostly of granites, gneisses, and sandstone. The object's discovery led to some controversy, as the tabloids began to create sci-fi fantasies of what the object would be. These fantasies included everything from being a flying saucer to the Millennium Falcon. Scientists around the world were adamant that this was nothing more than a simple rock formation blown out of proportion. The Ocean X diving team also eventually came under fire, as they offered to take wealthy tourists down to the sea floor to see the object for themselves. The team also claimed that they were never able to capture a good photo of the object due to technical difficulties. Many believe the group have exaggerated what the anomaly really looks like in order to gain notoriety. Could this be the case, or has the mystery object blended in just well enough to escape deeper discovery? Over the years, there have been countless supposed alien sightings, with one of the most prominent occurring in early 1800s Japan. Whether it's simply a Japanese legend or a real recorded experience remains up for debate to this day.
Hello and welcome to this. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen those two videos in the past, and we call these videos
Live bait challenge chain.
yeah, food chain fishing challenges. We're here. It's early. Brain function is required.
I wanted to make it round two. We're trying to make that round?
Yeah. So we do something like this. Live bait. Don't hate. We won't hesitate if you're not ready. So please grab your dinner plate and then
Mary Kate and Ashley.
very cute.
That's a Kanye West reference.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I like that reference where he says, "This is for the things
They'll never say work off.
Say work on. Never taking a day off. A lot of work going on behind us.
Work.
Nothing going on in front of us.
Nope.
Got him. That was me. That was a joke with my camera. It was just my first thing in the morning. Look, you guys have seen us in videos in the past where we basically start off with a 10 tiny fish and we work our way all the way up to a big fish. That's called a food chain fishing challenge.
Tell them.
The only problem is the last time you said, let's do this with catching catfish. Look, I'm not trying to knock the catfish. I like them, but it ain't no bass. Sure ain't. Completely different species. Yeah, kingdom filing class order family dinner species. Catfish ain't with a thing. You smell something dead? Me. I'm alive. I also know what you're thinking. Why do y'all have nets? Why do you have 10 tiny little hooks? We've got 10 tiny little hooks too. But kind of hard to catch a crawfish on a teeny tiny little hook.
I've heard that. Especially around here.
We're netted up. We're about to hop into a creek right here behind us. It's a pretty spot and that has some nice sized crawfish. So I'm thinking I think we need 10.
That's, you go through them quick.
Crawfish come off the hook. As soon as you cast, a lot of times they come off the hook, or you have a small fish come by and be like, huh,
I have to feel a kind of hungry.
pull them apart, and all you're left with is a little tail.
Yeah, that's all.
They take that something off and you drop it. We're about halfway through. Dude, what is that little baby candy walking?
Don't use baby frogs and walking.
Yes, state number 1's been called.
Are we using it? Good man.
No,
What are you gonna name them?
I would have named that one Toad. You ever read Frog and Toad when you were a kid?
I did not.
Why not?
I watched.
You a little show watcher?
Oh, God. That bird came through there hungry. How you doing, brother? Stretch that thing
You know
out.
that grandma's on bed?
No. That's cool.
That is literally a bed.
That's big. It's like big as the creature's wife.
That's crazy. All right, so my thought process was come down here next to all these giant crawfish holes.
Holy mackerel! And Brandon is smart. Hiding up in here. There's a dead one right there. Oh, to your right. Right foot. A foot in front of you. Probably should work. Hey. Dead bait, no live bait.
Dead bait, no good. Dead bait. No, that's all Sally man.
God, it smells like a poop hole.
Yeah, it does. All right, dude, here was my thinking. There's another bed right there.
You what?
Catfish?
No, you didn't.
That's a baby catfish.
Oh, God.
That's awesome.
That's so cool.
All right, well, bait number one is a teeny tiny catfish.
Itsy.
Oh, a crawfish.
How big?
Teeny tiny.
Teeny tiny.
They're under these little
The root systems?
yeah. And it's deep under there, deep enough for me to think that there might be a snake. You know what they say? Hope it's not a snake. Another catfish.
Whoa. Look at that. Ah, that looks like a crawfish with this dang stick. I thought it was a giant. Some dang giant.
Dude, it's all water. It's all.
Dang it. Yeah.
Dude, it's all water under the bridge now.
This spot was worth it just for that.
Did it? Probably did that.
Legend did it.
Eyeballs.
Poop water in his eyeball. What I'm curious to know is there's a bunch of holes in the bank over here.
Yeah.
And there's one right here that's definitely a crawfish hut. And I feel like they're up in there sleeping. I better just pick a shovel and dug one of these holes up if we just find a bunch of them.
Find 1,000 of them at one. There's gonna be one of them this rock.
Do it.
Hey, I've never wanted to say this before. Maybe we should go to the next part. You ready for this bait spin? I thought we should go wait. First one to catch one.
When's what?
I don't want to get crazy.
Okay.
Oh, that fucking bird.
A giant piece of worm. He's trying to find an iron man.
Tell me. Just don't feel like it's good size.
Dang, yeah.
It's little big. We need it big. He stole the worm, Chris. Hey, good buddy. Any nice print over there?
A little dinky.
Little what?
Small one. Like too small. I see one though. I'm locked on the target here.
So, where's his big bring? I mean, I feel like these really can't be that fast.
No, I think that looks all day. Especially on a Wednesday.
Hey, now that's a big one. See that sound?
Goodness gracious, love. When he catches bait. And bait.
You don't have to say it.
Oh, I had one on. It's a freaking giant, really good sink rate on this piece of worms. I like the braid so thin that if you hold it up to the sun properly, you can see every little muscle that thing's got. You can see the vertebra, you see the quick muscle. Yeah, I was just seeing it.
Oh, I lost him.
Oh! It's all we need. Do a little brim show for him around the country. Yes, if I can bucket. Oh,
Hey, some people will pay for God knows. If you pay so much our brim show, come to see what would we call it?
we would have to come up with a name of the brim, the performers. I like Frederico, the guy who's spinning a lot.
I like to see that too.
Yeah. Come see the amazing Volcano Brim.
Honestly, we could do it.
We could.
Honestly, go out and for home.
Yeah, I think we're kind of wasting time with this. Eat it. Quit being scared. I need you for my buddy's livelihood.
Now, I have said in the past that catching brim is the most fun part of our excursion.
Have you said that?
When I said it, it was in the fall.
It is hot. Let them go, let them grow, bud.
I did like that.
Oh, God, got smoked, dude. Gonna take him off the hook over the bucket. Come see the elation for peanut. Too many cities. Here, 265 sitting somewhere. Yeah, I made my money taking Filipino to bring them to all people's stuff.
After Filipino died, it was like, everything was good. So I got a confession with you, fine folks, and they,
Thanks.
yesterday, I stepped on my coat for some reason.
Which is pretty much like running a lawn care over with a steamroller.
Okay? So, once I find my receipt where I purchased it, I'm glad. Just wanted y'all to know that. Wanted for me to go try and do it.
I'll do it if you do it.
Dude, I love this boat ramp, man. So many perfect sized baits have been pulled off in the boat ramp just like this.
I mean, when
See, I got a Fortnite with it for the first time. But guess what? Wait a minute. Y'all been playing Fortnite together?
yeah.
I don't like that.
That rang my mouth.
I don't like that. Where's my thing? Is it hang out my friends?
I mean, it's virtual hangout. Not the same thing.
You are right.
We all catch the dough.
What is
W's.
we got this. And now, we're at the root. You know, I've been thinking about something here lately. It's not always as easy as put a hot dog in the and drop your hook under the dog and catch your bait. Sometimes you got right bait. And that's where today's video sponsor comes in whatnot. Oh, by the way, I'm also going to wait $500 for you to send your hook to dollars, and I'll tell you about it here in a minute. Whatnot is the #1 live shopping streaming app in the world. Like, say you know about this one. That's right. Pop, electronic. What? What? Yeah. Woo. We're at the boat ramp. Right there is a small stipulation. Right here, that's about how deep it is. In fact, we should. You think we're getting it on? I think so. I genuinely think that having somebody on the boat is going to be. I think we're going to have to push it off the trailer. Yeah, I think getting it off is going to be fine. But getting it back on, getting it on, going to be a problem. How much is your problem? That's not the question you want to ask. Yeah, so I mean, it really ain't that deep. What you is? I don't know, man. That might be enough.
I mean, that boat'll draft in what, 6 inches?
Yeah, it's just that it's on the trailer and the trailer tire raise it a foot. Hey, but one way to find out. We should keep going to the here's glass and smell food. What Dale Hunt said. Hey, listen. Yeah. Oh. Yes, sir. Come on, big head.
Nothing much, Mad Max. How you doing, brother?
I see you, Simon Chris.
I've not seen the water this low in quite some time.
It's kind of scary. We just hit a rock. I haven't hit a rock out here since last time I came out there. We just spent so much time in between, you know. Check out that ball is up there on the rock.
I was about to say, is that what that is? It was up to about 40 pounds.
Oh, that is cool, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm enjoying the yogurt. Nice, good strawberry yogurt.
Here behind us. You guys have seen us come here before, but it is still our favorite place in the world. Right now, Ayo's getting cameraman Chris pulled over there into the shade.
How about you, brother?
We got sunscreen, guys. Today has been a day. A couple months ago, I bought
What you got going on?
The sunscreen. Put one in the boat, one in the truck, one in the camera bag. And ever since then, they've all kind of got dispersed throughout probably my house. Unless, of course, Chris stole some and took them home. You know, I am a fair complex elf. Y'all heard it here first. He's a fair complex elf. Lord. Just so that. My man.
My man.
So, Ayo and I are about to take some of these here boats. Check out what we got. Oh, my goodness. Look at all that. Now, you're probably wondering why we have so much bait. Well, I told cameraman Chris last night, I said, dude, I think bait's going to be a problem tomorrow. I just think it's going to be hard to get our hands on 30 of these grams. And Chris said, dude, you got cast net, right? Let me come get your cast net. I got you. Yeah. Let me get your cast net. I got you.
Come here.
And all I could think to myself was, only if you film. All right, guys. first time with Sesh. Y'all do me a favor. Y'all let me know how this is gonna go with the comments beforehand. Y'all.
That's what's up, type shit, type shit.
Y'all think I'm gonna hit this on the first try?
How's your day?
All right, let's check on one. Figure out these guys. I know I can.
That was a horrible cast.
Really bad. Okay, all right, that's another battle. That's another battle. I don't know if we're qualified to throw this thing anymore. I don't think we were ever qualified to throw it in the first place. 3, 2, and okay. All right, trying here. We're trying. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose. Big bad. Okay, we did not get a pancake. We kind of got like a figure 8 cake. So it opened a little bit, but by a little bit, not much at all.
Same here, brother. Same here.
No, we didn't. Yes, we did. We got fish and we didn't even do it right. We got fish. Oh my goodness.
Yogurt, MJ.
A turtle. Hey, it's a turtle bottom. Drag it, buddy. All right, I think it's going to be best for us to take this shit. So I'm going to put a few of our fakes in it, and then we're going to take the long trek up there. We're going to do a little wave fishing today. Not a bad day to do it this hot. And the last thing I'm going to do is let it overheat. You're going to take off some big blocks. They run extremely hot. That's what I've heard. That's what I need. All right, so
How come I'm craving a bowl of Rice Krispies?
as well as some treble hooks.
Kind of like the Yamagata.
I'll give you 2 seconds, brother.
Do you want weight for it, or do you want it now? It was like a weight gather.
Yeah, let me get like.
Now, what kind of weight do you want?
What do you think?
Love that.
Wow, okay.
316 is a lot.
That's less 3/8, right? Yeah. So that would be, no, that's more.
Oh, I'm backwards in my thinking.
3/8 would be a 6/16.
This is a quarter. Wait, 316.
So 3/6 less than a quarter.
Yeah.
Look at that old man back there.
Yeah,
I love that.
I just don't want them to think that we're not smart.
We're just smarter as we come at.
Because up into this point, I know they're just thinking I'm smart.
For sure.
There you go, buddy. Get a rock in the crock.
I think I got a half a mussel shell, but it's aimed the right way. You know what I'm saying?
You got the feet muscles. Yeah. This might be fun, man. This place is so crazy.
That water is crystal clear today.
No bite yet.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Picked it up upside down on accident.
Those kitchen fingers. Man, this place is insane.
It's incredible.
Is that a fish in ours? Nope. It seems like it'd be a great day for a snake to be laid up on a rock.
I was thinking that. Or a gator.
So we got a little bit more depth right here. I feel like confidence level could be through the roof for my good buddy. Uh-oh. I thought I just saw a shadow come up behind mine. I don't see it anymore. Oh. What is it? Oh! There's a show. Oh. Oh my gosh. We were just saying there's got to be something right here.
Dude.
Look at that.
How about that? You got a gnarly mouth. That river wild.
That is sick, man.
Should we bang our top 5 or just wait till we get bigger?
Let's play the top 5. Well, that shell is also very low battery. I don't know if you saw my Instagram post.
Had to get some Rice Krispies. Snap, cock on pop, motherfucker.
Got a little low battery, that shell.
That's a good feeling after getting made all day and kind of get kicked in the teeth on spot number 2.
Yeah, for real. I don't know, man. There for a second, I was thinking, dang, is this even going to happen? But we found them.
It shows the brim. 0 out.
Maybe 3 and 1/4.
which is 3.
For real, bro.
You're gonna think 3.01.
Well, 3 in. Wow. So a 3-pounder, baby.
Not a bad start to the day.
I love it. All right, we'll go do that.
That's another good one right there. For real, for real.
Let's go, man. That was awesome.
Did you see the eat or just felt it?
Yeah, I just barely felt it. I felt one little pop. I was indicated as I pulled back. And then I felt that curve.
Okay. First 2 spots for live bait were not super productive, but it wasn't for enough. We're gonna push on. I think there's gonna be some better fishing. There's a little bit deeper water close to the dam over here. I think these fish are gonna be in the deepest water they can find. Getting a little too confident when you break something. I'm pretty sure I'm about to catch a fish right here. Crawfish. Yeah, yeah.
He's got one hook.
Not a giant. I think yeah, that
Looks like a fair size.
Show it. Get out of there, boy. I always threw my crawl. That looks like it's got some blue to it. See if my sunglasses will help y'all out a little bit. Crazy. Oh, I got him. He ate it off the top. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen it. He's fighting good. No! Are you kidding me? Buddy! Oh, gosh. He tried to grab it. Oh, gosh. Nice. Nice. Alright, let me see if I can lift him up. Sorry, buddy. I know. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. I'm gonna try to help you, buddy. I'm gonna try to help you. Don't eat a brim, dude. Leave that for the bass. Alright, just ain't nobody's life. It doesn't look like it, but he's good. Hey, it also looks like he's really cold. Alright, buddy. Sorry about that. Oh, he said, I'm out of here, Jack.
He just accidentally caught a turtle. That's a fair sized fucking turtle.
What is it? I think it's a flathead or a channel. There's 2 of them down there. Don't do it. Look at them fighting. Oh my gosh. You can't put Bryant on the backside of that bridge right there. Look at that big. Mr. Last time we called catfish. It's not a lot of things. Yeah, really. I'm not gonna lie, this is a fun fight though. Yeah, that's the best fight I've seen. He's really giving it to you, dude. I mean, look, he ain't ready to come in. Alright, you've had enough fun. Come on in. Let's go. Look at that.
That's a good size.
I love a catfish. I'm not scared. You're scared, bitch. That's how I like to hold a catfish. Got that move, dude. That's a nice jacket. It's a lot better than his size. It ain't the size of the fish in the bite. It's the size of the bite of the fish. Talk about a whole species. Yeah, really. Yeah. Are you okay? Look smooth. Smooth as heck, man, honestly. Are you gonna lay with you? We make it look like we're. Here, let's make it like it didn't even mean like we meant to do it. What a day, huh? Appreciate you doing that. Yeah, like we're both laid out right here. We're chilling. Chilling. Nobody didn't really feel what happened. It's pulling my legs, so. Oh, I'm getting pulled. That's the hardest I've ever seen you fall. It looks like God was saying, you know,
That was good.
we're gonna make this man fall on his back.
That's got a lot better.
Even when he starts from his front. Like, I watched you turn a full 180 in the air before you hit the rock. That's crazy. I was trying to not go down quick. Okay. It's hot.
Right now, I am watching which one was small? Cold chill. That was cold ass fucking water. Shut my cup.
That was a pretty cool scene. I don't very shoot. Well, as always, we appreciate y'all. We have fun doing this, and not as much more talk. Well, I'm just trying to keep it real. I have less fun in the heat than I do when it's freezing cold. I'm about ready. I'm ready for January. I'm dirty, baby. I want to get to that January water. Even when spring warm, I never want to spring warm unless it's in Panama City Beach, Florida, in which case I'm not in. Y'all, we do appreciate you. We love our jobs, and we couldn't do it without y'all. So thank you very much. If you haven't already subscribed, then come on, bro.
Going back to the dome?
Yeah, what you waiting on? No, you ain't waiting on us. We've been asking. Please subscribe. I think it's like 70 that's not subscribed. 30. Subscribe to the channel.
For real, bro. I may be a bodybuilder, but I get the munchies here and there.
Just thank y'all.
And they're not even crazy munchies either. I mostly eat healthy. I have chicken, potatoes, rice, vegetables basically every single day. So just healthy stuff. I've been consistently going up in weight. But not bad weight though, because I've been working out a lot. So my weight's been fluctuating back and forth. Because I'll gain a big amount of weight, I'll lose it and lose most of it from my working out, and only see like a 0.2 difference after all that. You know what I mean? It's like it blows your fucking ego right out the water. You know what I mean? It shoots you right down. I'm slowly starting to see progress. I looked at some of my old freaking streams from like 3-4 years ago, and I was like, damn, I came that far. I was like, I look pretty bad. I wouldn't say I was like fat by any means, but like I was pretty chunky, bro.
Welcome back to another video. Last video, we transformed this entire place from a one-story.
Well, not even chunky in the matter of
As you can
speaking.
see, we've been busy.
I'd say more bulky.
Stuff, and today, we get to build the elevator.
Like my arms were big, my face was a little bit pudgy.
We partnered with Mondo Robotics, sent a little helper along the way to help us build. Here, Benny.
A little bit of a belly.
So this is Benny. This is our little helper.
Nothing crazy though.
Basically, this is a robot companion that helps film video and photo and tracks you around and stuff like that. So you're gonna help me get some extra shots. Does that sound good? Perfect. Okay, but this is an active construction zone, so we need to get you some PPE.
It's because I let myself go and I was all the way up at 186.
Hey, he likes it.
Or 184. Dropped all the way down to 144. And now I'm up to 161 in muscle. So I'm almost back to my original weight. I'm only 20 pounds away from my original weight.
We also need some metal for our elevator and to make sure it passes the knot test.
But healthy this time. Not
after we've collected our materials, we can start taking measurements and begin our build. This is basically what we're going for. It's kind of just like a shelf.
Yeah, I was living comfortable and I was eating good all the time. Then I had no energy. That's the downside. And then I eventually started noticing you can still eat good. You can still eat most of the things you like to eat. You just gotta fucking make sure you're balancing everything out. Eat something bad, do extra sets. You know what I mean? Counteract it. So those are bad calories you're putting in your body, and your body has to, no matter speaking, not only bounce back to where it was, but then try and fucking add fucking extra weight. You're trying to get stronger, it just makes it harder. Because you set yourself back, and then you get yourself back to your normal spot off of a normal workout. Then you gotta push it a little bit further just to get that extra little bit each time, you know what I mean?
So we got a nice face shield for myself, and also we got a face shield for this guy too.
Yeah, like my arms have been doing pretty good. I'd say they're looking pretty nice.
How's that look? Yeah.
I gotta work out more triceps though. The biceps are looking nice.
Yeah, he likes them.
Some nice curvature though.
Last it up or take holder?
Triceps.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Oh
I
yeah.
need more up here. My upper triceps. My lower is nice. I gotta find more upper tricep workouts. Because with bicep, it's really easy just to do the whole muscle, but with tricep, you gotta kind of like
I'm excited.
find out all these weird workouts, you know what I mean?
Don't be scared, bro. There's nothing.
Bro, for real, I feel you on that, dog.
Here we go.
I'm only 5'9" and 3/4", so 5'10". No, I wouldn't even say I'm 5'9" and 3/4. I'm like just under 5'10". Like, there's so much, bro. Like, you may as well just call me 5'10". So I'm average, you know what I mean? Same height as Sam Select and a bunch of other fucking content creators. So like,
That's good.
I'm not tripping. Once I started noticing all these big, huge fucking dudes are like fucking, they look huge. They're the same height as me, and I'm like, well, if they're the same height as me and they look like that, then I could do it too. I'm just gonna do it healthy and not fucking do any fucking roids or fucking any of that shit, you know what I mean? No trend, no fucking steroids, no fucking anabolics, none of that shit. No juicing. Fuck all that crap.
5 p.m. is when I start, just because I want to be conscious of my neighbors, because there's other people in this building, and I thought what better time than to grind my metal with my angle grinder, the loudest thing in the entire world. So that's what we're about to do today.
See how they may look good?
Right now.
Look at their guts, bro. I get bubble gut from that shit. You can tell they're on fucking something, you know what I mean? And like, it just doesn't look healthy. It's bad for your heart. And make your pee-pee tiny. So like, if you already got a small penis, I mean, like, I wouldn't fucking know, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't got that situation, so I'm not worried. That does not mean just because I have a big pee-pee that, in the matter of speaking, I'm gonna do shit like that. I know, right? I'm like, creatine already fucking does that enough as is, bro. Creatine mixed with fucking goddamn freaking. Creatine mixed with creatine mixed with caffeine and teacrine, bro, and beta-alanine, that shit'll get you going, bro. Like, that shit's already powerful enough as is, and that shit's just pre-workout. fucking apparently steroids is like pre-workout times fucking 20. I'm like, fuck that. Like, I totally want to feel like I'm fucking goddamn taking a fucking horse fucking.
Pretty good. So I'm gonna move this over there.
Oh, horse tranquilizer, but like
how do I film this? Well, that's what Benny's
I feel like I'm taking a fucking adrenaline shot every time I'm going to fucking do a pump.
We got double tracking. We got Benny tracking me like this, and then we got the Osmo tracking as well and
Like,
recording. How sick
whoa,
is that?
I take fucking. Do you know C4
I got a second angle.
by Cellular? The number one fucking pre-workout in the whole fucking world for the past like fucking 3-4 years now.
Dude, it's coming together. So essentially, this is where our elevator's gonna be.
Bro, I've been taking that shit. C4 Ultimate is where it's at, bro. I'm telling you. Shit gets you fucking jacked.
And then after that, we need to finish the frame and then attach an eyeball. Look how funny this is.
Because think, I went from 186 to this
eyeball, but it ended up being
in
size so
2
big.
years.
Look at that. I'm gonna just keep it just because it looks cool.
Maybe
But
3.
this is way too big
I
for
would say
elevator.
closer to 3.
So I'm gonna have to get another one. So next up,
But yeah,
let's secure these rails.
about 3 years. Think about that. All because I was taking that shit like almost every single fucking day and working out almost every single day. And like, I don't go easy on myself when I work out either. I'm burnt out the next day every single day, and then I fucking take that shit and I'm just like, I just start getting pumped.
That was pretty terrible. In the beginning,
Today, I wasn't really
some
pumped.
rows are pretty good,
I'm
but then
taking
once
some fucking other type of C4,
together. But
the normal fucking C4, and I'm just like,
now we have the fun task of trying to.
it doesn't have creatine and shit in it, so it doesn't give me a safe boost. Just wakes me up, but doesn't want to get me fucking pumping. You know what I mean? Kind of like, almost no matter speaking, almost like drinking coffee, but not coffee. Tastes like fucking juice. Really, really sweet or sour juice. Or a mix of both. Cheers, everybody in chat, by the way. Drop an exclamation mark 420 if you smoking with me.
Dude, that is so cool. Yes. So we got our voice up and it's working better than I could have ever expected. And now we need to prep our base plate so we can take measurements for the rest of the frame.
Pushing 300 for the summer and the summer.
Beautiful. I did that. Just finish up that one piece.
I'm proud of you,
One more to go, but I am just so proud of myself. Look at this. They just got better and better.
Just like me, you fucking worked off 40 pounds.
Man. It feels so good.
It feels so much better when you work off 40 pounds, because once you work off that first 40,
improvement, man.
it feels like you can do anything, you know what I mean?
Good job, Colt. Thank you, Colt.
Because technically, in the matter of speaking, 150 is a healthy weight for my height.
Right? Thank you.
So you're 6'3"?
Bro, this thing is a beast. I can't believe we did this.
Are you muscle or are you trying to lose weight?
Holes for the
No judgment.
trolleys
Just
to
saying.
go attached to these bad boys.
Because I have lots of friends that I've been coaching and whatnot, trying to get them to work out.
What more can I ask for?
Because they're uncomfortable with their weight. They feel like they're overweight in the matter of speaking. Some of them are. Some of them are. You know what I mean? So, what's your build? Are you bulky? Are you chubby and trying to lose weight? Muscle? Yeah. So you're gonna want to be.
Through the frame, and this goes up and down. I need to pick up the hardware still, but I think I can just like temporarily jam a screw in there and.
Yeah. So if you're fucking 260 muscle, that's good.
Hey, something, man. Something to keep me going.
Because technically, in the matter of speaking, 150, 160 is comfortable, is the healthy weight for me, for my height. But if you want to go the extra mile and be a bodybuilder, you'd be closer, and you want to be closer to 200, 210, because the extra like 50, 60 pounds of muscle.
Brother, we did it. And sisters.
But for your situation, you want to be closer to fucking 250, 260, or maybe even a little bit higher.
Oh my god. We did that.
See, the problem was I lost my weight instead of converting it to muscle. I could have had a lot more muscle.
Look at this.
I could have kept eating the way I was eating. But in the matter of speaking, I didn't want to because it was unhealthy.
Hard work pays off.
I was just eating fast food all the fucking time, just fucking McDonald's and McDonald's and chicken and fucking Popeyes, KFC, Burger King. You know what I mean? Just fucking protein, but unhealthy protein.
And we are off. We're off to
That's
the
what's
store
up,
now.
that's
We're
what's
gonna
up,
go
type
do
shit,
some
type shit.
stuff. So there's no better time than to test out Benny's tracking features. Benny apparently goes 18 miles an hour, and these city bikes, they go pretty quick. So that'd be cool to see if he can keep up. And there's a lot of multiple different tracking modes that he comes with. So you could do orbiting, parallel follow, tail follow. We're gonna put Benny to the test and see if he can keep up.
I don't give a
See if he can
fuck.
keep up with me in my city.
I thought this was gonna be interesting. Nice. We got more comments on my Insta. Let me see this shit. Let me see. Damn. So much likeage. 188, 10, 457, 32, 91, 576, 39,000, 3,000, 41, 94, 31, 57, 72, monkey. 79,000, 4,000, 8,000. Yeah. I think this is my highest one right here. 234,000. So many fucking comments on that shit. Fuck. I'm fucking dead, bro. Unity. No, it's has to be right. Yes, sir. We got a point on that one. They help. Show them. If we ain't going nowhere here, I'll let that person slide. That's fine. Newest. Either. Let's picture out new one. Still no members yet. Then again, I just started it up yesterday. Ghost Recon. I haven't heard somebody say they're gonna play Ghost Recon forever, bro. I ain't got it. But shit, it's fun as fuck. So that was yesterday, and proved it today so far. Alright, page. Okay, so there is people from my Patreon, or from just the Patreon page finding my stuff. No. Right. But dooping at me. Fuck off. Why? Could they not show up? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, my cotton, cow. Two boys. I'm trying to see if I can. Oh. Okay. That's the drink for free. Okay. Right, the membership options. What's the gift look like? That's cool. People can fucking gift each other fucking subs and shit. Sounds good, brother. You have a good day. And I shall see you whenever you pop back in the stream. Thanks. It's nice having you around, man, Max. Enjoy your gaming, brother. And good luck. I wish you the best of it. Thank you, brother. Matt appreciates you. Now, if you ever want to keep in touch or collaborate and play some video games together, brother, let me know. We have a Discord server that you can join. I'll give you the content creator status. We can play some video games together.
Today, we're turning this tiny Japanese K car into a Nissan Skyline GTR. I've only got 2 weeks to disassemble this car and rebuild it from the ground up. Also, there's your pan. Let's get started. Good morning. We are here at JB Garage in Kazo City in the Saitama Prefecture. It's about
There's some
80
nice
degrees.
cars right there.
Humidity is high, and I'm wearing long pants. I'm sure I won't regret that. This beautiful ride right here is a Suzuki Twin. When we bought it,
Damn fucking right it is.
you might have noticed that it looks a little different now. That's because our friends at JB and Hardcore Tokyo went ahead and mocked up the body kit for the install. The body kit itself is from Rocket Money. Primera and June put the first one together last year, made a huge splash at the Tokyo Auto Salon with the blue Rocket Money car. Now we just fill our ours is going to be an R34, whereas the original was an R32. So just because the body kit has been installed doesn't mean we're done. We have a full build ahead of us. Our next steps are completely overhauling the interior, installing an air suspension system, some brand new wheels, and lastly, a full grade 6 delivery. It's going to be simple. It's not that bad. It's not too bad. It's pretty good. I'm really close to that. Yeah. See if the AC works. Okay. It's so it's hot here, guys. It's hot. Here we go. Driving a K-car in Japan. Dream come true, man.
That thing looks so surreal.
Right now, pretty funny. Here it is, full throttle, 60 kilometers, 80 kilometers. This thing is awesome. Tons of fun to drive around, but clearly not ready to see me yet. So let's get to work.
The further speedometer has so much speed, yet it doesn't actually go those speeds.
For this thing, we need to know some distances here to make sure that our graphics are correct. So I'm going to get to work on that before we really start racing. As Nolan, I should be safe with everything on the inside. Yeah. I mean, if you don't mind, while I do the measuring, do that. That's okay. This is our good buddy Takahashi, founder of Hardcore Tokyo. I recognize him from our last trip. Never got that. Go football. Gotta go to the house side. He's built a ton of cool cars, and I'm super stoked to build one with him and learn a thing or two. First seat officially out. The build is underway. It's like 15 minutes. Alright, folks. It is really hot. 95 degrees. 54% humidity, which honestly feels better than it did yesterday when we got here. It's hot, man. Your boy does not do well in humidity. You can imagine that. So we only have a few measurements left here, luckily, on the back, and then we're done. And then we can I'll take a little AC break and then get back to it. That's all. 69 parameters.
Chilling the AC, I'm dead.
Continuing on today, we have a lot of stuff to do. First is the dash.
I'm gonna go take a little AC break.
Very helpful. June's gonna head out get some dry ice to take care of all the sound deadening in here. We're gonna start scuffing it down to paint. We gotta mock up and fabricate some panels for our door cards here for more race car look. We have to scuff up the rest of the plastics and paint those as well. It's gonna be, I think, a long day today here. So let's do the work. Even hotter today. Did not know. June 2 set up this lovely AC unit for us because Alex and I were getting a little bit of heat stroke yesterday, honestly. So thank you very much, June. Oh, so helpful. This is also June, aka June 2 or JB June. He owns the shop working on it. JB Custom, Kazo City. Guys in LA will spend thousands of dollars to try to achieve this level of swag, and for June 2, it's that level. So I'll make sure we can have track today. How was that? What is that? Corn? Oh, it's saying it's hot. Maybe stay inside, stay cool. Okay. I can tell that it's hot. You know? Obviously, America, we do not have K cars there, small cars. When you're working on this thing, you notice that it's definitely far less sophisticated than a full-size car. Now, of course, these cars are not as safe as full-size cars. They don't have as many features as full-size cars, and that's what makes them so inexpensive. Probably much better on gas. Still very practical, still very capable. Kind of makes you wonder about the possibilities. Right now, everybody needs a Dodge 2500 diesel to get a chili, right? drank a whole 2 liter yesterday and didn't even pee once. Stomach bugs. Yes. Okay. Oh, June's got dry ice. Oh, hammer time. Got a crush. Bare hands. Smoothly sound bending, just a classic trick. Get yourself some dry ice. Comes in giant blocks in Japan, apparently. Distribute it over the sound bending material. It gets super cold, brittle, so you can easily remove it rather than have to get it hot and melty and scrape it up. That's not the way you want to do it. You want to do it like this. Let the ice sit here for a good while. I just got my chisel here. A little bit of pulls under the ice. Oh, the mother load. If you have the option to use dry ice and you're removing sound damage from the car, definitely do dry ice. Dry ass. Dry ass is not what I have right now. Going pretty well. I'm pretty tired, if you gotta be honest. The jet lag, I think, and the heat are really taking a toll on me, but Alex got me something that I think he says should help. Energy is a special jelly drink designed to supply carbohydrates equivalent to 1 rice ball. Jelly drink provides you energy to stay active every day. Okay. Do these work? They do. They work. Weird jelly. Oh. Ooh. Maybe like lychee kind of flavor. Pretty good. Oh, it's good. It's nice and cold too. I also, the week before we left for Japan, I got the explosive diarrhea virus.
Jitter-less is being investigated as a possible source of a nationwide parasitic outbreak. The foodborne illness can cause weeks of severe intestinal distress.
I feel like I'm okay, but I'm like recovering from that still. I just feel like weak, you know. We got a tight deadline to build this car. Alex and I both feel like it's hot. Only day 2. I'm drinking jelly out of the bag. That is really good. I like that. I like that a lot. Alright, we finally got the floorboards done. We're gonna head out to a Japanese Home Depot, home goods kind of store. While Yoshi here starts prepping the suspension, he's gonna start mocking up the location for the air compressor and the air lines before we start painting. So a lot of parts moving at once. Still very sweaty, as you can tell. Hot day, but we're powering through. Let's go. So June, where are we going? Home Depot. Home Depot? Home Depot, Japan. We're going to take the stock door cards and trace their shape onto some Alumilite so we can have some nice aluminum door cards, very sleek, very recent. Now we're fabricating. It's real custom stuff right here. So we're going to cut our door cards and those other weird little pieces right there and fit them up to the car. Let's start cutting. June, how are my cuts? Good? Okay. Not sure I believe that. Well, this is the aluminum side, and I drew it on the wrong side, so it's a plastic side. I'm just kind of a big idiot, a lovable moron. it's 6 o'clock. Okay. It's been a long day. We made a lot of progress on it today. A lot of progress. I really can't believe we made this happen. We're here in Japan. It's my first time in Japan. I'm here at JB putting the car together. Could not have imagined that 10 years ago.
And June tells us we're the first people to come out to Japan and build a pocket bunny with them. That feels really special.
Coming here, building together, that is the first time. Very cool. Perfect. June, take a look. What is Kakui? That's Kakui. I'm gonna get out of this sweaty shirt. Yeah, geez. Crazy. All right, let's get some rest. Take a cold shower, huh? Back at JB, couple things to figure out. Notice we have some markings for the window switch that we need to install, as well as the door handle itself. We took the door handles off of the car, and now all that remains is this wire here that pulls on the door latch system. Got some key tags from Jim and JB here, and we're going to use those as our pull tabs for the door handles. So when you pull on this, opens the door. Go ahead and see if I can cement this. Ooh, that is really strange. Let's try to find a bite or something. I can brush this down a little bit. That'll be a nice round. I've been here 5 minutes, so I'm already sweating. I would maybe come to Japan in the winter or spring, not the summer. It's super cool to be here at JB. We've known June and the JB team for a few years now. They've come by our shop. They've also built some really, really cool cars that you guys might have seen at the SEMA show over the years. It's cool to be in a family shop like this. This is like a real, just like hot rod shop every day that we're here. It's like, this is such a cool opportunity, cool privilege to be here. Try not to grip too much. These guys actually know what they're doing. Kind of just like, whoa, look at bend this wire here. There it is. And then we'll cut a little slot in the door, so this will flap out like inside. So, stomach is feeling okay. Although there's that udon spot across the street, and you can really smell all the stuff they're cooking, and it's kind of making me a little nauseous. There's painting outside parts too, so there's paint fumes in here. I'm just like, anyway, we gotta mark where we gotta put this door handle. Loopy. Rookie. Damn, dude. How'd I do that? How do we loop? Okay. 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 Bridge. Rain does hit different. In Japan. Not bad. Well, June and I are doing the door panels. Joe's been working on suspension. He's going to explain what he's been doing. Well, yeah, I'm cool. So doors closed, pull the tabs, door open. That's awesome. Next, clear out the tools and all the other kind of loose stuff in here, and get the sanding the interior for paint. So June's younger brother Tatsuki is masking off our dash here, getting it ready for paint, making sure that the climate control and the wiring parts and stuff
stuff like that are going to get painted as well. Very exciting stuff. I'm now once again the sweatiest man in Japan. Yep.
It's the growth of office work. Good morning, America. Can we do this?
I think it's a little small for my face. It's too small, Alex. I keep trying. Even if I'm getting incredibly sweaty so far, at least I don't have diarrhea. That really is amazing, you know. It looks faster. All factory plastics will be painted, go back in. We're doing the rear view mirror.
I believe on the tower.
Look at that. It's like blue cotton candy. It's my new favorite thing. Japan knows how to do frozen treats. Alright, so when Yoshi and I are done installing the air suspension, it's going to be a lot lower, especially if it's slammed, in parking mode. And this guy right here, aside from being extremely ugly and visible, needs to go. Otherwise, it's going to make contact with the tire and it's kind of harsher ride, Okay, let's cut the other side. No longer has the giant thing there. Now we have clearance for our wheels. They're on the way. We're very excited to see.
Umai is good or bad? Good. I said umai is.
Is this umai? Okay. I'll take it. Yes. Very umai. Perfect. Alright, I think that's it for tonight. Now we just got to clean up our mess that Alex and I made. Giant mess. Then we can get some rest. Some bad needed rest. You can see the entire city of Kazo from up here. June said the first 3 days are critical for staying on timeline. I think we're doing a good job staying on task, staying on schedule. I think most of the tedious stuff is done. After it's painted and everything, then it comes time for reassembly and installing new parts. So that feels really good. Let's get some rest. Come back tomorrow. Get it painted. Oh, I just saw Mini Cooper drive by.
A little channel?
Yeah. R34. Yeah, we've got one of those too. Back. Before we get to painting, we do need to cover up some things like the shifter and the e-brake. So we've got some masking paper here, which already conveniently has tape already on it. That's very, very convenient. I did work in a hot rod shop for like one summer where we did some of the masking and stuff, but I'm definitely not an expert, but should be able to figure it out. Silicone. Silicone? Okay. Silicone over there. Yeah, just kind of cleaning this off so the tape has a good surface to stick to. What a cool thing to get to do with my job, dude. Stomach feel better, good, yeah. Try not to embarrass myself too much. Hey, you know what? Okay. I've already been embarrassed many times. Don't worry about what other people think too much, It took me a long time to really kind of realize that, I think. And you know what? I feel bad for all you kids out there. You guys don't even go to clubs anymore because you're afraid that people will film you dancing and stuff, man. That sucks. That's not fun. They say that the older you get, the less you care. It's very true. So I'm finally in that stage where I can just say, screw it, I'm gonna do me. That's what life is, man. You gotta develop that thick skin. Just do you. There's kind of stuff in there. Oh, there you go. See. it's not just like we're throwing this together in the donut garage. We're here at JB. They have a standard that they want to meet for themselves, and I got to rise to that as well. While June is masking off the windows, the mask off the rest of the interior bits in here with some aluminum foil. Sprinkle it around, and boom, your clutch pedal is now protected from the paint. It's a small car, but it's still a big build. You know, it doesn't matter how small the car is, it still takes a ton of work to do a good build. Where's the loop by road? All right. I think it's time. Let's get to paint. I'll paint. Try to do this. Okay. Z-Edge. Sounds good. Sounds good. Close this thing. That's a bunch of all right. All right, got a first layer down. Just the base coat. You try to do it all at once. Try to have done in the past. Yeah, stuff coming through. Got some markers. I thought I sanded that off, but I guess not. No idea what this is, but I assume a rouge paint. On this. Okay. Little by little. Ooh, that is. Woo. So I neglected to put them on a raised surface. Bonehead move on my part, but June are raising them up on some paint tape rolls, which is very good. So now I can more easily paint the edges. Damn, this paint finish stuff's pretty good, man. Oh, I think that's a protective coat on them. So many. The immortal words of Destiny's Child. At first you don't succeed. Pick yourself up and try again. Oh, for real. Oh, I love a wheel. It's off. Okay. Okay. More left, so a little closer. Okay. Alright, I got my panels done. We're going to let those dry for like 20-30 minutes. In the meantime, June is going to start on the inside of the car and work his magic. So, watch that. You did a great job. It's awesome. Yeah, it's really good. Now, this is going to be more of our cool stuff. We're going to let the paint dry over the weekend. We'll come back and start assembling it all. So, interior's going back in. By the end of next week, it should be mechanically ready. And then it's on the round and the wheels on it. So, I mean, time is flying, man. And it feels really cool. Really can't believe this is happening. Am I dead? Alex, am I dead? Are you dead? I'm here in my tiny hotel bathroom, not feeling good today. So instead of me getting right to the shop, we're going to have June working on my car. He's going to show you guys what they're doing. I'm going to try and get over there later today. Okay, here's June. 今日はロールバーの中にお腹調子悪いからロールバーのそう僕がやろうと思うんだけど、今日のスケジュールが乾いたらインストールして来週のインストールインストールして今日はフィニッシュ。なんかちょっとね多分ね年間した時から傷があって修理して投稿することになった。今3人にしたらもうセットしてペイントが始まる。これからシリコンして塗装の密着を良くさせるために一回ちょっとクリーニングしてそれから塗装になる。まずカラーを3コート塗って3コートでインターバルを置いて色が染まったらフ
ドライブで安定させます。で、5分。そこからベッドに入れて。
Okay. I made it. I made it back. Tell me you're feeling better. This is sick. Wow.
Insane fitness.
It's the Yoshi spot, right? No doubt the pocket bunny will have a great stance with your car. Looks amazing. Yeah. I like mine. First order of the day. Start putting our panels that we painted back in. They look good. It's still look good. Let me go find my screws and I'll start installing them. We use self-tappers to mock up where the screws should be and use those to drill the locations. But the screws that we're actually using are size up, meaning the thread is a bit bigger than the hole that's punched, which is going to hold it in better. Also, X10 is more professional. You got it inside, it's coming out of the heat. Continue on with the stuff.
In this office can be washing, then we must be cleaning. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's got to look good.
After finish, bring to the locations.
Alright, so we're just talking about how to get the wiring harnesses nice and cleaned up. So what we're going to do is arrange these so we can all fit under wiring cover here. So it'll look good. You know, that's the name of the game here. This is not your traditional electrical tape that I've used before. This is more of like a cloth on one side and a piece on the other. Unfortunately, when we're making this panel, we didn't quite account for the thickness of the wiring loop, so it's going to pinch right here.
ここのアーチがこれすらになってない。なので、ちょっと削ります。少し。
Hey, yo. They were installed a modified rear axle housing, installed the suspension, installed the air lines. All right. She brought a whole work order with them. Seemed to make a lot of progress by the end of the day, so very excited. If there's anyone I trust to help us get proper standing start, it's Yoshi. We run a company called Airmax. He builds really cool cars. He's got a lot of them. So it's kind of interesting. This car is front-wheel drive, but it has a straight axle in the rear. And what Yoshi has done is put the drop spindle. So the spindle was down here, and now it's up here. That's like 12 inches. So that'll lower the rear substantially. Very cool piece. We got Justin, Yoshi, June, me, all working on the same car. And folks, I don't know if you realize, it's a pretty small car. Real quick, guys, I want to thank WD-40 brand for supporting our pocket bunny build. You guys know them. You probably have it in your garage right now. They got it right here at JB as well. The suspension here, it's been stock its whole life, but that means these nuts and bolts have never been broken loose. So we're going to use some multi-use product. Help us take this hardware off so we can get the air suspension on here. And these guys have tons of products that'll help tackle any job you come across. This can right here is a super convenient, easy reach hose that helps you get in those hard to reach places. So thank you, WD-40 brand, for supporting the pocket bunny build. Now, without further ado, let's get the suspension out of here. That was easy. Back right off. There she goes. All right. Out with the old. All right, that's one airbag in on the front. Got it the other side, and then all the airbags at the end. Not too crazy, but like, yeah. Jojo camper, yeah. A little bit of camper, yeah. June is like the only guy that speaks English, and everybody, it's like vibes. The rest of it. We got the U.S. headlights, and some guys over in the U.S. get the JDM headlights. Oh, USDM Triumph, dude. Oh, swap on, that's awesome. With the 4-out license plate and everything, that's sick. You driving to work, you got your plates on, then we go to the show, to the meet, pull it out, and you're looking fly as hell. Yeah, just stumped on us 2 times. Flex on us twice in a day. Very cool. The wiring harness is fully in. The interior is looking really good. Now it's time to mock up the roll cage. It's a 5-part roll cage. There are some adjustments you have to make in here already, so you can get them sand down, but otherwise it's another great. Custom made. Oh no. Wow. Now it is fully on its way to being a mini JGTC R34, which is insane. That's the old Michael. Yes. Yes. We're now fixing the cage to the car. Just getting the hardware in place, and we're going to start drilling the holes to go through the firewall and the floor pan and secure the cage to the car. Okay. Do it. Oh, yeah. Just Band-Aid. That's okay. Nuki. You want to bleed all over the paint? Nuki coming again. Oh, my Yes, we're using self-tappers on our roll cage. What we're going to do is come back, grind the paint down, and weld it in. So this is just for placement, not security, okay? Buddy, I see you typing. Delete that comment. It'll be all right, okay? Yeah, you did, dude. It's a long day. Long day. Finish first day. Very nice. Very nice. I miss my wife. I do. I miss my wife. Alright, we're back in the shop. Today's tasks. We gotta get the dashboard back in because Yoshi wants to check the functionality of the airbag system and it needs power from the dash to do that. So we'll go ahead and make some adjustments to that to fit around the roll cage, then reinstall it. 96 degrees, Chazo, 54% humidity. Alright, little update. We got the dash in, we got everything plugged in, the car turns over. I just took the stock wheel off, I'm putting a new aftermarket hub on so we can put our sweet new wheel on there. Yoshi has the tank and the compressor and everything installed in the back, so we're getting very close to getting the wiring on that finalized and check the functionality. This thing is very close to just being like a real car. It's very exciting. This is happening so fast, I can't believe it. And also, look at that, a hub kit that comes with hardware. What a novel idea. Once you get the seats in here, this thing's gonna feel so small. Like with everything out, it felt pretty big and it didn't feel that tiny. But now once we get the rest of the interior in, so let's keep on going on that. I gotta get some breast, dude. Breast. Did I say I gotta get some breast? Now it's small. What time it is? It's too hot outside. It is. These guys really don't stop working at all. It's pretty crazy. Because the wide body covers the keyhole on the door, we need to replace it with a powered module, like pretty much remote lock. June says it's an easy job, but it's a long job. Which in this heat, I think turns it into a hard job. Honestly. Here's the lock handle. Connected to this rod right here. Connected to the latch. What we're going to do is put this unit in. It's going to connect right to that. Rocky's dead. Hold on. Austin's here from the mount company, and he's going to start getting the tire debug ready. They've already printed them out. Instead of using like a cardboard stencil, which can leave a lot of overspray and kind of like a ghosting effect, what Monster's going to do is put this vinyl directly on the tire, less chance of the overspray, and a really crisp line with the paint. So shout out Monster for getting this ready for us. This thing is really cool. I mean, look at Monster's car. Yeah, these guys just crush it, dude. Everyone is so cool, man. Just rolling around for trash. Final step for us for getting this walk-in mechanism in, which is in, by the way, is to run the wires from the inside of the car to the mechanism itself. And then our electrical guys later will finalize it and make sure it has power.
inside. Oh. Yeah, and we come down, temperature from here.
Okay.
Yeah, so hot.
Well, let's see what happens.
さあ、待ったよ。ノランちゃん困ってます。
I don't want to know that. Very stumped it.
You should be separated. 2 by 2. 2, 1,
The leads him out of the socket thing, so that's great. Maybe I just go one at a time. See now what Jim was saying about this being a very tedious job. Yeah, there's one. All right, so what we did is take one end to a little rod here, pull it through. Now we just gotta do that 4 more times. Actually, I can't believe that worked. It's Alex's ideas. Huh? All right. A little bit of milk tea. Oh, that is quite good. Milk tea is bringing it back to life. We got the wires through the little tube. I think we can call it a night. I am absolutely sweating. We've never seen black shorts look soaking wet before. Seems good. Back to JB. Today's job is starting off with plugging the holes for the mirrors and the doors. We've already went ahead and made these little plugs here. I've already sanded the doors to get the welding machine set up. Zap in, sand it down. Good to go. And up. Good for. Oh.
Ow.
Ow.
It's a Japanese undertowel, so smaller. Always I'm using the head back.
Oh, that's gonna be great. Thank you, Juno. Thank you. Hardcore. Got the Suzuki kid making great jobs, having great fun, giving great satisfaction, even with a small body. Nice. You're gonna make it fit. I tried to do a little bead, blasted right through. I should have just spot welded it around. As Mike Porter Street always told me, just all right. Yes. Do we have a giant hole in our door right now? Yes, we do. Is that a problem? Yes, it is. The key is to keep trying. All right, other side. All right, we got the spots on there. Now we're going to sand it down with 80 grit. All right, we're in. So what we're going to do is find some Bondo. We'll scrape it on here. I think we'll also use the Bondo to fill these holes as well. I'll put a bolt inside the cut. Okay. And then putty over that. Okay. Alright, now the paint is higher. So June went ahead and cleaned off the surface with a little bit of brake clean. Gave me this lacquer white paint. We're gonna do about a spray coat, see what happens.
Like that. Beautiful. Anyway.
Okay.
Then, here. Head up.
There you go.
Nice and cold still.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Feel good?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right here, this is $1.
Come in bed after
They
you.
use
Right, we're selling.
at JB is June's go-to right here. $1. $1 a can.
I've only been up because I've been munching. I just got done munching.
Ripping the paint. Oh.
Cereal and yogurt.
If you let it dry too long,
A few other
it's really
things.
attached to the stencil, and the stencil is pulling up the paint as we're trying to remove it. Works pretty well for like total gray sort of purple.
It's good.
It's really good. It looks amazing. That's one good deed right there. That was awesome.
Complete.
Complete.
Complete. Awesome.
Okay, it looks like we're good to start putting putty in here. So where's the putty at? We've got the putty here and the activator, I believe in this tube. mix them together. I'll start to begin the hardening process. Really wakes up the nostrils.
Oh, plastic.
Oh, the hit red fast. Okay. I'm going a little overboard. Yeah, we'll be sanding it down. It's starting to work. It's good. Let's go to the other side before it's fully dries out. It's starting to dry. It's drying up. Spent too long on that bed. Let this dry, sand, then do another pass. Okay. While my amazing putty dries, we're going to tackle the front brakes here. We've got some really cool wheels on the way, and we don't want these rusty and crusty front brakes showing behind them. So we ordered a set of racing-inspired rotors, and then we're going to clean up the caliper, paint it new color, so it really pops and looks good. Okay. There we go.
Jesus Christ. Oh, because I'm tight.
Yeah. Some hardware, impacts. Also, you have to take the time to swim. If you do, I don't think the brakes have been taken apart like this in my first vehicle, so let's bring it down a little bit. Helpful at getting stuff over there. So there it goes. We start further off. Has anyone ever carried a rotor like this before on camera? I don't think so. Getting the last the brake fluid out of the caliper seater, that's one caliper off. It's gotta be that time. Yoshi, I hear you finished. Yeah? Can we look at it? Okay. That's all that's there. It's kind of hard to see because there's no weight on the car yet, but you know, it's reading high pressure and low pressure, so it works. It's gonna be sick, man. Yeah, Air Max. Alex very helpfully cleaned off the calipers here, so now they're ready for paper staging with a very basic black. I think that'll look really nice. Let's get these things nice surface here. All that's left to do is paint and do it. Okay, cool. We'll let these dry and we'll come back to the pump. Nice. Nice. This song is terrible. What is this music? Where's the point? Oh, it's coming from that guy. It's like a little chicken guy. There's Cloud, dude. Cloud doing great. What's reminding me is that anything worthwhile is gonna be different. You know, like a build like this isn't just gonna come together willy-nilly just because it's a small car. Like it still demands a high level of execution, the tasks of the car, your conditions, your mindset, like they're all gonna make you work for it, and that's what makes it worth it. There's just gonna be moments in your life where you really gotta dig deep. And that's life though. Lots of tasks in the car, a lot of tedious, physical tasks to get this thing done, but that's what you gotta do. Well, the sunset's gone. Just like that. From 100 degrees to thunderstorms in like half an hour. Insane. Alright, next up we gotta take the front bumper off. There's some stuff we gotta stuff down on all of these body panels, but more importantly, you'll notice that these radiator crossbreak supports are still the stock color. They're white. Step this down. So, and there's a little mess right here, blends in better. Today is Thursday. On Monday, the wrap guys are coming to wrap the car, so we have to be done with everything mechanical and body and all the other details, so we can stay out of their way. So we have like 2 or 3 days to get that stuff done, and then next Friday we're leaving. So not a lot of time left on the bill. It seems like a lot, but we got to use every moment we can. Good. Like me, baby. All right, got the radiator support painted. Good. I think we're ready for the bumper. Now it looks like the radiator support is meant to be behind the bumper, so much more low key. It's good. Oh, and they're gonna take it off. Okay, I'm gonna take it off. Okay. Yeah, we just wanted to preview it. Yeah. Our next hammer job concerns the wheel mount. Just like in the rear of the car, Jade is concerned that when the car is fully lowered, that perhaps this ridge right here will make contact with the tire. So what we're going to do is hit it with a hammer.
Rotisserie chicken in the fucking fridge.
Yeah, that was my better. So nice. The lid is pulled in now, so we're going to give this a nice little bath, brake clean. Let's clean it up, paint it, spend a little extra time making it look more decent. You cleaned, sanded, double sanded, primer, yeah, and then hit it with the double paint. Yeah, and clear coat. And clear coat on top. And we wet sanded it. And a little wet sand. And we wet sanded. That's what really takes it to the next level. The wet sanding. That's right. You got like 4,000 grit. It's like a mirror finish in your wheel well. People will go to you up to your car, surely. So that's what we're about. That's right. All right, here are our seats. We got some NRG Prisma seats. Thank you very much for sending those over to NRG. They've got a bit of a retro vibe to it, which I think matches the car. I am a little worried that the upholstery might be too narrow for my Route 66 husky-sized jean-wearing body. Cross that bridge. We're gonna lock these seats up just in the driver position and see what we can make bracket-wise holding in the car. A little small. My head's like right next to the roll bar there. Another hole, bring it lower. Okay, same here. Okay, down there. All right, this is Pasta from Waffle Works. He's going to be handling the vinyl wrap for us on our car. Let's do it. You guys will see why wraps are so expensive. Because a lot of work together. The company that Pasta works for, he does a lot of drift cars. 100 cars, super popular cars, really high expectations, high skill levels. And we got him working on little That's really cool. What I'm doing now is I'm just going to mark off a new hole location. And just like that. Okay. It's hot in here. What else is there going? Is that all you have to contribute? Is that it's hot? Well, trenchant insight. It'll only come from you, buddy. That's much better. Although I got long torso disease. Oh, no, it's right there. We got the thrust and belt on the rotate back here for sure. That's not really safe for driving, having your head right next to it like that. But it works. It technically works. So let's drill some new holes on the seat bracket that were provided to us. You know, been keeping up with the left. Turned out it's not even Taco Bell's fault. Their less small in the farms. The Taco Bell was being proactive. They're like, hey, probably lettuce. It's always the lettuce. Let's pull the lettuce. Let's do everyone a solid. That's what's getting beat up in the media now. It's Taco Bell. And they've been there for you. Oh my God, someone's so excited to take pictures.
Yeah, no one's done it.
Now they're fucking you up. Hey, this is Wednesday as well. Good morning. We're making seat brackets today. The side brackets are basically all I was able to get done yesterday. Kind of a weird day. Didn't feel my best, but today I feel a lot better. Unfortunately, all the points in here kind of exist on different planes, which should be fine. So I'm going to start on the passenger side, cut my teeth on this, and then we'll work our way to the driver's side, the one that actually matters. The plan is pretty simple. 2 pieces of straps through here, and 2 going across here to make a simple box. I'm going to go ahead and start cutting some steel, start bending it, that's the ground. So brackets is not sexy work. It's a lot of measuring, cutting, adjusting, measuring again, cutting, back and forth in between the workbench and the car over and over again until you get it right. It's very tedious, but maybe one of the most important steps in building a car. Yeah, you have to build your own seat brackets. Anything's popular, but there's probably a company that makes seat brackets out there already. I would recommend it for it. Here we are, bracket. So what I'm gonna do now is weld up the rest of these. Honestly, it's pretty cool. Pretty happy with that. Let that cool off. We'll throw holes. We'll mount the seat, and we'll start the other side. Start this whole thing all over again. Oh, that's Chimera. Chimera, the founder of Rocket Bunny. What inspired you to make a Skyline GTR body kit for the Suzuki Twin? You know, I didn't. Okay. Why do you think it had such a positive reception?
なんでそのフォトサロンに見たエヴァとかそのお客さんがこんなに今世界中でエヴァになってなんでそうなったと思います
Thank you so much for providing the kit and letting us come here and work on the car. And it's just such an honor to be able to review and in June 2 and the rest of the JB team. It's a real honor to come here. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got to finish the seat brackets too. I still got to finish those.
See you in the first trial, fixing it to this car, but
Every time this, but we were trying to avoid it because the sliders, it's going to add a fair amount of height, but it might be the same height as my custom one I made. I mean, it's going to be pretty much the same. It's okay.
easy. Yeah, same.
Oh. Got seats in it. All right, let's get out of here. Quick time. The team stayed super late last night getting this wrap on here. As you can see, it's starting to look amazing. The car, I mean, it's yellow now. It's yellow. Also, our wheels are here. These are our TE37s. They're 15-inch. The bolt pattern is 4x100, very much like a Civic or Miata bolt pattern, but these have plus 25 offset, which makes this a very interesting combination. As far as vertical wheels go, there's probably not too many out there that beat the TD37. This is just a quintessential JDM wheel. Oh yeah, another thing, our white tire lettering that we, painted a few days ago. Now it's like chocolate milk brown on here. Maybe some sort of like oils or something, like seep through the back. We'll try to fix it. If we can't, then we can't. TE37, baby. All right, it's done. All right, first up today, we're installing these cool foot risers that June got ordered for us. They're aluminum. They've got reverse dimple die for good contact for your paint. Cover up the kind of adhesives and things that we painted over the footwell here. I'm going to go ahead, get these all like in place, drill holes and everything, and then we'll take the covering off to reveal their full aluminum glory. It's badass. Look at this, man. I want some of these for my Civic. There's so many parts that we put on our car here that like Alex and I like maybe like get this for our car. Damn. This is sick. It's all coming together. All that hard work over the past 2 weeks. Our goal is to have the interior done by the end of today, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. I think we can do it. Next up is our steering wheel, a very important part of any build. And we picked ours up from number 7 racing products over in Saitama. This is a dry carbon steering wheel, easily
the lightest steering wheel I've ever felt in my life. It's been wrapped in suede. You've got some yellow stitching here. There's cutouts for your, if you're all the meat of your hand right there. It feels so good. Number 7's been around for about 10 years now. Fiance, he's been specializing in Datsun and Nissan racing products for about 30 years. The guy knows what he's doing. Really cool guy, really cool shop. I'm very happy to have this part on our car. The steering wheel being like the primary interface between you and your vehicle, it can completely change the feel of your car. That's without even changing anything about the actual performance of the car. It just gets you in the mood. This is so fucking silly. And we have a dry carbon steering wheel in our Suzuki Twin. It's like moments like this where you have to like stop, take in the moment. Just trying to make sure that we get this done before we kill and I want to just remember everything. This is insane that we're doing this. Alright. The seats are fitted. The wheel is in. That's sick. That's sick. No racing interior would be complete without safety harnesses. We also picked these up from number 7. I got to drill 6 holes per seat, 2 for the shoulder harnesses, 2 for lap harnesses, and 2 for the crotch belts. So 12 holes total. And then the interior is officially finished. What happened, dude? I support the position. I support the position. Just dropped a nut in here. I think it's it. Success. Thank you, June. Clean up. Leave us a nice, tidy workspace for tomorrow. We have 2 days left here in Japan. The reinforcements for the wrapping team have arrived. June brought a very exciting part with him this morning. We got ourselves an intake, which we fun, have a little induction noise under the hood. And along with the exhaust that June is working on right now, should add a little bit more spirit to the driving experience. Look at this little guy. Our team driving through our top fuel. This is maybe the smallest throttle body I've ever seen on a car. It's at least 6 inches. Alright, the intake is mounted. All that's left is plugging the sensor in. Lots of power. With only 1 day left to get this thing ready and on the road to Tokyo, it's all hands on deck here at JB. We're down to the last 10% of this build. Besides the wrap, which is a huge undertaking, very glad the professionals are handling it. There are so many more parts that need to go on. Adding functional tow hooks, adding the speaker panels to fit around the cage, mounting our beautiful wheels with titanium lug nuts from number 7, new number 7 carbon fiber mirrors. Finally, custom exhaust and a JB June itself. Let's see what it sounds like. Every time I look at this train, I'm just blown away by how good it came out.
I turn off the fucking light to the kitchen and I start hearing footsteps fucking running up behind me.
Everyone here. Everybody.
So I had to go tell my mom and she's like, maybe it was Luna. I was like, no, it wasn't Luna because I heard Luna prancing, fucking dancing around in the bathroom and then I heard footsteps behind me while I was in the kitchen. I'm like, I had just shut off the light. Like I went click, all I heard was step, 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 step. I was like, nope. I didn't think twice. I booked it. I didn't even turn around. I say, whatever the fuck is behind me can stay behind me.
Countless trips to the bathroom. Here we are. Pocket Bunny.
You didn't even touch my toes? Okay. Here. Thank you. for not touching my food, boo-boo. You're such a good girl, huh? Here, one more. I'll give you another full one. Hey. You're such a good girl. Hey. Thank you for not touching my food. Thank you.
This was a really challenging go.
Good girl.
All the trouble, all the challenge.
I'm surprised she didn't touch my food. It's right on the edge of my fucking table. You're a very well-behaved girl.
Let's go take Tokyo. Let's go see the city at night. This is just the coolest thing. We have an amazing little race car and got a whole gang of new friends now. Bunch of new homies, and I don't know how to process this. And I'm sorry. Add it to the list of things to be immensely grateful for, thankful for. Remember this forever. That's it. That's it.
You guys want to see the Pocket Money in person? It's coming to the United States later this year. Hit that subscribe button. We'll let you know when it's here and where to see it.
It's been the best trip ever. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, June. Thank you, Hardcore Tokyo. Thank you, JB Garage.
This is plastic organized. Its only purpose was to make it fully functional. It's small enough to take anywhere, yet it's capable of browsing the web, watching videos, even playing games. Getting here wasn't easy. There were times when I was ready to give up because everything was far more difficult than I expected. But in the end, I made it work. So let me show you how I felt. Challenges I had, whether this thing or not. Let's get started. And as you can see, this box is tiny. It when it's closed, it almost looks like a miniature laptop, and it's only about 2.5 centimeters thick. And because I'm working with such a ridiculously small amount of space, finding components that actually fit inside is going to be one of the biggest challenges in this entire project. Let's start with this one. I think this is probably the best position. It took me forever to find a screen small enough to and even then, it still wasn't quite right. So I really only have one option. I need to carefully shape away some of the inside of it to create a living room. This part requires a lot of patience. The walls and the walls are already pretty thin. The last thing I want to do is accidentally try it straight. After slowly removing material and checking the fit over and over again, perfect. The screen finally fits inside of it. Now comes the next challenge. I need an actual computer small enough to fit in the bottom. Ideally, I want a tiny single-board computer with a CPU and RAM already built in, so I don't have to waste any extra space. Originally, I planned to use this Raspberry Pi computer that I already had built in, but there's a problem. The USB ports are simply too tall. They're almost as tall as the entire inside of the box, so there's no way I'd be able to use them. That meant I needed something even smaller. I started looking at some of the smallest computers I could find. Conventional mini PCs were still too big for this thing. Then I came across a few really interesting single-board computers. Some of them were absolutely tiny and could even run Linux. There was just one major problem. They didn't have a built-in video output, so I couldn't simply connect them to this display and use them. But I eventually found something that checked almost every box. The Raspberry Pi Zero 2W. It's absolutely tiny. It has a proper video output, and it can run a full desktop operating system. Sure, it's not exactly a powerhouse, but for a project this small, it might be exactly what I need. So let's get this thing out of the box, and see just how ridiculously tiny it is. This thing is absolutely tiny. I can comfortably hold the entire computer between my fingers. The board measures just 65 by 30 millimeters, which is ridiculously small compared to pretty much any normal gaming PC. Just to give you some perspective, here's the Pi next to my phone, an external drive input, and even a regular power input. Yeah, it's seriously tiny. I don't know just how small the Pi Zero 2W really is. There's one important thing I need to figure out before it's small. How do I actually use this thing? Because believe it or not, I've never used it. And And since I was way too lazy to read the
Oh, you want a football? You always clean daddy's dishes for her? I appreciate you. You make my life so easy. Even if it's just crumbs, she still has to use it for me. She cleans my plates and everything all nice and clean for me, so I just gotta wash them after.
Since there's no full-size USB port, I can just plug in a regular keyboard and mouse. So I'll need a micro USB OTG hub that gives me multiple standard USB ports. With that connected, I can finally plug in a keyboard, mouse, and other components, and use this tiny board just like a regular computer. Now that I finally understand how the I0 2 really works, it's time to figure out how to fit everything inside this tiny plastic box. The first thing I need to do is remove all of these internal wires. You're taking up valuable space, and maybe the bottom of the page to be as flat and open as possible. Once those were gone, I started experimenting with different layouts for all the components. This part is actually more important than it looks. You need everything positioned carefully so there's enough room for the wire to later, while still keeping the entire video as compact and focused as possible. After doing things around a few times, this is the best way. First, I secured the I0 2 LED using 4 small plastic stick-offs and screws, making sure the board couldn't move around inside the place. Then I did the same thing with the display control board, mounting it firmly against the pipe. And with that done, I say we're officially about 50% of the way through this project. But unfortunately, the remaining 50% is probably going to be a bottom. And almost immediately, I ran into another major problem. Both the Raspberry Pi and the display control used mini HDMI for the video. So naturally, I needed a cable with mini HDMI. Sounds simple, right? Well, apparently not. I searched through both eBay and Amazon. Finding the exact cable I needed was surprisingly difficult. The few options I could find were way too low, which obviously isn't good inside a case this small. So I decided to make my own. I bought 2 mini HDMI connectors. And now comes the difficult part. I have to wire them together myself. I can't just use an ordinary electrical wire or something like this. HDMI carries high-speed signals, and using the wrong wiring can introduce interference or completely ruin video signal. So instead, I'm using these tiny twisted pair of wires taken from an Ethernet cable. Now I need to carefully connect each corresponding connector from one mini HDMI connector directly to the other. And trust me, this is a pro hardware use. The solder points are absolutely tiny, so every connection has to be extremely precise. One accidental solder point, one wire connected to the wrong connector, and this entire cable could be useless. At this scale, there's almost no room for mistakes. So after carefully soldering each connection one by one, all I can do now is hope this thing actually works. After almost 2 hours, I had barely managed to solder just one of the mini HDMI connectors, and I still had an entire second connector to do. At that point, I had to admit, this just wasn't me. The solder joints were holding properly, the wires kept coming loose. With the basic tools I had, these tiny pins were simply too difficult to solder reliably. I was completely stuck. I had no idea how I was going to make this connection. But luckily, something that saved the entire project. It's a special mini HDMI connector that uses a flat ribbon cable. Instead of soldering dozens of microscopic connections by hand, the cable simply locks into the connectors on both ends. It cost me about $10. But at this point, I'd happily pay that just to never touch those tiny solder joints again. Alright, let's plug it in and see if it actually works. You've got a picture. This little cable went and just saved the entire bill. With the display finally sorted out, the next challenge was figuring out how to power this laptop. Both the Raspberry Pi and the display require a 5-volt power supply. Originally, I planned to use the same type of flat lithium batteries I've used in some of my previous projects. But there was one problem. The cells I had were simply too fine, and they took up way too much valuable space inside this tiny case. So instead, I switched to these lithium cells, which fit the available space much better. I'm going to use 2 of them, wired in parallel to increase the overall battery capacity while keeping the same voltage. But that creates another problem. These lithium cells output around 3.7 volts, while the Raspberry Pi and display need 5 volts. So I'll need a DC-DC boost converter to step the battery voltage up from 3.7 volts to 5 volts. Alright, let's wire everything up to the system to actually run the batteries.
It works, and at this point, I'm finally starting to feel a little more confident in this project. Next, I moved on to the three USB ports. The original plastic housings were way too bulky for a case this small, so I stripped them off to make each connector as compact as possible. Then I carefully cut three openings in the side of the case, lined everything up, and secured the ports firmly in place. But looking at the USB hub, I realized there was still a lot of unnecessary bulk, so I removed the hub's outer casing as well, along with one extra port. Then, instead of dealing with another bulky cable and connector, I wired the micro USB power input directly to the hub circuit. That made the whole setup much cleaner and got rid of a bunch of unnecessary wiring. Next thing I needed was a power switch. The Raspberry Pi automatically starts up as soon as it receives the power, so there isn't really a traditional power button like you'd find on a laptop. To solve that, I'm adding a simple switch between the battery and the Pi. This lets me physically cut or restore power to the system whenever I need to. So essentially, this becomes the laptop's main power switch. Next up was the keyboard, but as soon as I tried fitting it inside, I ran into another problem. There simply wasn't enough room. The keyboard was sitting way too high, which meant there was no way the case would close properly. So unfortunately, I had to undo a lot of the work I'd already done and rearrange almost everything inside. This time, I removed all of the motherboard stand-ups and mounted both circuits directly against the bottom of the case. I also changed the layout slightly, moving a few components around to create as much space as possible. Yeah, it's frustrating having to redo everything, but after some careful rearranging, I finally got my plans. The layout sorted out, I can move on to making the top. This, I chose a sheet so it would blend in nicely with the transparent logo.
I just noticed I'm watching this.
Just like with my previous builds, I started by
Not
creating
gonna
a
fix.
this allows the keyboard to sit recessed. Getting the whole thing a much cleaner and more laptop-like appearance. But then I ran into another problem. The case still couldn't open and close properly because the original edge of the lid was getting in the way. So I decided to cut the lid completely from the base. Then I'll build a custom hinge system that allows the screen to open and close just like a normal laptop. Before doing that though, I still needed to finish one small detail. I drilled an opening for the charging port and positioned the battery in there so we don't need to select the display cases. That way I can easily check the remaining battery. Next, I'll secure the top part of the laptop with brace. Then I'm going to use two small tubes of thermal paste as the hinges for the laptop. I'll cut them down to about 3 centimeters and secure them in place. Once the hinges are finished, I won't attach the screen to the stand. First, I'm going to apply some vinyl wrap on the edges of the screen to make everything look cleaner and more polished. And with everything finished, it's finally time to put the two halves of the laptop together. Alright, let's turn it on. And it works. It takes a little while to boot up, but it actually makes it all the way to the operating system. I wasn't waiting anymore, so I jumped straight into Minecraft to see how it worked. Oh my god, I can see the game loading. Everything seemed to be going pretty smoothly. Well, not exactly. Smoothing around was already a struggle. Seriously? 8 frames per second on the lowest settings? Once everything finished loading, the FPS got a little better. 18 FPS. Haha. With hardware like this, I really can't ask for much. If there's anything I can do to improve the FPS, I'll probably install a lighter operating system. But that's a problem for another day. Still, the laptop is working, at least for me.
Over the years, there have been countless supposed alien sightings, with one of the most prominent.
This is a plastic organizer. Its only purpose was to hold around the space. I turned it into a fully functional mini laptop. It's small enough to take anywhere, yet it's capable of browsing the web, watching videos, and even playing games. Getting here wasn't easy though. There were times when I was ready to give up because everything was far more difficult than I expected. But in the end, I made it work. So let me show you how I built it, challenges I had to overcome, and whether this tiny laptop is actually good. Let's get started. And as you can see, this box is tiny. When it's closed, it almost looks like a miniature laptop, but it's only about 2.5 centimeters thick. And because I'm working with such a ridiculously small amount of space, finding components that actually fit inside is going to be one of the biggest challenges of this entire project. Let's start with the display. I think this is probably the best position. It took me forever to find a screen small enough for this big, and even then, it still doesn't quite fit. So I really only have one option. I need to carefully shave away some material inside of it to create a little more room. This part requires a lot of patience. The walls of this box are already pretty thin. And the last thing I want to do is accidentally pry it straight through. Every year, millions of old Android tablets are slow. The batteries are
My token going to lay down. The videos are staying on.
I see something different. Today, I'm going to push this old Samsung Galaxy Tab E far beyond what it was ever designed to do. Everything goes according to plan, this outdated tablet will become a fully functional gaming laptop. The only problem with hardware this old. There's no guarantee of it. Let's find out. Let's start with the tablet itself. From the outside, this poor thing has definitely seen better days. There are two pretty large cracks across the display, and honestly, God knows what this tablet has been through. As for the battery, I'm not sure how to use the battery percentage drops incredibly fast, even when the tablet is just sitting there doing almost nothing. Despite all that, I did discover something pretty interesting. This tablet supports USB-C, which means I can connect a mouse using a simple micro USB to USB adapter. Since I want this project to feel as much like a real laptop as possible,
Well, that was really nice.
Compact Bluetooth keyboard. Even better.
See if we can get one more.
Let's pair it. See how well it works. There's practically no input lag at all. Now comes the much bigger challenge. I need to design and build a custom enclosure that actually looks and functions like a real laptop. Before I can do any of that, I have to completely disassemble the tablet. Not only do I need access to the battery, but removing the original console will also make the whole device much thinner and easier to fit inside the custom laptop chassis. Getting the tablet apart turned out to be harder than I expected. In fact, I accidentally made a few more cracks in the screen before I finally managed to remove the back cover. But at last, I had access to the inside. The first step is disconnecting all the little cables and removing the battery. Now, this is where things get tricky. On tablets like this, you usually can't just remove the battery or the device directly from the charger. In most cases, it either won't boot at all or will refuse to stay on. That's because the tablet expects to communicate with the battery protection circuit before it can even power up. So where is that circuit? It's actually inside the original battery pack, hidden underneath a layer of protective tape. Yep, there it is. After carefully separating the protection board from the old battery, I identified the positive and negative terminals, then soldered two wires directly to them. To make the connection more reliable and avoid any accidental shorts, I covered everything with heat shrink tubing. Now came the moment of truth. Would this actually work? 3, 2, 1, power up. Perfect. The tablet booted up without a problem. At first, I was powering it directly from the wall back. It worked, but that obviously isn't practical if I want this to be a full laptop. So instead, I switched over to this power bank, and thankfully, the tablet continued running perfectly. That means the power system is working exactly the way I need it. It's just one problem. This power bank was way too thick to fit inside the laptop. So the first thing I did was remove its outer casing to make the whole battery pack as slim as possible. Next, I needed to find the positive and negative power lines of the USB out. The goal is to plug the tablet directly from the power bank's circuit board instead of having to plug a USB cable into it every time. That way, I can mount the charging ports flush with the outside of the laptop and keep everything flush. Once I'd identified the correct terminals, I soldered a pair of wires directly to the positive and negative points. I checked the output of the multimeter, and the board was supplying power exactly as it should. The new power connection was working. Now, back to the tablet. The front glass and battery cracked, and while that won't affect my plan to turn it into a laptop, it definitely ruins the overall. So, it's got to be. Removing the glass does come with one major downside. The touchscreen will no longer work, but honestly, that's not a deal breaker. Since this project is going to use a keyboard and mouse, they're going to do what I need touching. After carefully peeling away the shattered glass, I thought, well, the LCD underneath is still in perfect condition. Get that out of the way, the most critical part of the project is finally finished. Now came the part I was least looking forward to, building the laptop's chassis. To make this project feel a little more unique, I decided to build the entire enclosure out of wood. Well, not solid wood. The material is actually pine wood. I chose it because it's strong, flat, easy to cut, and much more affordable than most alternatives. Although, as I would soon find out, it has one pretty annoying. The first piece I made was the display backplate. We left a little extra width on both sides so I have enough room later for all the tablet's ports and connectors. Once the back panel was finished, I marked the position of the front camera and drilled a small opening so it could still be usable. Next, I started building the display frame. I'd already measured and cut all of the wooden strips before, so all I had to do was glue them together into a felt shape. Before attaching that frame to the back panel, I had to connect every cable first, including the power cable and the micro USB cable. To save as much space as possible, I removed the bulky plastic housings from the micro USB connectors, making them much slimmer and easier to fit inside the frame. With the wiring finished, I could finally glue the frame into place. Getting every piece perfectly aligned took a bit of patience, but eventually everything fit together exactly the way I wanted. While I was at it, I also cut a small slot into the top edge of the frame to give me access to the tablet's power button for assembly. Once all the glue had cured, I grabbed some sandpaper and rounded off the sharp edges. That small detail makes the whole laptop feel much smoother and more comfortable. But that's what I discovered in the as soon as I sanded all the it wasn't a structural problem, but it definitely made the finish look a lot less gloomy than I did. Finally, I built the last trim piece of the audio. I drilled a small hole so the tablet's cables could be routed down to the laptop space. After gluing everything securely into place, the display assembly was finally complete. But then I took a step back and looked at the case. And honestly, I just couldn't ignore all the imperfections. The surface looked much rougher than I wanted, and I needed to repair it. So I made the decision to peel off all of the ugly veneer pieces to replace them with fresh ones. It took some extra time, but it was absolutely. This is the final result. It looks so much cleaner and far more polished than before. Next, it's time to build the base of the laptop. Just like the display, I used pine plywood for the main panel. I cut the bottom panel to match the exact size of the display, but I left about 1 extra centimeter along the back edge. Then I made 2 identical panels, one at the top base and one at the bottom. After that, I rounded off all the corners to give it a cleaner and more finished look. With the panels ready, I started planning the internal plan. I needed to find the best positions for the power bank, the USB ports, and of course, the keyboard and the top panel. Once I was happy with the layout, I could start building the side panels. After deciding on the overall height of the laptop, I cut each side panel to size. On the first side panel, I marked and cut openings for the power bank's ports so I could still charge it and access its buttons from outside the laptop. I did the same thing for the external USB ports, making sure everything would line up neatly once the case was assembled. Finally, I glued all of the side panels together to form the main frame. Before closing it up, I drilled a hole through the rear console to route all of the display cables down into the base of the laptop, keeping the wiring as clean and clean as possible. Next, I mounted the power bank in its designated spot using hot glue to hold it securely. With that done, it was time to install the keyboard. My goal was to have the keyboard sit flush with the top panel, giving the laptop a much cleaner, more integrated look. To make that happen, I traced the outline of the keyboard on the wooden panel and carefully cut out the opening. I had to take my time here because this plywood is pretty thick. One wrong cut and the whole piece would break. Luckily, everything fit exactly as planned. The keyboard dropped perfectly into place, and once I was happy with the fit, I secured the hot glue from the outside. To connect everything to the printer, I cut off the micro USB connector from the USB hub and soldered it directly to it. Wires had already prepared inside the tablet. This way, the USB connection is built right into the laptop without any bulky adapters or cables hanging out. Once that's done, I can use the external USB ports just like I would on a normal laptop for things like the mouse, the flash drive, or any other USB peripherals. Next, I turn my attention to the keyboard. Since the laptop already has its own power source, I removed the keyboard into the battery and wired it directly to the power bank instead. At the same time, I connected the tablet's power cable, so now both the tablet and the keyboard are powered from the same battery. At this point, everything was finally coming together. Now, for the moment, it's powered on and skip the not needing a touchscreen. Now it was time for the final assembly. First thing I did was secure the keyboard to the top panel, making sure everything was in line and firmly in place. The last piece of the puzzle, instead of making the PVC, it's open and closed all the time, while PVC is much tougher and can handle the stress much better. Once the hinges were ready, I bolted them into place, and just like that, the laptop was finally finished. Honestly, I couldn't stop looking at it. It has such a unique design, and it turned out even better than I imagined. Alright, let's power it on and see how this homemade laptop actually performs. With Wi-Fi up and running, I could finally connect to the internet. The first thing I tried was YouTube. At 480p, videos play surprisingly well. Playback is smooth enough for everyday use, and I didn't have any issues. Of course, I couldn't get this project done testing there. Frame rate hovers around 20 frames per second. It's definitely playable, although it still suffers from the occasional frame. The good news is that the keyboard works flawlessly, so controlling the game feels just like using a real laptop. Even the little details came together nicely. The battery percentage is displayed correctly. The keyboard can wake the tablet and turn the screen off, and the built-in camera is correct as well. For a laptop that started life as a bold Android tablet, I call that a pretty successful result. So after this whole process, I turned the whole tablet into a pretty unique laptop. While the performance isn't going to blow anyone away, it was a super fun project to do. So, what do you think of this setup? Drop a comment down below and let me know. At first glance, this looks like nothing more than an old Nintendo game. But hidden inside is a powerful 8-core gaming PC. It can play modern PC games and emulate countless classic consoles, all while keeping the original meaning. To make it all fit, I had to build an ultra-low profile CPU from scratch. I even used the original power button to turn the whole system on, just like a real game. I'm really excited to show you how I pulled this off, the challenges along the way, and just how powerful this tiny machine really is. Let's get started. It all started with this broken Nintendo Wii that I bought on eBay for just $400. If I remember correctly, I picked it up about 3 months before I even came up with an idea for this project. Funny enough, it ended up sitting on my shelf the whole time until now. According to some of the console had developed some kind of hardware fault and was no longer. Unfortunately, they didn't include the power adapter, so I had no way to test whether it was actually dead. Cosmetically, though, it's in pretty decent shape. It's a little dirty, but there are no deep scratches. So let's take it apart. The first step is stripping the Wii down and removing everything inside. This was actually my first time opening the physical consoles, and honestly, there's no way I would have figured it out on YouTube. Nintendo did an impressive job hiding the screws under rubber feet and plastic covers. Without a teardown guide, I probably would have spent hours just trying to find it. About 30 minutes later, I finally had everything apart, including the motherboard and the internal metal shield. To my surprise, the inside was remarkably clean. No obvious signs of corrosion or physical damage. So I'm definitely hanging on to the original. Maybe one day I'll repair it and turn it into an ultra slim custom Wii. That's a project for me to do. Right now, all I need is the shell. It's going to become the foundation of this build. As you can see, the Wii is incredibly compact. It's so small that even a mini ITX motherboard can fit inside. An STX motherboard is much closer in size, but the stock CPU is simply too tall for the case. At first, I considered using one of those tiny mini PCs instead. The motherboard is unbelievably small and fits inside the Wii with no spare. It doesn't even need an active CPU. The problem is, the hardware is just too weak for the kind of gaming experience I want. More powerful mini PCs exist, but they're far outside my budget, so I decided to stick with the STX motherboard. The plan is simple: keep the motherboard, but replace the stock version with a much lower profile one that can actually fit inside the Wii. Let me quickly go over the specs of this little PC. At the heart of the system is a Ryzen 7 7500G and 8 cores and 16 threads. It also comes with Vega 8 integrated graphics, which delivers performance roughly in the same ballpark as a GT 1032 gigabytes. Alongside that, I've got 16 gigabytes of RAM, which should be more than enough for what I have to. And for storage, I'm going with an M2 NVMe SSD. Not only is it fast, but more importantly, for a build this compact, it takes up virtually no extra space and doesn't require any additional cables. So the first thing I need to do is remove the original and figure out how to mount the board inside the case. First thing I needed to figure out was where the motherboard would sit. I line up the motherboard I/O port and on the back of the Wii. So the finished build would look as clean and factory-like as possible. Once I was happy with the layout, I marked the plastic support ropes that needed to stay and sketched out needed to cut away from the motherboard's I/O sheet. Then it was time to start cutting. Using a handheld delivery tool, I removed the plastic post. That gave me just enough inside the case, and thankfully, it fit almost perfectly. With the motherboard position finalized, I moved on to modifying the upper rear section of the shell to make room for the I/O ports. While I was working on it, I came up with another idea. Instead of leaving the opening exposed, I want to design a custom I/O sheet made specifically for this motherboard. It should make the finished build look much cleaner and more professional. After finishing all the rough cuts, I switched to a few smaller hand tools to clean up the edges. Finally, I sanded everything smooth, so the cuts looked much more like they came from the factory. At this point, I finally had enough space to start installing the hardware. The first thing I needed to do was mount the motherboard securely inside the case. I carefully marked the mounting holes, drilled them, and installed a set of 5mm motherboard spanners. On the underside of the case, I countersunk the holes slightly so the screw heads would sit flush instead of sticking out the bottom. With the standoff securely in place, I could finally mount them. Once everything was screwed down, I took a closer look at the rear I/O. As you can see, there was still a pretty large gap around the ports. Not only did it look unfinished, but it would also leave the inside of the PC exposed to dust, and even smaller specs, which is the last thing you want around electronics. So I decided to make a custom I/O sheet. I carefully measured the opening, transferred my template, and cut the panel to match the shape of the rear I/O. Honestly, this is one of those moments where I really wish I owned a 3D printer. It would have made this part much easier and given me a much cleaner and more professional looking result. Once I was happy with the fit, I sanded the edges smooth and finished it with a coat of matte black paint so it would blend seamlessly with the rest of the piece of steel. With that done, I installed the rest of the hardware and finally secured the motherboard in place. But at this point, I was far from finished. The next challenge, and probably one of the biggest in this entire build, was figuring out how to cool the CPU. As you already know, the original CPU was simply too tall to fit inside the meat. So if I wanted this case to close properly, I would have to build my own ultra low profile cooling solution. The first thing I needed was a heatsink, and not just any heatsink, but an energy extreme thing. I went through pretty much every heatsink I had lying around, hoping I'd find something that worked. Unfortunately, none of them were even close. Then I noticed something that gave me a really crazy idea: an old GPU heatsink. I never even considered using a graphics card heatsink to cool a desktop CPU. I had no idea. But at this point, it's pretty much my only option. So I grabbed a heatsink from the head graphics card and started taking it apart. Almost immediately, though, I ran into another problem. The heatsink was way too low. Some of the outer pins were hitting components around the CPU socket, preventing the heatsink from sitting flat against the processor. So, time to start cutting. I trimmed away the sections that were getting in the way. I wasn't removing a huge amount of material, so hopefully the impact of cooling performance would be down. A little more cutting and test fitting, perfect. The heatsink finally sat flat on top of the CPU. But now I had another problem. There was absolutely no way to attach it using the motherboard's original mounting. The heatsink and mounting bracket were never designed to work together, so none of the screw holes were done. My first solution was zip ties. Yeah, not exactly professional, and unsurprisingly, it wasn't secure enough. Even worse, if the heatsink got hot enough, those plastic zip ties could soften or potentially melt. So I needed something much smaller. That's when I decided to make my own mounting bracket. Luckily, I already had two metal CPU cooler mounting brackets lying around. They fit this heatsink surprisingly well. Once both pieces were ready, I ran bolts through the holes and secured them to the motherboard's original CPU cooler mounting brackets. And this is much better. The heatsink is now pressed firmly against the CPU, and the steel brackets are incredibly rigid. The next challenge was just as tricky, finding a cooling fan that was thin enough to fit inside the feet. Luckily, I still had the original fan that came with the GPU heatsink. It's incredibly slim, which makes it perfect for this thing. Even with the case closed, there's still enough clearance for the fan to spin freely. Now I just have to hope it's powerful enough to keep the CPU cool, and doesn't turn this tiny PC into an oven. With that figured out, I finally solved most of the hardest problems in this build. The next step was getting the original Wii power button to turn the PC inside. And just like I've done in some of my previous projects, the solution was actually pretty simple. I mounted a small momentary switch directly behind the Wii's original power button, carefully positioning it so that pressing the button from the outside would activate the switch inside. That way, I could keep the original look and feel of the Wii while using its factory power. Turn on an entirely different Let's give it a quick test before putting everything back together. Perfect. It works. Now there's just one final detail I want to take care of. On the front of the Wii, there's this large opening where the original disc drive used to be. And looking at it, I realized it's actually the perfect size for a couple of USB ports. So instead of letting that space go to waste, I decided to mount a USB hub directly behind the original disc slot. This gives me easy access to USB right from the front of the system, making it much more convenient to plug in things like a keyboard, and more importantly, I'm able to add that functionality without changing the Wii's exterior too much. With that done, there's really nothing left to do. It's finally time to put everything back together and find out whether this Wii gaming PC actually works as well as I hoped, and here it is. The final result. From the outside, it still looks almost exactly like the original Nintendo Wii, but inside, it's an entirely different story. Alright, enough talking. Let's power it up. Perfect. We have a display, and the system booted up immediately without any issues. Here's one thing I'm a little concerned about. Even while sitting idle, the CPU temperature is already hovering around 70 degrees Celsius. That's pretty warm. But what happens when I actually start gaming? Let's fire up Minecraft and find out. And take a guess at the temperature. Yep, 96 degrees Celsius. And no, that's not a monitor here. The CPU is actually running that hot. At this temperature, I did notice a little bit of gloom with the CPU occasionally dropping its clock speed to keep itself under control. But surprisingly, though, it wasn't enough to ruin the experience. Minecraft still runs incredibly smooth, and during actual gameplay, I barely noticed any performance issues at all. So the PC works, but clearly the cooling system still has some room for improvement. Admittedly, this upgrade isn't exactly practical, but it was a pretty interesting experience. You can easily install a lower performance CPU to keep temperatures down. What do you think of this build? Let me know in the comments. My nephew's laptop. Well, laptop might be giving it a little too much credit. Wait, is that an Apple logo? Just not Apple. This thing has exactly one button. With the power switch, play a few children's songs and loop the same cute animal animation over and over until the battery's done. Even the keyboard, mouse buttons, and touch bar are neat and fake. They're only there to make it look like a little laptop. But today I'm going to do something it was never designed to do, turning this toy laptop into a real gaming laptop. Let's get started. First, let's take a closer look at the laptop itself. I'm not hiring a designer. To figure out whether it's physically possible to fit new hardware inside. The first thing that caught my attention was the thickness. At around 3.5 centimeters, it's surprisingly chunky. But that's not really the problem. The real problem is how tiny it is. I searched through my entire collection of spare parts, and I couldn't find a single negative. It's not just the mother. The spine is incredibly small, too, only about 14 centimeters long. That makes this project much harder than I expected, because finding a screen that small isn't easy at all. Just when I was running out of ideas for what hardware could possibly put inside this laptop, I stumbled across something pretty interesting. Miniature desktop computers. These little machines are typically used in information kiosks and digital advertising displays. They picked this one up with circuits for convenience. Now let's see if it still works. Look at that, the Android logo. So this little computer is still alive. Unfortunately, it's pretty old. It's running Android 6, which is definitely even so, it's packed with some surprisingly clever hardware. It has a smooth 7-inch touchscreen along with decent selection. Mini HD and 9, even gigabit. Not bad for something that was never meant to be a consumer PC. As for the performance, we'll save that for later, because now comes what might be the hardest going to fit this entire Android mini PC inside the toy laptop. So the first step is taking the toy laptop. Getting inside the once I the inside was about as simple as it gets. There were only 2 tiny circuit boards and a single speaker, which makes perfect sense when you remember what this thing was supposed to be. The first job was obvious. Everything inside had to go. Every wire, every board, every unnecessary part. Next, I removed the display assembly. Wait, what is this? Instead of a real screen, there's just a printed picture being moved by a tiny 1-watt motor, almost like a miniature conveyor. It's a clever little toy. That's about it. I'm not going to spend too much time talking parts inside, so stripping the entire toy down only took a few minutes. Now it's time to take apart the Android Mini PC and see it. This small green door you're looking at is the heart of the entire system. It combines the CPU, RAM, and storage into a single compact unit. For a project like this, that's almost perfect. It's tiny, efficient, and incredibly easy to work with. So I disconnected all of the cables and lifted them up. Exterior display, fortunately, is all the pieces first, so removing it was surprisingly easy. Now comes the fun part. Figuring out how to fit everything inside the display cable was extremely short, so the motherboard was decided to then I'll have 4 lithium battery cells to power the entire system, after moving everything around. This is the layout I finally set up. The first step is mounting the new display into the toy laptop. To make it fit, I need to remove a few unnecessary plastic pieces and trim away several support clamps so the panel can sit perfectly flush with the top half of the case. Since the replacement display is slightly larger than the original opening, I also have to cut away part of the plastic bezel that's blocking the screen. Once that's done, the display drops right into place. Honestly, the fit is better than I expected. To secure it, I'm using hot glue on all 4 corners. It's simple, but it's more than strong enough for a project like this. If the display locked in place, it's time to figure out where the motherboard would go. Unfortunately, the original plastic standoffs get in the way, so they have to be cut out. While I'm at it, I'll cut a small opening along the top edge so I can still access the external ports. I'll fast forward. About 15 minutes later, everything is finally trimmed to size. Originally, I planned to mount the motherboard using 5mm standoffs, but the mounting holes are much smaller than I expected, so instead, it's way more solid than I thought it would be. Next comes something every laptop needs, a webcam. Luckily, the Android Mini PC already has one, so I removed the camera module, drilled a small hole in the front of the laptop, and mounted it in the perfect position. Just like that, this toy laptop officially has a working webcam. Now comes what might be the most time-consuming part of the entire build, getting rid of all these plastic supports inside the case. After nearly 30 minutes of cutting and trimming, finally had enough space to fit the rest of it. For power, I chose 3.7-volt lithium batteries. The first step is securing all 4 batteries firmly in place. Then I wired them in parallel, increasing the overall battery capacity while keeping the voltage the same. Of course, that creates another problem. The system needs 5 volts, not 3.7 volts. So I'll have a DC boost converter. Now, let's see if it actually works. After running through the boost converter, the output is now just over 5 volts. Exactly what I was hoping. The next step is identifying the positive and negative power terminals on the motherboard. Once I know which is which, I can safely feed power from the battery pack without risking any gain. After confirming the polarity, I soldered 2 wires directly to the power input. I'll connect these to the battery pack a little later. Next up is the power button. The original switch is tucked away in a spot that's almost impossible to reach once everything is assembled. So instead, I traced the 2 contacts that the button is pressed. Then I soldered a separate momentary push button to its contacts, giving me a much more convenient external power source. The last thing I wanted to relocate was the USB. I want all my USB connections sticking out the top edge of the laptop, so I salvaged a USB port from the dual circuit instead. After removing it, I soldered its 4 wires to the corresponding USB ports on the motherboard in the correct order. This lets me position the USB port wherever it's most convenient, instead of being limited by the original layout. Next, I need to separate the limited port directly to the motherboard. Once that was done, I mounted both the Ethernet and USB ports in the back of the toy laptop. But before any of that, I had to take some careful measurements and trim a few sections of the plastic so everything would fit together perfectly. With that finished, I connected the power wires to the battery pack, and at this point, the project was finally starting to come together. The next step was to my previous book. It's compact, practical, and fits this project perfectly, so I mounted it right next to the USB heater. Now it was time to install the power. I wanted to stay the toy laptop's orientation, so I mounted a small tactile switch underneath and attached the original power button panel on top. And honestly, I'm surprised by how good it is, which is actually really flexible. Now for one of the most important parts of any laptop, the keyboard. Unfortunately, the original keyboard on this toy laptop wasn't a real keyboard at all. It was just a single piece of molded plastic made to live with. Now, so I picked up this ultra compact Bluetooth keyboard instead. It's small enough to fit the overall design, although it's a bit shorter than the opening left hand. To make it fit properly, I fabricated a custom PVC mounting plate and cut out an opening to match the dimensions of the new keyboard. I chose this particular model because it's incredibly convenient. It connects over Bluetooth, has a built-in rechargeable battery, and charges through USB Type-C. But since this laptop already has its own battery pack, I removed the keyboard's internal battery and wired it directly to the main power system. That way, I never have to worry about charging it separately. Once everything was wired up, I secured the keyboard to the PVC plate, then put a matching opening in the top shell of the laptop, so the entire assembly can drop neatly into place. At this point, everything was finally ready. All that was left to do was put every piece back together and turn it into a complete laptop. And it's done. Honestly, from the outside, it's surprisingly enjoyable. What's even cooler is that it actually has all the essential features you'd expect from a real laptop. Alright, in there goes. Let's see if it actually works. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, it works! I was seriously so happy I could try. I honestly never imagined I'd end up building something this weird and somehow make it actually work. Alright, next. Let's connect a wireless mouse and see how it's like. This is honestly kind of insane. Everything works way more smoothly than expected. Even the Bluetooth keyboard responds really well, and the overall experience is surprisingly well. Now, the hardware itself is pretty modest, so performance is definitely good. As you can see, even YouTube videos can play smoothly at 480p. But considering what this machine actually is, I'd say that's still pretty impressive. As for the speakers, they're honestly much better than I expected, especially for a project like this. One thing I almost forgot to mention is that this little laptop even has a built-in camera, and honestly, I was genuinely surprised by how good it is. The image quality is way sharper than I expected. I'd even say it's better than the webcams in some modern laptops. Now, there's only one thing left to do: play some games. But then I remembered just how old the hardware inside this machine really is. The operating system is just as outdated, which means it no longer supports the Linux system. I tried sideloading a few games instead, but the whole process was painfully slow. Eventually, though, I managed to get Asphalt 8 up and running. And you know what? It was actually a lot of fun. Sure, the gameplay wasn't exactly smooth, but honestly, I wasn't expecting it. Considering the hardware I'm working with, I call this a successful result. So, what do you think about this tiny laptop? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Let me know down in the comments.
In notoriety. Could this be the case? Or has the mystery object blended in just well enough to escape deeper discovery? Over the years, there have been countless supposed alien sightings, with one of the most prominent occurring in early 1800s Japan. Whether it's simply a Japanese legend or a real recorded experience remains up for debate to this day. The event took place in 1803 in the Hitachi province of eastern Japan. A group of fishermen on the region's coast noticed a large ship drifting alone in the waters. Curious, the group towed the boat to shore to inspect it. The large boat resembled a wooden rice pit, with the upper half of the ship constructed of rosewood and the lower half of brazen plates. The strange ship was said to have windows made of crystal lined by an unknown resin. The fishermen decided to look inside the ship, where they saw inscriptions written in an unknown language. Suddenly, they came across a peculiar figure, a beautiful woman somewhere between the ages of 18 and 20, with very pale pinkish skin, striking red hair. She was donning clothes that were unrecognizable to the group of Japanese fishermen. Furthermore, she spoke a language the group couldn't understand, and held a box in her hand that she wouldn't let others go near. The villagers began to speculate as to who this woman could be. with one villager theorizing that the woman was a prominent figure in her homeland, wherever that may have been. He further speculated that she was cast away from her homeland after engaging in adultery, and inside the box that she so desperately protected was the head of her deceased lover. The other villagers became terrified and decided to send the woman back to her boat so she could drift away. This same story was recounted in 3 different texts over the years, with each text following the same themes of a strange boat that looked nothing like regular boats in the period, as well as a beautiful woman holding a mysterious box close to her. Plenty of Japanese and international researchers have tried to find an explanation for this story. Some believe that the drawings that accompanied the story portrayed what a typical Russian woman might have looked like at the time, including the description of her hair and skin. Still, plenty of other individuals, including ufologists, believe the incident was an encounter with an alien species, and the boat was an unidentified craft of some kind. However, many Japanese individuals believe this story is simply a myth, created in olden times to add to Japanese folklore. $1 million to demonstrate some paranormal activity. Talk about a good deal. While this isn't a mystery as such, it's well worth taking a look at. The $1 million Paranormal Challenge was initiated by the James Randi Educational Foundation in 1964 to any applicant who could perform paranormal or supernatural activity beyond a reasonable doubt. Over 1,000 people applied and every single one failed. James Randi, a prominent stage magician, believed that there was absolutely nothing magical about magic. It was simply a well-planned and put-together illusion. Upon hearing this claim, a parapsychologist challenged him to put money up against any potential paranormal challenger. Randi initially agreed to give out a $1,000 prize, but as the challenge grew in popularity, other organizations and individuals decided to join in on the fun, raising funds up to $1 million. Until the challenge's discontinuation in 2015, applicants attempted to demonstrate many different kinds of skills and abilities, including medical dowsing, mediumship, and the use of performance-enhancing bracelets. One prominent psychic, Sylvia Brown, was challenged live on air by famous broadcaster and journalist Larry King to take the test. Brown accepted. On September 3, 2001, Brown and Randi appeared on Larry King Live once more, but Brown refused to take the test. Afterwards, Randi posted a timer on his website that recorded the number of days and weeks that had passed since Brown accepted the test but failed to follow through. A martial arts group based in Bali, Indonesia, known as Yellow Bamboo, claim one of their members, Pak Nyoman Serengan, can knock down approaching attackers from a distance using only a piece of yellow bamboo. Sketchy, low-resolution videos were posted to the group's website showing the alleged abilities. Here's some footage of the group's practices uploaded to YouTube by IET4C0S. Participants run at a practitioner who shouts and pushes them to the ground, allegedly by some sort of invisible force. Volunteers working with the James Randi Educational Foundation agreed to travel to Bali and conduct initial testing on these abilities. However, the Yellow Bamboo group began making excuses as to why they couldn't participate. Eventually, James Randi called the whole experiment off. Out of the hundreds of applicants applying for the fund, none of the experiments were successful, though some critics disagreed with the sincerity of Randi's challenge, as the measurements of proving something was real without a doubt is hard to define. Still, the challenge was popular and remains a hot topic of conversation for paranormal fans around the world. Tina Resch's story seems too bizarre to be true, though sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Tina's story starts in October of 1969. Just a few months after she was born, her mother brought her to the hospital and left her there, abandoning her. She was there and adopted by Joan and John Resch, who were physically abusive to her during her childhood. When she was 14, Tina watched the horror film The Poltergeist, and the alleged paranormal activity that would follow her for the rest of her life began. Shortly after watching the film, strange events started happening when Tina was near. These included flying objects around the house and things falling down from the walls. Parapsychologist William Roll decided to investigate the case and stayed in the Resch's house. Roll claimed that there were indeed telekinesis events in the house, but never when Roll was actually looking at the objects in question. Reporter Mike Harden and photographer Fred Shannon were also given access to the Resch household, but, like Roll, didn't see any paranormal activity until they looked away. Shannon attempted to take a picture with his camera while looking in a different direction and managed to capture one photo of the house telephone flying across Tina's lap. Still, many speculated that Tina was able to manipulate the objects while others were looking away, probably because she was a young girl who craved attention. Subsequently, a video camera caught Tina knocking over a table lamp and screaming as if it happened in front of her, confirming many individuals' doubts about the paranormal activity. However, Tina Resch's story only gets stranger. As an adult, Tina was married and divorced twice and had one child. At age 3, Tina's child died. Both Tina and her then boyfriend were arrested and charged for murder, though Tina wasn't present when her daughter died. Still, Tina received a life sentence plus 20 years and remains in prison to this day. Tina didn't mention telekinetic activity during her trial, though perhaps such a tragic finale to such a bizarre life is no big surprise. Eerie screaming in the dead of night. It's a situation most of us have nightmares about at one point or another, but never really expect to actually experience in real life. For one Reddit user in Switzerland, Stix Sardinia, this terrifying situation became a reality during a stroll in the dark one unlucky evening. In the video, we see the ground where the camera operator is walking, a flashlight illuminating the path. A couple of seconds into the clip, we can already hear ear-piercing screams in the distance. Sounds continue to shriek as the camera operator walks forward. The cameraman lifts the camera up where we can see the continued dark wooded path. Shortly after, the clip ends and the screams fade away and stop. The Reddit user included a disclaimer with the upload of the video, saying that the screams couldn't be from foxes, as the surrounding forest is allegedly fox-free. Still, most other Reddit users believe that the screams were that of animals, including the possibility of birds, coyotes, or bobcats. Some users noted that the way the camera operator walks casually suggests it probably wasn't the scream of children, or else he would have had a greater sense of urgency in his movements. Regardless, this video remains hotly debated, and a potentially true nightmare come to life. For most, a home means shelter and rest from the outside world, a place where we can fully relax from our pending responsibilities. This is not the case for YouTuber Sabia L, an apartment renter in the Netherlands. Her home recently became a place where relaxing has become downright impossible. Instead, all she feels is terror. The first video the YouTuber shared to the site shows several instances of possible paranormal activity. In the clip, Sabia L shows us her kitchen before moving to her living room. Suddenly, there's a banging sound, and the YouTuber pans the camera up. We can see the ceiling lamp eerily swinging back and forth all on its own. Soon after, the kitchen lights begin to flicker on and off. YouTuber slowly walks back into the kitchen, and we can now see that all the cupboards and drawer doors have been opened. She then leaves the kitchen, walking back towards the living room. There's another banging sound from the kitchen, and she whips the camera around. This is where something truly eerie is caught on camera. Take a look. If we take another look, you can see a terrifying black shadow peeking out from behind the kitchen entrance. In the second video, we're back in the YouTuber's living room. For the first 30 seconds or so, nothing out of the ordinary happens. Until suddenly, the ceiling light begins to swing. Seconds after this, the curtains in the living room begin to move all on their own. Moments later, the YouTuber turns the camera to the kitchen. Watch what happens. As you can see, a bottle is suddenly thrown into the living room. The uploader walks straight into the kitchen, but there's no one there. She walks around, making sure the doors to the apartment are locked, proving no one could have snuck in or out during the clip. Videos are being viewed by thousands of people, causing a stir in the paranormal community. Many viewers believe in the authenticity of the videos, hoping that the YouTuber is finding a way to deal with the paranormal presences, or even encouraging her to move into a new home. A common suggestion by many has been that the apartment get blessed by a holy person such as a priest. Whatever the YouTuber decides to do, hopefully she does so quickly, before things get much more sinister. Sometimes getting a bad haircut can be scary in and of itself, but what about when alleged paranormal activity also gets involved during the experience? That's exactly what happened in one barbershop as uploaded by GQ Cuts on YouTube. The video begins with a brief explanation that the barbershop recently had security cameras installed inside. We then see footage from the security camera of the barbershop during the day. One barber cuts the hair of a woman while another worker stands by the desk and another customer waits nearby. Nothing seems amiss at first until about 30 seconds later. On the right side of the video, we can see something odd taking place. Take a look. As you can see, a blue cloak begins to slowly lift up, seemingly by itself. It continues to rise, and the customer behind the desk suddenly jolts up in fear, quickly walking away from the desk. The employees ask him what's wrong, and the customer explains that the cloak just moved. The employee is disregarded, but the customer continues to claim it happened. Now, while all this is going on, something else happens in the background that falls in the category of inexplicable. Have a look. If we play it back, we can see a mannequin head resting on a shelf. It starts to turn and face the customer. The customer then leaves and the clip ends shortly after. There are some characteristics of the video that have made some viewers suspicious that it's all just a hoax, such as the barber's grin towards the security camera at the very end of the video. Some believe the video could just be a prank pulled to raise publicity for the barbershop, while others think this is paranormal activity caught right in action. But what do you think's going on here? Let us know in the comment section below. Spending time with friends usually means having good times and forming fun memories together. What about when those times go from fun to downright horrifying? That may have been what occurred to one group of friends when spotting a creepy figure in the distance. This eerie clip was sent to us by one of our viewers, Bianca. Viewers see a group of friends hanging outside under blankets, chatting with one another. One of the friends pulls out his iPhone and checks the weather, discussing the temperature. This goes on for another minute or so, until the camera operator moves the camera around, where viewers can see a house in the distance. Watch what they caught on camera. Viewers can see two large yellow eyes peeking out from the doorway of the home. The eyes look like they're part of a larger yellow-brownish head. The camera operator turns the camera back in a panic and the video suddenly ends. The large eyes and peculiar shape of the figure certainly resemble an alien-like creature. The figure's grilling stare is also particularly haunting, almost as if it's stalking the boys. So, is this an intruder spying on the boys? Something a little more mysterious. Let us know your thoughts down below. It would seem an apparent haunting can happen at any time, anywhere. Popular YouTubers Mighty Car Mods have become one of the biggest sources of debate for paranormal fans recently, thanks to various sightings in their car workshop. In the first of 4 clips with potential paranormal activity, we see 2 men sitting in a car hooked up to a computer to monitor system stats.
Just wanted the noise, that's it, done. It's gonna...
They chat casually about the results. And suddenly, something very strange can be seen outside of the driver's window. Take a look. If we take another look, a nearly transparent white figure appears for a few moments before fading away. On closer inspection, it seems the figure is the face of a ghostly woman. In the second video, the YouTubers are working on a car engine. Keep an eye on the background.
We actually like this car is actually...
As we can see, an engine crane begins to move very slowly, seemingly all on its own.
Like this car is actually...
It creeps to the side before stopping for a moment, starting again until stopping a few seconds later.
It's worth saying, well, this issue that we had is the same thing that will happen if you actually didn't have it.
The third clip finds the 2 men standing next to a car talking to the camera. All of a sudden, a large wooden block in the background slides forwards and falls to the ground.
So, let's get to work, people. It's going to be...
One of the men freaks out, asking the alleged paranormal presence, what do you want and why?
So, let's get to work, people. It's going to be... What do you want? It's going on. What do you want from us? Seriously?
The fourth video finds the same 2 men standing near a car and talking, with another man in the background leaning over the engine. In the top left of the video, we can see a box sitting on the mezzanine. It slowly inches forward until it completely falls off and topples to the ground.
It's getting oil, but we've actually got to make it run.
One of the hosts states, that was weird.
We've actually got to make it run. That was weird. We've actually got to make it run properly, and that's why Dave's here.
The debate on these videos remains hot with many viewers. Some believe that some of the activities can be explained via a string or a person hidden off camera, manipulating or moving objects. Others think something more mysterious is afoot. For instance, some believe that the engine crane is way too heavy to be moved by a simple string. It's the same thing that happened here. Well, what do you think? Are these car shop owners having a bit of fun, or is their shop genuinely haunted? Slackcam viewer Mega Squirrel 64 Gamer sent in a video that captured something completely spine chilling right next to his mother in their living room. In the provided video, there's an explanation by the narrator that the ghost was caught on live camera. The footage was captured via their doorbell camera as they received a package. The video cuts to the footage in question, where we can see a woman, the uploader's mother, sitting on a couch. Our viewer claims they have no idea who the spooky figure is sitting right next to her. The figure seems to have a greyish face and is wearing a dark robe. The video then cuts to a shot from further away, where we see the viewer's father opening the front door with his mother, and the creepy figure is sitting in the background.
Now, as you see, he moved. It was so right there.
The uploader further explains that his sister was in the kitchen and he was upstairs, so there's no way to explain the figure as being a family member in disguise.
My dad moved in the package. What's that?
The clip is played once again in slow motion and with a close-up on the unknown entity before the video ends. The fact that the spooky figure is sitting so close to the narrator's mother makes this video both extra bizarre and frightening all the same. One viewer brought up the possibility of the figure actually being a demon hiding under a robe. Others thought perhaps it's a mannequin or a pile of clothing that just happens to look spooky. Give this clip another view and judge for yourself. Going hunting is a popular hobby for many individuals around the world. For YouTuber Tim Wales Bow Hunter, his hunting trip took a mysterious turn when he spotted something in the sky that couldn't be explained as just another animal. The video begins with the YouTuber broadcasting his hunting trip with his friend. The host states that they're hunting near Area 51 in Nevada, a facility in the US well known for being home to hush-hush experiments and operations as overseen by the US government. Just when they're about to wrap up their hunting session, they notice something strange in the sky.
Best I could tell, it was nearly a mile out.
The YouTuber zooms in on the object, which looks to be a small electronic device zipping through the air. The object moves very quickly against the wind, and the narrator suggests that it could be made of aluminium.
It looked like it was made of aluminum.
It then disappears from sight, leaving the hunters dumbfounded by what they just saw. The YouTuber suggested that it could be some type of UFO, which many believe are common in Area 51 and its surrounding locations, based off numerous sightings from other people. There were many other suggestions from other viewers, including the possibility of it being a balloon, a bird, or some type of humanoid. However, remember that it was flying against the wind, so that would rule out any kind of balloon. Many viewers were impressed with the quality of the video, as compared to many other similar UFO sightings that are often blurry or shaky. So could this really be some kind of craft being tested in Area 51? I'd love to get your take on this in the comment section below.
Moving fast against the wind.
YouTuber Stephanie Almagar claims to be able to see and hear dead people. In this video, she recorded some of the bizarre happenings that regularly occur in her home. She films her smoke detector beeping and explains that it sometimes goes off despite having no batteries.
You're gonna be that well, that nobody behind my door. This is a smoke alarm that I'm talking about. There's one right there. But they do it all through the house, they all do it, and not one of them have batteries in them. You can see if there's not even a red light.
Even an electrician was unable to find a reason for the unexplained sounds that it makes. Stephanie believes that the beeping indicates that a spirit may be nearby.
But do that beep, and I know when it's doing it, I've got to go. Something going on.
Suddenly, the TV in the living room turns on.
Now, okay. You hear that? My TV just came on. And the alarm just went off. Yeah.
A Mickey Mouse cartoon can be seen playing, creating a new vibe.
Oh, crap.
Stephanie asks the ghost to give her a sign if it was them that turned on the TV.
I'm going to reach down and turn it off. That's for the ghost. Give me another sign. Anything.
Suddenly, a light on the other side of the room mysteriously switches on. She crosses the room to show the location of the light switch, pointing out that if anyone had been standing there, they would have easily been spotted by the camera.
There's nobody in your house. Look, the lights are right there. Look, anything.
Then, just after she switches the light off, the camera captures something truly terrifying. Take a look.
It was even a look, anything.
If you slow it down, a creepy pale face in the corner of the adjacent room can be seen. Stephanie screams in terror and quickly leaves the area. However, she soon gathers the courage to return, only to discover that the room is now empty.
I am not losing my mind. What the hell? There's nobody in here. Look, there's nobody anywhere.
While viewers seem skeptical that the beeping smoke detector could be caused by spiritual activity, no one's been able to explain the other aspects of this video. How did the TV and lights turn on all by themselves? And who was the creepy figure lurking in the darkened room? If Stephanie really can see dead people, maybe it's time she thought about moving to a new house.
Turn it on. Even a look, anything. Oh my God.
Often, people think that ghost videos are only reserved for the dark recesses of YouTube and other social media platforms. However, when a reputable source like Asianet Subana News shares a ghost video, even the most hardened skeptics start to pay attention. The clip shows a group of men standing at a gas station. They're all looking towards the camera, completely oblivious to anything that's happening behind them. Suddenly, something bizarre happens. Take a look. As you can see, a ghostly figure floats past. It moves quickly behind the group of men before flying upward and disappearing into the sky. The figure's shape resembles a human figure with pieces of cloth or wisps of smoke trailing behind them. Some viewers have suggested that it reminds them of a witch flying by on a broomstick. However, in this case, the figure is transparent, making it impossible to confirm any definite details. So what could this eerie shape be? A ghost, a witch, or something else entirely? Take another look at the footage and judge for yourself. Sometimes it's hard to tell what's scarier, the normal or the paranormal. In this TikTok video from Blissfully Ironic, either explanation could be just as terrifying. The TikToker begins recording soon after he hears something in the backyard. At first, he suspects that it might be his neighbour, so he grabs a flashlight and peeks out the window. Unable to see anything unusual, he decides to open the back door and bravely steps out into the yard to take a look around. Hands the flashlight across the fence line, and just as it reaches the edge of a small shed, he spots the potential culprit. Take a look. Upon review, you can see a dark figure that quickly disappears into the shadows. Some viewers have suggested that it could be yet another sighting of a mysterious shadow person. However, others think it's more likely to have been a human dressed in a black face mask and dark clothing, which could suggest someone was casing the joint looking to break in. If you were confronted by an eerie figure in your backyard, which would you prefer? Some sort of supernatural entity or a human prowler with unknown intentions? In the future, this TikToker may want to think about installing some well-placed security cameras. Popular YouTubers, the Sidemen, regularly go to interesting locations to record their content. In this video, they gather at an abandoned prison to play a creepy game of hide and seek. The hiders head into the prison wearing the same style of orange jumpsuits typically associated with prisoners. It's the middle of the day, so they begin the game by searching for the darkest corners of the facility in which to hide. At one point, two of the crew head for the basement. As they enter, an eagle-eyed Redditor by the name of Rob Impulse has noticed something rather creepy. It seems that the Sidemen might not have been the only ones in the prison that day. At first, it can be very difficult to see, as the basement is made up of a series of dark, interconnected hallways. However, if we watch closely, you may be able to spot an unexplained figure lurking in the background. If you brighten the footage, it suddenly becomes apparent that the mysterious figure is also dressed in an orange jumpsuit, similar to the ones the players are already wearing. However, according to the video, only two crew members ventured into the basement. Sidemen clearly don't seem to notice the strange figure and continue their game.
One of you is in here, I can feel it!
Once the keen-eyed viewer pointed out the chilling figure, the speculation in the comments section began. Some suggested that it was probably just another member of the crew hiding in the darkness. However, others thought that the camera might have inadvertently captured the spirit of a former inmate. Have another look and judge for yourself.
I don't want to do it.
Home security cameras are becoming an ever more frequent source of creepy footage. In this video, TikToker Miss Hayley Michelle has spotted something strange that was captured by her front door camera. The motion sensor seems to have been triggered as two cars heading in opposite directions passed by the front of the house.
Okay, so this video again, I just wanted you guys to get a better idea of it and let me know.
At least that's what it looks like at first glance. However, if you zoom in and slow the footage down, you can see what the camera has actually captured is something else entirely. Turns out that there's actually only one car. The uploader mentions that at first they thought the second line could have been a reflection.
At first, it appears to be a car in the light moving in opposite direction. We thought it was a reflection until we
That wasn't until they noticed that it actually appeared to have legs.
see the car go by, and then we see the light go in the opposite direction. The light turns into an orb, which turns into legs, is what I'm seeing. You see this too?
The close-up shows what looks like an orb of light moving through the air at the same height and speed as the headlights of the other car. After it passes the car, the light gradually fades and seems to morph into a pair of human legs. Legs continue walking down the street until disappearing off-screen. Orbs are often thought to be common manifestations for spiritual energy. However, this may be the first time that someone's ever captured footage of an orb morphing into a partial human figure. Does this footage prove that orbs are indeed supernatural in nature, or could there be some other explanation for this strange footage? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
again. I just wanted you guys to get a better idea of it and let me know.
These days, whenever anyone hears a strange noise in their home, their first instinct seems to be to go and grab their phone and start recording. Sometimes the camera holder ends up with a terrifying video, like this one uploaded to TikTok by I Am the Hunter. The two people are clearly spooked when they hear strange noises that seem to be coming from the closet. They appear to be the only ones in the house and seem to have no idea who or what is causing the sounds. They cautiously approach the closet, calling out to whatever's inside. However, when they finally swing the door open, the space is empty. The camera holder then quickly turns around to continue searching the house for the source of the sound. As they do, they manage to inadvertently record the potential culprit. Upon review, a dark figure on the other side of the living room can be seen. It's only visible for a second, and if you're not paying attention, then chances are you'll miss it. Here it is again in slow motion. What do you think this eerie figure could be? A human intruder? Perhaps even a ghost or shadow person? Let me know your take on this in the comment section below. TikTok account Creepypasta regularly shares scary videos with no accompanying explanations. This piece of terrifying footage may just haunt your nightmares. The clip shows a young girl at a playground with her father. She points to something behind him, motioning for him to turn around. Immediately, we see what has caught her eye. As you can see, there's a foolish child lurking mere inches away from her father. She has ashen grey skin. Her dark sunken eyes and sinister smile seem to suggest her likely malevolent intentions. Clearly spooked by what he's just witnessed, the father drops the camera. If you watch the clip in slow motion, it seems to reveal that the foolish girl actually starts to vanish. Some viewers have suggested that it could simply be an ordinary girl wearing creepy makeup or even a mask. However, this doesn't explain how she manages to disappear in the final seconds of the footage. This mysterious vanishing act could suggest that the man and his daughter were actually confronted by some sort of terrifying ghost. Generally, going to the local store is a rather mundane task. However, not so for this man, who found himself the unwitting star of a very mysterious video. Let's take a look. The footage, which appears to have been taken from a security camera, shows the man standing in an aisle. He takes a product off the shelf and begins examining it. Suddenly, a box from the shelf behind him floats forward, appearing to hover in midair. A few seconds later, another box flies off the rack in front of the man and onto the floor. Surprised, the man bends down to pick it up just as the floating object also falls to the floor. Startled voices, presumably those of employees watching the footage, can be heard in the background, with one suggesting that it could be the work of a poltergeist. The way the first box appears to slide off the shelf and hang in midair without any support certainly seems within the realm of the supernatural. And with no other people standing nearby, it seems difficult to explain the situation any other way. If it turns out that this video does indeed show a poltergeist, then the man may have been incredibly lucky. After all, it seemingly chose only to manipulate the items on the shelf while leaving the unaware shopper to continue about his day. YouTuber Sylvia C is no stranger to paranormal activity. With many unusual events occurring in her kitchen, this video confirms what many often suggest, that the kitchen can be a dangerous place to be confronted by the supernatural. As the video begins, all seems normal. However, the peace and quiet is soon interrupted. As you can see, a piece of cutlery begins to swing back and forth all on its own. As the camera holder moves in for a closer inspection, it falls forward onto the countertop. Soon after, several more pieces are disturbed, almost as if violently knocked from their stand by some sort of unseen force. Then, just as everything seems to settle once again, a knife flies from a block and lands on the kitchen floor. Luckily, the camera holder is standing far enough away from the dangerous object, which could have caused a serious injury. The woman then asks the unseen entity if it needs her help in some way, and if so, to move something as a sign.
You want my help? Please, something if you want my help.
No sooner have the words left her mouth, but the pot on the stove begins to turn.
You want my help? Please, something if you want my help.
Many viewers have questioned the intentions of a potential poltergeist in this video. The sharp knife being thrown onto the floor is certainly suspicious. However, the fact that the entity appears to respond when the woman asks if it needs help suggests that it might simply be manipulating its surroundings in an effort to get the woman's attention.
You want my help? Please, something if you want my help.
Could it be possible that this video actually shows evidence of a ghost reaching out to the living for help? Perhaps a trapped spirit unable to move on, or even a former resident of the house trying to communicate. Whatever the case may be, let's hope that this woman's able to figure out its message sooner rather than later.
You want my help? Please, something if you want my help.
Most people probably have an idea of how they think they would react if they were to come face to face with a ghost. While many may see themselves acting brave in such a situation, the truth is that most would probably run in fear. In this video, shared to YouTube by Maduka Narote, we get to see what a genuine reaction to something supernatural might look like. The footage, which appears to have been captured on a security camera, shows a room with a desk and two chairs opposite it. A man sits behind the desk using his phone as two other men enter the room from the front door. The three of the men begin to speak before one of the men leaves. The two remaining men continue to talk for several more seconds until something eerie is captured on camera. Take a look. Startled, the pair look at the chairs. However, they soon resume talking. Suddenly, the chairs move once again. This time, they're lifted into the air with enough force to slam into the door. Scared, the men scatter. One runs through the front door while the other opens a side entrance and flees into the darkness. Understandably, this video has been met with mixed opinions. Some feel that the clip's been staged, noting what appears to be some overacting. However, others in the comments section think it's actually a genuine response. Imagine how you might react to the same situation. Running for the nearest exit certainly seems like a logical thing to do given the circumstances. Surely no parent ever wants to witness something creepy occur around their child. Unfortunately, that seems to be what happened to YouTuber Original Bayless as he was filming his toddler playing on the floor. In the video, we see a young child sitting in a living room with a mix of toys scattered behind them. The child's father explains that for the last 5 minutes, one of the toys has been moving by itself without explanation.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can see that thing just keeps moving completely by itself.
It continues to rotate in a circle.
Doing its own thing there.
At one point, the toy appears to hit a green ball, causing it to roll forwards.
Nothing really around. 2 minutes for 5 minutes or so.
The general consensus from viewers is that the toy's movement is certainly creepy. However, some have wondered if the toy itself is motorized and has a rolling head.
Creepy.
So what do you think? Is the uploader just playing funny buggers with us? Or is this genuinely something supernatural caught on film? I'd love to hear your opinions in the comment section below.
Nothing really around it. 2 minutes for 5 minutes or so.
Most people visit the library in order to read or study in peace and quiet. In this video, however, there's anything but tranquility. In the footage, which appears to have been taken from a series of internal security cameras, you can see various areas of the library. One in particular picks up something rather unusual. Take a look. The eerie stillness is suddenly interrupted when one of the books at the table appears to levitate in mid-air. The book then opens up as if someone or something is attempting to read it. While there's little information available on this footage, all we can do is speculate about its authenticity. However, the original uploader has circled what appears to be a fan attached to the ceiling in the upper left corner of the video. If you look closely, you can see that it seems to be switched off, ruling out the possibility of it being somehow responsible for the book's movement. Still, even if the fan was working, it would do little to explain the book's seeming ability to hover in mid-air. Of course, a lot of people have pointed out that it could just be CGI. So what do you think? CGI hoax or genuine floating book? Let me know what you think down below. As is often the case, renovating a house can lead to some strange discoveries. Bizarre items in the attic or an old newspaper between the crawl space. However, discovering a dormant, potentially dangerous paranormal presence is probably not that common. Initially, YouTuber Rocky Mills thought that it was a squatter that might have been responsible for a series of mysterious incidences that occurred in a property he was renovating.
Hello?
In the video, he begins to explain what's been happening as he wanders around the house.
And I think there's a squatter in this house. Think it's in here.
When he reaches the basement, he points the camera down the stairs and falls out into the darkness.
Hello?
Receiving no response, he decides to move on.
Hello?
After another minute or so of searching, the door slowly begins to open. The man cautiously moves in for a closer look. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone or anything nearby. Suddenly, the door to the basement slams shut. The man immediately opens it and crawls down the stairs one more time. Again, there's no response.
Who is it?
The light then begins to flicker. Spooked, the man drops the camera and runs from the building. All seems still and quiet until something rather chilling occurs. Take a look. The camera begins to spin wildly as a deep breathing sound can be heard in the background. It continues for several seconds before coming to a stop. The camera then remains motionless on the floor for another minute or two, and the man comes back to pick it up. Many viewers agree that the activity seen in this video appears to be genuine, and that the man made the right decision not to enter the basement. Could it be possible that the renovations disturbed some sort of supernatural entity that was lying dormant in this house's basement? Perhaps all the spirit wanted was to be left alone.
Who is it?
While the favourite haunts of the supernatural seem to be old, decrepit, or well-lived-in buildings, could it be possible that restaurants are also prone to paranormal sightings? That seems to be the case in this video uploaded to YouTube by Daily Pakistan Global, who captured the footage whilst eating at a restaurant named Broadway Pizza. The narrator explains that he and his friend had just come into the restaurant to grab some lunch when they thought they saw one of the chairs move by itself.
So we just came to Broadway for lunch, and it's this.
Thinking quickly, the YouTubers pulled out a camera and attempted to catch the potential poltergeist in action. Sure enough, after a few seconds, one of the chairs moves, as though being pulled by some sort of unseen force.
This chair literally moved.
The narrator and his friend react in shock, and the clip abruptly ends.
This chair literally moved.
Viewers have several theories about this video. Some have suggested that it might be a promotional stunt cooked up by the restaurant's owners. Others are more confused and surprised by the footage and are not sure what to believe.
I was lived in Ashikanas Road. This chair literally moved.
Without further information, this clip can only remain open to interpretation. Does it show something supernatural, or could it be a clever plan to attract more paranormal enthusiasts to the restaurant? While videos of objects moving around or falling off tables for no obvious reason are certainly scary, when they contain a potential paranormal entity, they become a little more chilling. That may be just what occurs in this clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel DM Secret Facts. In the video, we see what looks to be a kitchen. In the foreground, there's a table and chairs. Suddenly, the ceiling light begins to flicker, illuminating the room with an eerie glow. Several objects fall from the table. And the lamp begins to bend. All is still until a menacing black figure suddenly appears at the table. The figure is only visible for a split second. However, if you pause the footage, you can see it in greater detail. Take a look. Shortly after, the figure reappears, this time in the kitchen. As before, its appearance is brief, and only those with a keen eye are likely to see it. A moment passes, then the door in the background begins to open and close, seemingly all on its own. While the initial movement of the objects on the table is difficult enough to explain, the sudden appearance of the dark, shadowy figure is even weirder. Though it's only visible for a split second, its presence evokes an uneasiness that only adds to an already creepy video. A video that seems to offer more questions than it answers. So what do you think the mysterious figure could be? A ghost, shadow person perhaps, or is it simply a glitch in the film? Let me know what you think in the comment section below. There's nothing creepier than taking a leisurely night stroll at a local park and seeing something that can't be explained. One Reddit user, STXBark, shared 2 pictures that show just that situation. Originally believed to have been taken in Mexico, before it was then proven that they were actually taken in Manchester, England, by Twitter user Iconic Autograph. In the first picture, taken at night time, viewers can see a tree. Perched high up is a dark, menacing figure with piercing white eyes looking directly into the camera. Even stranger is the fact that the figure seems to be wearing some type of white hood over its head. In the second photo, the bizarre figure has moved slightly, seeming to grasp onto the tree as it continues to stare into the camera. The story behind the 2 pictures is somewhat complicated. The original poster claimed that these photos were taken in a mountain range in Mexico by a man who believed it to be a bruja or witch. In Mexican culture, brujas are known to cause trouble for those around them. Another idea was that the figure could be a narwhal or a human who has the ability to take on an animalistic shape. A user who stated the pictures were actually taken in Manchester received several suggestions about what it could actually be. Many believe that the figure could be some type of animal, perhaps a dog or small bear, but one has to wonder how a dog could climb a tree as suggested by the photo. Since there's yet to be a confirmation as to what or who this might be, the mystery remains open for all to contemplate. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the audience. What do you think that thing is? Let me know in the comment section below. Human photobombers can be annoying / hilarious depending on the circumstances. What about ghostly photobombers? This spooky interruption happened to Reddit user BRevolution4581 during a wedding party in Canada in 2018. In the photo, we can see 2 men sitting at a table posing for a picture. Just behind them stands a man, semi-transparent, with short black hair, yellow eyes, and dark lips. The man looks right at the camera with a devilish grin. The photo is certainly creepy in its own right, but it's the story behind the picture that adds to the scare factor. The original uploader of the image revealed that he had often received scratches on his skin at his house prior to this particular photo being taken, and felt strange burning sensations right before the scratches would appear. He's never been able to find the reason behind these strange injuries. No one remembers a person walking by when the photo was taken, so it does make it difficult to confirm whether the figure in the photo was just another partygoer. Even creepier, the men claimed they were directly against the wall, so it would have been impossible for someone to be standing behind them. Could this spooky figure, captured on film, be the same one causing the scratches and burns to the unlucky original poster? Waverly Hills Sanatorium has the honour, or misfortune, depending on who you ask, of being one of the most haunted places in all of America. Originally opened in 1910 to house tuberculosis patients, the sanatorium is now open for haunted tours and paranormal investigations. One Reddit user, GhostGuy68, had the opportunity to see something extra ominous on a tour of the facility. It seems to prove why this place is so popular with fans of the paranormal. Viewers can see a black and white photo with a white post to the center right. To the left of the post stands the figure in question. On closer inspection, viewers of the picture can make out what seems to be a human-shaped ghost with a white head. The Reddit user who shared this image explained that he shot the photo with a regular digital camera with no flash. It wasn't until he lightened the photo up in editing that he saw the mysterious figure, so he denies that the figure could be the result of a flash or any other camera malfunction. He also believes that the figure seems to be a nurse carrying a clipboard or chart. As the sanitarium has a long history of employed nurses, this may well be a ghostly nurse of the past. The question then becomes if she has good intentions or not. Photos of young children are supposed to act as memories of cute moments in a child's life for family members to look back on. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for Reddit user Lord Cancer's nephew. In one eerie photo, this young child was seen with something far from cute. Even worse, the photo itself has been the center of many mysterious disappearances. In the image, we can see a young child crawling on the floor, looking up at the camera. Above him and to the left, we see something that looks anything but normal. There's a black shape that may be a type of chair with a greyish-looking purse hanging off of it. Extending from the chair is a white, ghostly long arm, and what looks to be a hand floating directly above the child. Around the long arm seems to be other formations of white that resemble wisps of hair. The child's uncle revealed that ever since this picture was taken, the photo has been found in various parts of the house, with no explanation as to why it had been moved. None of the other family members claimed to have ever touched it. As a solution to this terrifying problem, the family glued and taped the image to a photo album so it wouldn't disappear. Additionally, the uncle reported that one time when the child was younger, he had mentioned seeing grey shapes in a field where a plane had once crashed. Could this child be prone to paranormal figures and activity? And if so, could the figure in the photo cause other ghostly figures to want to show themselves to this child? Throughout the paranormal community, there have long been discussions about parallel universes, with many believing that these other universes could be home to alternative versions of ourselves or others. Much of the time, people believe that figures of an ulterior universe come with bad or downright scary intentions. On Reddit, user RightPercentage2310 offered a photo that may be an example of this happening right before our eyes. In the photo, we see the Reddit user to the left smiling and looking somewhere off frame. To the Reddit user's right is some glass, explained later to be the windshield of a pickup truck. Upon closer inspection, we can see that, although this appears to be the same girl, the perspective is all wrong, and she has a completely different facial expression. Instead of smiling, she looks angry with no smile whatsoever. Right Percentage 2310 explained that her brother took the photo as she was sitting on the passenger side of a pickup truck. When she first had the photos developed, she flipped through the collection and didn't take any notice of the difference in the reflection. In fact, years had passed before she noticed the bizarre perspective and unusual reflection. She offered the idea that it could simply be a case of double exposure. However, others are convinced this is a glimpse into a parallel universe. Give the photo another look and tell us if you think this could be an alternate version of the Reddit user or simply a camera trick. Let us know down below. Over the years, security cameras have caught many kinds of interesting sights, from insects on the lens to wandering children and even paranormal activity. Reddit user mshell2003 gave viewers an example of the supernatural variety with the photos shared to the site. In the first photo, we see the inside of a house. In the center of the photo sits a woman on a reclining chair. Right on top of her appears to be a lit-up figure that looks to be a child. It doesn't seem that the woman is aware of the figure right in front of her. In the second picture, we see a porch outside of a house at night time. A woman stands on the porch to the lower right-hand side of the photo. To the left of her was to be a small white-grey figure on the move, perhaps running towards the woman. Commentators of the photos have inquired about the history of the house, as they believe there may have been a strange or tragic event that transpired in the house's past that could be used to explain the bizarre happenings. The original poster wasn't aware of any past weird happenings occurring at this residence, leaving this mystery completely open. The house owners can only hope that the potential supernatural beings don't have any sinister intentions up their sleeves. Who do you think these two bizarre shots have captured? Let me know in the comment section below. There's sleep talking, sleepwalking, and then sleep bonding with ghosts. This is possibly what happened to Reddit user Additional Matter 745. After weeks of sitting up in her sleep, moving her arms around and mumbling to herself, her husband finally caught what could have been the cause of all the strangeness at night time. In the photo, we see the Reddit user sitting up in her bed, eyes closed, with her arms out, presumably how she acts every night when her husband sees her. Directly above one of her hands rests a separate orange hand with a slender arm that doesn't seem to lead to any person. The orange hand just hovers by itself. Although it's somewhat of a horror movie cliche, the woman in the picture revealed that the photo was taken inside of her home on a Native American reservation in Minnesota. There have been stories of ghostly spirits or paranormal figures roaming indigenous reservations over the years. This is not the first time this woman has seen something abnormal appear in her bedroom, making her certain that this isn't a one-time event. Could this orange hand really belong to a spirit of the reservation? If it's trying to make contact with this woman in her sleep, what message is it hoping to convey? Without more info, this bizarre occurrence will have to remain a mystery. Reddit user Europe is My Nation shows us another instance of a ghostly figure photobombing what was supposed to be just another nice photo. In this case, the photobomber looks to be none other than an old-fashioned soldier, proving neither annoying nor amusing, but downright terrifying. We see two individuals sitting on chairs outside in the dark. In the center right of the picture, we see a grey, ghostly figure that resembles a human male. The figure looks to be wearing a type of old-fashioned soldier's uniform, looking more specifically like a Confederate soldier. The ghostly soldier seems to be holding a musket in his arms and looks right into the camera. Some commentators originally believed that the figure was simply a bunch of branches wrapped around together from trees in the background. These users decided to enlarge the picture and zoom in on the so-called soldier, quickly changing their minds as to what it could be after getting a closer look. The shape of the figure is distinctly human, and the object he carries definitely resembles an old-school musket. Could this soldier be paying a visit to an old battleground that he once died on? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this mysterious photo in the comment section below. Now, if you enjoy these longer episodes, then check out our previous compilations. There's one right there. Otherwise, you can binge on our giant paranormal playlists right here as well. Now, leave us a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the scariest or weirdest. We love getting your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some super creepy things that have been caught on camera that are starting to freak the internet out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. It's like this. In this clip uploaded to Durban Paranormal on TikTok, we see CCTV footage of some kind of large room. It was captured on September 12th, 2021 at around 4:30 in the morning. There's two security guards on the left-hand side of frame doing their rounds when suddenly something strange happens. Watch. See it? It It's subtle, but watching that again, you can see the chair in the center of frame move. See it? One of the security guards approaches the table, looking at the chair for a moment before turning to leave the area. The other security guard approaches and touches the chair as well, clearly puzzled. The two talk for a few seconds before exiting the frame together. The person filming the clip is actually another security officer sitting in the camera room. He's filming the security monitor with his phone. He says that the two guards we can see on camera actually reported the moving chair to him, so he could review the footage and see what actually happened. And as you can see, upon review, there's no easy way to explain the chair's movements. One guard goes on to look, and there's no what's going on. The guard's reaction looks quite genuine, and the fact that they radioed the incident into the security desk does make you wonder what actually made the chair move. Was it something supernatural? Is there another way to explain this strange clip? See it? This bizarre dashcam feed was released to the public by the Florida Highway Patrol. It's an incident that took place on July 20th, 2022, in front of a public supermarket in Lake County, Florida. And look at what unfolds. At first, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on, but a woman holding a pitchfork and a bullwhip can be seen walking in front of the patrol car. She stands in the pouring rain with her arms out wide. Officer pursues the woman. The suspect was later identified as 56-year-old Lisa Sloan. The manager of the public supermarket said that Sloan had been spotted trying to sell stuffed teddy bears behind the store the day before. She also allegedly stabbed a passing minivan with a pitchfork. According to the arrest report, Sloan refused to drop her weapons and resisted arrest. Once in the squad car, she unbuckled her seatbelt and tried kicking out the windows. She told police she felt no more pain anymore and that God was in control. A toxicology report later showed that Sloan had drugs in her system at the time of arrest. Our last piece of footage technically isn't a Ring doorbell, but it is security footage nonetheless. This is the chilling interrogation footage of the confessed killer, Stephen McDaniel. For over 2 hours, investigators come and go, asking questions. Keep an eye on how eerily still McDaniel remains the entire time. The time-lapse security footage shows him moving his head slightly. His torso remains bizarrely still for over 2 hours. At the time, McDaniel didn't confess, but his demeanour alarmed the investigators who had already flagged him as a person of interest some days earlier. In June 2011, McDaniel murdered his Mercer College classmate and neighbour, Lauren Giddings. During the 4 days that Giddings was reported as a missing person, McDaniel played the role of a concerned neighbour. He even did an on-air interview with local news station News Central.
No one's seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I've always heard noise outside, but it's people walking by very much.
In the interview, McDaniel pretends he doesn't know where Giddings would be.
was way bad. But the enemy tried to pass me when I want to hurt her.
Yeah, we don't know where she is. The only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
However, when the reporter mentions that the police may have found a body, Daniel's demeanor changes dramatically.
What about the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of actually recovered some of the body, whatever they recovered from there. Have you heard? Have you been here?
This is the exact moment he knows he's been caught.
I mean, we don't know who came first. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body or we don't know who came first. That's how we're gonna ask the world. They don't get there. They don't get there.
I think that's
Okay.
McDaniel ultimately confessed to the murder and was sentenced to life in prison. He's currently serving his sentence in Valdosta State Prison and will likely remain there the rest of his life. In a video uploaded to the YouTube channel Maximum Disclosure, a mysterious dark entity can be seen wandering around the family's kitchen. The footage has left many wondering whether shadow people could in fact be real. According to the video's description, after the family started noticing strange things happening in their kitchen, they decided to set up a security camera in hopes of finding out the cause. The footage, it seems, may have captured more than they bargained for. The room is dim, with only the area near the floor illuminated by the light from the hall. If you watch the doorway closely, a strange shadow begins to form. Its shape and consistency fluctuate, but it's clearly quite large. At some points, it takes up the entire doorway. After lingering for a few seconds, the shadowy figure slowly moves into the room. Moments later, it just disappears. The family has no idea how to explain the bizarre footage, but the images on tape are certainly difficult to deny. Several viewers have likened the figure to a shadow person, a type of spiritual entity many claim to have witnessed lurking in their periphery. Typically appearing in darkened areas, shadow people are generally thought to be harmless. Still, seeing one is likely to be terrifying. As one starts watching this creepy footage, it's tough to decide where to look. The warehouse is cluttered with boxes. When a strange figure pops its head out from behind the shelf, it's impossible to miss. It shows up about 12 seconds into the footage. The figure seems to have a white face and it looks like it's floating. This spooky image moves its torso from out behind the shelf for a second or two before zipping away. The figure is visible in the gap between the black shelves, so viewers will be able to see it moving. When it does dash away, it's impossible to tell where it goes or how it entered the space initially. So what is it up to? Perhaps the ghostly figure is a former worker who still thinks he needs to complete inventory. Some viewers have even suggested that the figure looks like an alien grey. If so, why would it be working in this random warehouse? This next terrifying piece of footage was uploaded to Item Fix by user Area 51. Oh. This doorbell security camera has captured the terrifying moment a wayward tire careens out of control into a house. It slams into the front door and even appears to ring the doorbell in the process. tyre sits smouldering in the front yard as someone comes into view, really bewildered by what's just happened. So it seems same-day delivery services are getting just a little too quick these days. This supernatural security footage shows the inside of a garage. A wide-angle fisheye lens is used, which allows for an outstanding range of vision. It's a very typical garage with cars sitting outside in the driveway and various outdoor and gardening items sprinkled throughout the area in front of the doorway. As the video begins, we can clearly see that it's nighttime. After a few seconds, a mysterious light descends from the sky. It disappears for a moment before seeming to travel right through the side of the truck in the driveway. At first, it looks sausage-shaped, but as it moves, its almost wisp-like consistency becomes apparent. Once it makes its way into the garage, the bizarre apparition vanishes almost as quickly as it appeared. There isn't anybody around in the shot and no noise to indicate anyone lurking on camera. If you slow the footage down, you can see that the mysterious shape's movements seem somewhat purposeful, yet very odd. Perhaps the eeriest notion is that the light seems to disappear into thin air once it enters the garage. What do you think this security camera has captured? Could it be proof that a ghost is haunting the property, or is there another explanation for this creepy video? A cemetery, such as the one shown in this video from the YouTube channel DM Secret Facts, seems like a logical place for a ghostly encounter. It's thought that many spirits linger near their final resting places, so who knows how many ghosts could be haunting your local graveyard. The clip shows a quiet cemetery filled with bright white tombstones. At first, it's unclear why the camera is focused on a large memorial statue some distance away. As the camera quietly rolls, a ghostly shape peers out from behind the statue. We can see only part of the figure, but it seems ethereal and wispy. It moves as though it's hiding from the camera, curiously peeking out to see what's happening. Judging by the footage, it doesn't seem to be malicious, but rather nervous or inquisitive, perhaps alarmed that it's been spotted. Could this really be a ghost wandering the cemetery? Considering how camera-shy it appears to be, it seems that we may never be able to confirm exactly what it is. In the dry land of Kansas, fire is an always present concern. However, the homeowner in this video was not expecting to see raging orange flames when he checked an alert from his doorbell camera. Much to the homeowner's surprise, the video feed revealed a fire licking at the foliage in the front yard of the home. In the distance, the video shows another building completely engulfed in flames. The homeowner later found out that a nearby apartment building had caught fire and that the flames were spreading throughout the neighborhood. Several buildings had already succumbed to the flames when the inferno spread to this homeowner's front yard. The video shows a neighbor attempting to stomp out the flames. The homeowner hurried back to their house when they saw the video, expecting to find their home burning to the ground. However, the neighbors in the doorbell camera video had successfully stopped the fire from making its way to the house, saving this fortunate person's home. While the video of the fire is certainly terrifying, this story at least had a happy ending for one homeowner. Next up is some chilling CCTV footage from South Korea. In May of 2019, a young woman from Silin district of Seoul was returning home after a night out with friends. That's what the security cameras captured. As you can see, the woman only narrowly gets into her apartment before a suspicious-looking man tries to hold open the door and enter. Paces back and forth for a while. He even tries moving the door handle. Eventually, he leaves the area. The woman called the police, and this piece of visual evidence went viral around the internet. At one point in the clip, you can see that the man realizes he's being filmed. Following morning, the man turned himself in to the authorities. Known only as Joe, the 30-year-old man claimed he was drunk and doesn't remember following the woman to her apartment. The police initially charged the man with trespassing, but after public outrage, the man was charged with more serious offences and is facing several years in prison. This is an old piece of dashcam footage that's been puzzling viewers for over a decade. In May 2009, a police patrol car in Lumpkin County, Georgia, spotted something strange down a dark highway at night time. The officers are chatting amongst themselves when they spot something walking on the side of the road. It can be hard to see at first, but if we brighten the image and slow it down, you can make out a dark bipedal figure running alongside the road. You can see that it takes 3 or 4 steps, then disappears from sight. You can tell by the officers' conversation that they're clearly alarmed and have no idea what it is exactly they saw on the side of the road. Over the years, numerous theories have been thrown around, the most prominent being that this is a glimpse of Bigfoot. Proponents of this theory note the fact that the figure runs on 2 legs, and its dark appearance might suggest a thick matting of fur. Others, however, think that the footage is just too dark and grainy to draw any conclusions, and have suggested it could just be kids pulling a prank. So where do you land on this classic sighting? Is it really Bigfoot, or is there another way to explain it? Let me know your theories in the comments down below.
Did you see that? Yeah.
Whenever someone goes out for a tasty meal, they probably don't anticipate being served from a haunted kitchen. However, after seeing this footage shared by Desdi Masala Zerchu, that could be the kind of grade A ghostly service that one might receive from this commercial cookery. The footage opens up with a woman in a well-lit and tidy kitchen working inside a large refrigeration unit. She's organising the various meals and other prep items for the dinner rush, and doesn't seem particularly fazed by anything. After spending a while rummaging around, something unexpected catches her attention. She jumps in shock, flinging the refrigerator closed in response to the ghostly action. Seemingly for no reason at all, we see a small bowl of flour flung violently from the stainless steel rack behind her, closely followed by a red cup. The cup goes spinning off to the corner of the kitchen near a trash can, and the flour falls in a heap on the floor. After pausing for a moment to examine the situation, bizarrely, the woman just returns to stacking the refrigerator. Though the incident could have been some type of elaborate prank, the footage doesn't show any sign of human activity in the kitchen. Considering that it seems there isn't much room to fit behind the stainless steel rack, it's highly unlikely that anyone could have thrown the cup and spilled the flour with such aggressive force. What then could have caused such a startling event? Have you ever had something unexpectedly happen in the kitchen? Perhaps a misplaced item or dish that suddenly fell to the ground? If so, remember that this footage seems to show that hauntings could occur just about anywhere. Sometimes the scariest paranormal entities are those that can't be seen at all. And while it's often thought that children possess the ability to sense these spirits, sometimes footage surfaces that shows that some adults may be able to see things that others can't. This video was supposedly captured on a security camera in a large shopping center in Mexico City named Plaza Metropoli. At first, we can see a security guard standing next to what appears to be a completely empty dining table. The guard is looking at one of the chairs as if inspecting it. He continues to stare at the empty chair, tilting his head before reaching out a hand and waving it over the top. He then begins to talk, suggesting he's not actually inspecting the furniture at all, but rather conversing with an invisible person. Points his finger as if telling the entity to leave. The video then cuts to footage from a different security camera. This one shows the security guard looking around as if double checking to make sure he's not being followed. Then opens a door that leads inside and quickly runs from view. The way that the security guard interacts with the supposed invisible entity is certainly suspicious, and his behaviour at the end of the video seems to suggest that he may have left the area in a panic. Despite the fact that there was clearly no visible presence sitting in the chair, it certainly appears as though he was spooked by something. Could this simply be a case of someone who's worked too long and late and then he's begun to see things that simply aren't there? Or perhaps he was just pulling a prank on his co-workers sitting in the security office. But the most chilling conclusion of all suggests that there really was a ghostly visitor at the middle of that night. This is a creepy little piece of footage taken in an unknown part of the US. It shows a woman lurking outside a house acting strangely. She approaches the doorbell camera but is startled by a passing car. She tries to act naturally so as not to draw attention to herself. Once the car passes, she once again approaches the camera. This time, however, she tries biting it. While this footage may be nothing more than a strange friend coming to visit, if I saw someone trying to bite my doorbell camera, I'd think twice before letting them in. This next clip shows why it's probably a good idea to have a home security system installed. It's nearly 1 a.m. on the 31st of July 2020 when this Redditor, Navy Beans, receives an alert on their phone that movement has been detected outside of their house. They open their feed and see this. A naked man can be seen walking up the driveway. The second camera catches the man behaving erratically as he paces about. seems dazed and confused. At one point, he grabs the garden hose off the reel and walks around the side of that house. Slinks out of view of the camera for a brief moment. Then eventually walks back down the driveway. The homeowner knows that they live on a rural 3-acre property on a mountain. It's miles to the nearest town, and even their neighbours are far away. The OP jokingly said it could be a Terminator wandering around naked after travelling back from the future. Ultimately, though, they were completely baffled by the sighting. I'm surprised they managed to find humour in it, as this is a pretty genuinely terrifying thing to see happening on the property. Most commenters on the post agreed that the man must have been on drugs and was lost and confused. Still, there's no telling what a person in this sort of manic state might be capable of. So what would you do if you saw this on your home security feed? Let me know in the comments down below. One TikTok video uploaded by user Travel Cat Mum shows us a clip of a cat that seems to have the ability to do something on the paranormal side. Watching that again in slow motion, the cat seems to manifest out of thin air before running away off frame. Viewers were split on what was really going on in this video. Some believe this was just a case of the cat moving very quickly and the camera not being able to catch it in real time. Others, however, thought that this was indeed proof of a cat manifesting in from another dimension. This unsettling video first surfaced in September 2018. It shows a man approaching the front door of a house late at night. His behaviour becomes increasingly bizarre as the clip progresses. Firstly, he attempts to ring the doorbell, but when he gets no response, he peers right into the doorbell camera, creepily whispering something to himself as he does so. Several times, the man moves off to the left and begins muttering to himself. He doesn't seem to be making any sense as he flails his arms around in the air. He returns to the door a second time and again peers into the camera. He then moves over to the door and begins trying to yank it open. Strangely, the man then says he's just looking for a dog named Fido. He then walks away, muttering to himself. Judging by the man's behaviour, it's apparent that he's not looking for a dog. What then were his real intentions? Was he there to rob the place, or perhaps something even worse? Whatever his motives, it's certainly not something you want to see at your door in the middle of the night. This next strange piece of home security footage was uploaded to Reddit by user CJ8012. The footage is a snippet taken from a Ring home security system. The feed is overlooking a snow-covered backyard that backs onto a frozen lake. Take a look at what happens. A strange light illuminates a portion of the lake. Well, at first, it looks like it could just be a flashlight. After a few seconds, you can make out what looks like a glowing figure standing on the ice. camera pauses the footage to get a better look. And when they hit play, footage disappears altogether. Strange sighting B. The OP put the footage on Reddit hoping for answers, but the community wasn't able to successfully identify the glowing figure. So what do you think it could be? Love to hear your thoughts and theories in the comments down below. TikToker Leonard Carnegie uploaded this weird piece of CCTV footage and it's been creeping people out ever since. Check out the spooky capture yourself. You can see what appears to be the body of a man strolling down the street with no head. Weirdly, the man then seems to vanish before a truck drives down the road from the opposite direction. In cases of missing body parts, people often cite wonky security cameras or glitches as the cause. In this case, the man's body is very clearly defined, while there's no blurriness where his head should be. The blurriness often seen in these sorts of situations are typically associated with low compression rates. As such, it makes it less likely that it's simply a case of a faulty camera, and more likely a case of something a little spookier. Always pays to be aware of your surroundings. This terrifying video uploaded to YouTube by Inside Edition shows what could happen if you aren't on your guard. A New York woman was walking home from work in the wee hours of the morning when she noticed a stranger lurking near the entrance to her apartment building. What happens next will make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up.
Excuse me.
As you can see, the man follows her into the building. Security footage from a camera near the woman's door shows the frightening moment she tries desperately to unlock her door. Then, just as she steps inside her apartment, we see the man come running around the corner. He reaches for the door just as she manages to push it closed. However, the nightmare doesn't end there. The man remains outside the door for several more minutes, knocking and repeatedly demanding that she open the door.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Thankfully, the wise woman kept her door tightly locked and the authorities were soon alerted. YouTuber C4Cat doesn't usually upload videos of creepy ghosts caught on camera. However, it seems that this clip could be an exception. In the footage, we see a man sleeping in bed. A few seconds into the video, the piece is disturbed when the nearby curtains start moving on their own. While this could easily be explained as the wind, it's what happens shortly after the curtains have been pushed aside that is sure to give you the chills. A creepy face can suddenly be seen peering through the bars of a window, watching the unsuspecting sleeper from outside. At first, it's difficult to get a good look at the face. However, you can see that it appears to have eerily pale skin and long dark hair that obscures its features. After the figure watches for a few seconds, there's a sudden disruption in the footage, almost like a brief flash of light. After the flash, the face of the window is gone. Unfortunately for the man asleep in his bed, this isn't the end of the haunting. It's almost as if the entity is now inside the room, as moments later the blankets covering the man begin to lift into the air all on their own. It starts slowly, but soon the covers are violently torn away and thrown to the floor. The sleeper continues to remain unaware of what's happening around him as the curtains begin to move once more, perhaps signalling that the ghostly visitor has finally decided to leave the premises. There's one final movement outside the window before normality seems to be restored. Shortly after, the footage ends. While zombies have always been considered fictitious, occasionally a piece of footage surfaces that might challenge your beliefs. In this video shared to YouTube by All Life of Kerala, we actually see what suspiciously looks like a real zombie standing by the side of the road. The video is shot from the inside of a car that's driving at night time in the rain. In the first few moments, nothing seems particularly out of the ordinary. That is until the camera pans to the right. Take a look. As you can see, standing in the rain, there appears to be a zombie-like creature motioning towards the car with an outstretched arm. Despite what we can see, some viewers believe that the figure's not actually a member of the undead at all, but rather a human woman trying to flag the car down. This certainly seems plausible, though it's the jerky movements of the figure's arm that has spooked many viewers. Zombie or not, there's certainly something eerie about the figure seen in this video. It doesn't really prove these creatures roam the earth. Based on this footage alone, this is a call that's simply too large to make. In this piece of creepy footage, two men are sleeping. They seem somewhat restless and are shifting their arms and legs around. Since sleep is a time for the brain to relax, some experts have suggested that humans may be able to sense paranormal activity more easily in this state. 50 seconds into the recording, the dorm door opens up. It appears to open on its own because there's no one there. 20 seconds later, something barely visible enters the room. Viewers may notice a slight shift in the image. After a few more seconds pass, the legs of the man who is closest to the camera start to lift. The initial lift doesn't wake him up. He starts to stir awake as he's yanked towards the end of the bed, with his legs being pulled up into the dorm room ceiling. As his legs are being lifted high enough for him to almost be in a headstand, the man realizes that he's being hoisted up and starts to fight whatever it is that's pulling him along. The spirit almost succeeds in pulling him entirely off the bed, but at the last moment, it releases him. The boy sits up and looks towards the open door. He seems confused as he searches for whatever it was that lifted him up. He then gets up and walks out into the hallway, likely searching for a human culprit. However, it seems it was something more sinister that disturbed his rest. In February 2017, an anonymous woman made a frantic call to the Billings Police Department in southern Montana, saying that there had been a break-in. It was around 9:30 p.m. when the woman received a notification on her phone that the baby monitor placed in her infant daughter's bedroom detected movement. She checked the feed. The blood ran cold. The single snapshot shows a person on the right-hand side of the frame. The woman said she rushed into the bedroom, grabbed her daughter, and fled the property. A short while later, a squad car from the Billings Police Department arrived to search the home. However, after a thorough investigation, they could find no evidence of the person at all. The Billings Police Department put out a call to the public asking for any information that might lead to the identification of the person snapped by the baby monitor. To this day, the case remains unsolved. The identity of the person is unknown. Supernatural security footage from Vision Paranormal is enough to send shivers down your spine. Is this the Grim Reaper hunting its prey? Or is there a more logical explanation? You'll have to decide for yourself. The footage begins with what appears to be a normal hallway with a security camera focusing on the corner of a stairwell and an elevator. However, after a few seconds, a darkly hooded figure clicks its head from the shadowy stairwell. It appears cautious at first, almost as if looking out to see if anybody's watching. Slowly, the sinister-looking figure shuffles its way down the stairs. Oddly enough, the more it exposes itself, the more cautious it seems to be. However, rather than moving with a sense of fear or timidity, the cloaked being seems to lurch about as though possibly stalking something or someone. After taking its time, the figure is finally in full view. It almost appears like it's wearing a traditional European-style cloak that covers everything all the way down to its feet. Startlingly, it resembles the visage of the Grim Reaper. Whoever might be on the other side of that doorway could be in for a terrifying shock. Although it's not apparent if the figure possesses any sort of weapon or other means of doing harm, the careful nature of its stalking leads the mind to only wonder what its devilish intent might be. Given the fact that this haunting took place at 1:46 a.m., it certainly lends credence to the phrase, going bump in the night. Sometimes the creepiest things caught on film aren't paranormal at all. TikTok user JKingo327 proved this with footage from their Ring security camera. As you can see, a woman slowly walks up the stairs to the entrance of the house. She leans in to face the security camera directly before putting her whole face directly onto the camera. Then backs up, pauses for a moment, and does the same thing again. Most likely, this is just a woman either high on drugs or very drunk who seems to have lost her way. Why she was so fascinated by the security camera is a mystery, but in the end, it's lucky nothing more drastic happened here. Amusement parks are meant to be places of fun and excitement, where the only terror comes from the incredibly high roller coaster or perhaps the haunted house attraction. Still, from time to time, terror at amusement parks can derive from completely different sources, including apparent ghosts, it seems, as shown in this video. In the brief clip, we see an amusement park at night time. At first glance, all seems normal. However, take a look for yourself and see if you can notice anything creepy. If you slow the footage down, you can see a young girl at the bottom left corner. She has long black hair and ghostly white skin. She's staring directly at the camera and her mouth is completely agape. Camera then briefly pans away before once again showing the girl. This time her face appears to be elongated and twisted. The girl resembles something straight out of the horror film The Grudge, with her chalky white face and dark hair. Since the footage was captured at an amusement park, it's been suggested that the girl could simply be some sort of animatronic display. Others thought it could actually be a real girl who's wearing some creepy makeup. However, the way her face and mouth seem to contort out of shape certainly seems unsettling. Who do you think's been captured in this video? Could it really be a ghost? Or is there another way to explain this chilling scene? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. When Twitter user Strawberry Bunny set out to create a student film, she probably didn't expect to capture any real ghost encounters on camera. However, that's exactly what happened when she began filming this particular scene in the control room of the auditorium. The footage begins with the camera moving steadily down a short, dimly lit hallway. As it approaches the door at the end, it suddenly swings open as if pushed forcefully by the actress on the other side. However, as the actress emerges from the darkness, it becomes apparent that it wasn't her who opened it. Confused, she appears to ask the camera holder if someone on their side had opened the door. If you slow the footage down, you can clearly see that no one touched the door from the outside. To make matters even spookier, if you look closely at the darkened room behind the actress, there appears to be a shadowy figure moving behind her. The footage isn't clear enough to make a good impression of who or what it is. However, it seems likely that this ghostly shape could be the culprit for the door's mysterious movement. That, coupled with the fact that the actress has a genuine look of surprise on her face, suggests that these budding filmmakers might have actually captured some paranormal activity on camera. While most masked intruders choose disguises that are eerie and terrifying, others are downright bizarre. For example, one intruder went viral in 2019 when videos of his nighttime exploits while wearing a TV on his head made their way to the internet. The intruder in these videos seems to have hollowed out an old tube television and cut a hole in the bottom where they can stick their head in and wear the TV like a large mask. Footage of this strange figure was caught on numerous doorbell cameras when homeowners got late-night notifications that someone was on their porches. What the intruder did next was even stranger than their choice to use an old TV as an old disguise. Wearing the TV on their head, the intruder approached various homes carrying other old tube TVs in their arms. They then left the televisions on the porches before scurrying away into the night. Some have argued that this was clearly a kind gesture, as the stranger was handing out free electronics. However, the TVs were much too old to be of any use to their new owners, who were more amused than frightened by this bizarre prank. Most likely, they were attempting to get rid of the old electronics without paying to have them hauled away. This video, uploaded to the YouTube channel XXII-3DIIXX, begins in a similar way as the fake talk show Jin previously shown. Featuring a chic healer, the man appears to be fielding calls from the public. A woman calls in, detailing an odd occurrence in her life. However, just as she's speaking to the sheik, her speech becomes strained and she claims she's no longer able to speak. The sheik apparently takes this woman seriously and begins to recite a prayer in order to heal her.
Bismillah, 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 wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah. Allahumma la sahla.
She apologizes and continues telling her story, almost as though nothing has happened. However, the story appears to be the background of her potential possession. Recounting her jinn possession, she thinks of her jinns as her penance for avoiding a court date. She believes the jinns are saving her from acting out and going to court in order to testify against a friend. She thinks she must suffer the jinx for the wrong she has done. Laughing maniacally, the woman prompts the sheik to continue his healing efforts. The woman continues to cry out in pain as the jinns fight against the sheik's noble healing efforts. At around the 4:10 mark, the healer attempts to clarify that a magician sent the spirit into the woman to block her from going to court.
The magician for some reason sent his jinn to block the speed of the protocol.
And it's at this point that one of the more chilling moments of the video occurs. The woman laughs and repeats the word block. While it's hard to ascertain whether this talk show is legitimate or not, the sheik's responses do appear to be genuine. This, coupled with the eerie and sinister laughs of the caller, one can't help but feel they've witnessed something paranormal. Graduations are a time for celebrating accomplishments, enjoying your final moments with your classmates, and looking forward to whatever the future has in store. However, not many people can claim their graduations were interrupted by a terrifying ghost encounter. At a ceremony in the Philippines, that's exactly what happened. As the camera holder pans around the group, attempting to capture as many students as possible in the footage, you can clearly see a white ghostly figure standing on the roof of a nearby building. For a moment, it almost looks as if it's one of the graduating students. The white dress worn by the ghostly entity is an eerie echo of the graduation gowns worn by the students. However, the figure on the roof stands deathly still, watching the students in silence. Many have likened the ghostly figure to the infamous White Lady, a type of spirit often seen all around the world. She's a ghost typically associated with violent, tragic ends, often roaming the earth in a state of grief, sometimes searching for a lost lover or even a child. While it's unclear how many of the graduating students actually noticed the figure standing above them, one thing is for sure, this is certainly some very creepy footage. What's more terrifying than seeing footage from your doorbell camera of a mysterious man in a white cloth mask attempting to break into your home? Seeing that man return 2 more times and continue his attempts to gain access to the house, night after night. In the first video, the Connecticut family saw the man approach the front door with a mask wrapped around his face. He attempts to open the door and quickly leaves when he's unable to gain entry. The following night, he returns once more, attempting to break into the home. Frightened by the masked intruder, the family contacted the police. When the man returned for the 3rd time, they were ready for him. After he failed to get into the home on the 3rd night, he left the front porch only to be promptly arrested for his misdeeds. This video, uploaded to YouTube by Alan Abweg, shows that ghost encounters can often occur when you least expect them. At least that's what happened to this custodial worker at a school in Victoria, Laguna, Philippines. The CCTV security footage shows the cleaner sweeping the floor on an outdoor veranda. When his back is turned, something suddenly begins moving behind him. He doesn't seem to notice, but the objects appear to be moving without human intervention. If you zoom in, it looks as though it's a broom and dustpan that's slide across the floor. Some viewers have suggested that the wind could be responsible for their unusual movement. However, both of these objects look far too heavy and there's no other signs of a breeze, particularly when you look at the trees in the background. So what do you think? Could it be possible that the broom and dustpan really were moved by some sort of supernatural force? Or is it more likely that the cleaner was simply the brunt of a creepy practical joke? Let me know what you think about this one in the comments section below. Now, if you love creepy videos, then you'll love the rest of our content. You can check out these two links here for more. Also, remember to follow us on all our other socials. There's links in the description box below. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. Today we're looking at some super creepy things that have been caught on camera that are starting to freak the internet out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. It's like this. What would you do if you discovered a strange creature living in your garden shed? In this video, posted to YouTube by Trevor Zahn, the uploader investigates this very possibility. According to the YouTuber, the shed was empty approximately 1 hour before he began filming. However, he decided to turn the camera on shortly after hearing odd noises coming from the area. The footage begins with the YouTuber approaching the doorway to the shed. The calls out, asking who's there. Perhaps there's a human intruder taking refuge. Hey! Hey! The call is answered with a terrifying screeching noise. What happens? Hey! Hey! The YouTuber backs away in fear, cursing at whatever's taken up residence in his shed. Armed with a shovel, he soon returns. As he peeks through the doorway, we can see a piece of wood moving in the shadows. The YouTuber moves around to the side of the building to get a better look. There, the same beam of wood is sticking out from a window. He aims the camera inside, and for a split second, a shadowy face can be seen. Take a look. The creature moves quickly out of sight before we get a chance to see it clearly. It then begins to shake the piece of wood once again. The YouTuber backs away for a moment, but manages to catch another glimpse of the creature's face when he returns. It's still too quick and too dark to make out anything but a vague silhouette and several shadowy features. So what could this creature possibly be? Many viewers seem to agree that it isn't an ordinary animal. One commenter mentioned that he's been plagued with a similar creature in his own shed and had to burn the structure down just to get rid of it. Hey! 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 Ooh. So what do you think's taken up residence in this YouTuber's shed? Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think in the comment section below. Started Road Trips is a YouTube channel that documents Stacy and Cliff's adventures around the United States. The pair often travel to strange and unusual historical sites that are rumored haunted. In this episode, Stacy and Cliff explore an undisclosed cemetery somewhere in the south of the United States. The crew begin by walking around the property.
And we drove down here to find out what cemetery it was.
It's clear that this graveyard is intended to be made often.
And that one's 1999. Look how the moss and all is just colored.
As they search the grounds, they begin to hear some strange sounds.
Somebody shooting. Yeah, it could have been a cover on one of these.
At one point, they inadvertently catch something behind a tree, a sighting they only discovered after they reviewed the footage.
I want this side. All right. All right.
Later in the investigation, Stacy sets up a spirit box in the hopes of communicating with any entities that may be present. During the spirit box session, something eerie takes place in the background. A dark figure can be seen walking among the trees in the background. It looks like someone wearing a robe. It appears that Stacy and Cliff didn't notice the figure at the time of filming, but the spirit box seems to refer to a third person being present.
Okay, let me put it back on in a few minutes. Thank you for talking to us.
Naturally, this sighting sent the comments section into a frenzy, with hundreds of people scrambling to point out the strange robed figure. Most people were stunned at the sighting, but understandably, there were a few people who thought the capture was too good to be true. A lot of viewers have defended the footage, saying that Stacy's a genuine person and isn't known for pulling stunts like this in any of her other videos. Others suggested it may have just been a real person walking through the property at the same time. So what do you make of this creepy cemetery sighting? As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. Let me know where you sit on this in the comment section down below. In February 2021, TikTok user Alice Nash1 shared some freaky home security footage that couldn't quite be explained. They shared it on their social media, where it caused quite a stir. Take a look. As you can see, a strange shadowy figure walks up the stairs past one of the residents. It's transparent and amorphous, but looks vaguely human in shape. Whatever it is, it makes its way up the stairs, then floats off camera. A lot of viewers on TikTok called it a great catch, inferring that they indeed believe this to be a genuine paranormal sighting. The OP suggested it could be a shadow figure or even a demon. What do you think's been caught on this home security camera? Drop your thoughts in the comment section down below. Staying in New York State, our last entry comes from another one of our viewers, Angie Mae Ordway. Angie runs a paranormal investigation group called Paranormal Souls on YouTube. In this clip, the team are exploring the old lighthouse in Dunkirk, New York. As evening sets in, the team explores the old property. Built in 1827, the light tower was first established on Point Gratiot and worked in tandem with a pierhead beacon to guide ships into Dunkirk Harbour on Lake Erie. Over the years, the property has become infamous for being haunted. The old lighthouse keeper's living quarters are said to be full of mysterious happenings. Employees and tourists alike have reported music playing, disembodied whispering, and doors opening and closing, seemingly all on their own. In the late 1800s, the lighthouse keeper at the time and another worker tried to rescue two children who were drowning in Lake Erie. Sadly, the rescue attempt didn't go well. The worker and the two children died. Many locals believe that their spirits linger around the lighthouse even today. Back in the tower, Angie and the team begin to hear some strange noises. Later in the evening, one of the team members tries to communicate with any resident spirits.
Have a conversation if you like.
That's when one of the cameras captures something strange.
You're saying it. You can have a conversation if you like.
Slowing that down, a dark shadow walks by from right to left. Investigators didn't notice anything at the time. There's clearly something going on in that room. This isn't the only time something strange has been caught on camera in the Dunkirk lighthouse. Some years ago, during another paranormal investigation of the property, a mysterious orb of light was captured in a photo. If you zoom in, you can see what appears to be a face inside the orb. What makes this sighting particularly eerie is that the face bears a striking resemblance to Peter Dempsey, one of the original lighthouse keepers. Dempsey worked on the property from 1885 to 1902. He always sported a striking mustache, one that appears to be a close match to the face seen inside the orb. So is this old lighthouse really haunted? Given the reports from employees and locals alike, the mysterious orb of light, and now this shadowy figure, certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on in Dunkirk Harbour. In 2018, some eerie footage of a doll sitting in a cemetery in Brazil caused quite a stir around the internet. The clip went viral, leaving many viewers wondering whether the doll was haunted. Take a look. As the camera moves around, it looks as though the doll's eyes follow the camera. It has fang-like teeth. There's a baby's bottle filled with an unknown red liquid sitting on the grave just behind it. It's not known where exactly this footage was filmed or by who, but it was enough to freak viewers out, with one commenter calling it the doll of the devil. A lot of viewers tried to remain calm and said that the eyes looked like they're moving due to an optical illusion, which is most likely the case. But it's eerie nonetheless, and you have to wonder why it was left sitting in a cemetery in the first place. Terra Extremo is a popular urban exploration channel on YouTube. They regularly investigate some of the most notorious places in Mexico, sites of urban legend, famous hauntings, and other eerie locations. In this clip, the team visits a cemetery in Cocotitlan, Mexico. According to the YouTubers, this is a city of witches, myths, and legends. They begin by walking among the near endless rows of tombstones. Shortly after they enter the cemetery, they spot something eerie in the distance. A dark figure can be seen walking up ahead. Dark, shadowy figure is difficult to see at first, but it seems to follow them whenever investigation of the property. It appears again a few minutes later. See, it looks like a person that's wearing a cloak. It seems to be completely made of shadows and at times almost looks transparent. Spurred on by these sightings, the team continues to search the property. Later in the investigation, something strange happens near the two cameramen. Watching that again, as they take a look around, a noise can be heard from behind them. Then a strange puff of dust rises up from the ground. It's as though the ground was stirred up by something. Viewers have been divided by this cemetery exploration. Some have suggested the team might have just disturbed a squatter or homeless person that was sleeping in the graveyard. Others, however, aren't so sure, noting the almost translucent quality of the figure. So are viewers reading too much into this sighting, or is there more to it? Let me know where you stand on this in the comment section down below. Our first clip of the day was uploaded to TikTok by Jitter-less. It's some footage of a pool party. See if you can spot anything strange. Watching that again, right at the end, a young girl in a white dress seems to vanish from sight. It is possible that this could just be a trick of perspective. The girl may have walked behind the pole right as the camera pans back. But it's the girl's appearance that has some viewers freaked out. She has an unusual vibe about her, she's all alone, has a grey face with dark eyes, and her dress looks like it's from a different time period. Mix this in with her apparent disappearance and you've got the makings of a very eerie sighting. Some viewers thought that this could indeed be a ghost caught on camera. But what do you think? Let us know in the comment section below. This next clip's been floating around the internet for quite a few years now in many different forms. This version was uploaded to TikTok by alkakui.tv. It's not known exactly where this was filmed, but many believe it was captured somewhere in Mexico. Take a look at what's been freaking people out. Watching that again, you can slow it down and brighten it up a little. You can make out some kind of creature. Looks to be covered in fur and seems to be bipedal. It lurks in the shadows for a brief moment and speeds away at an extraordinary pace. People have been speculating over this piece of footage for quite some time now, and we're still no closer to a definitive explanation. Some say it's just an amazing piece of CGI, while others, who have studied the footage frame by frame, think this genuinely could be a real cryptid sighting. As what cryptid it is remains unknown. Here's another little clip that's been messing with people's minds over on TikTok. It was uploaded by user All It Is. Watch.
I'm like really scared. There's no one standing there, but there's a silhouette, like a shadow of a person. Yeah.
There's a strange human-shaped shadow on the wall.
There's no one standing there, but there's a.
There doesn't appear to be anything that could be casting it.
Yeah.
This odd sighting quickly went viral, racking up over 4.5 million views at the time of this upload. Thousands of comments chimed in with their own take on what could be causing the shadow. Some said it was just spray paint on the wall. Others said it was a ghost or shadow figure. Then there were those who said it was a trick of perspective, and that the shadow is being cast high up from the opposite side of the street.
A silhouette, like a shadow of a person.
In a follow-up video, the OP says that it's not spray paint, showing us the wall on a grey, overcast day. We can clearly see there's no shadow figure at all.
As you see, there is nothing. Nothing at all.
They go on to show the street line across the road. It doesn't match the shape of the shadow at all.
That's a lamppost like next to my neighbors, and it would project like here. So yeah, nothing.
They also say that the roof high up on the opposite side of the street doesn't have anything that could be casting a shadow like this.
Silhouette.
This has left many speculating that this is indeed a shadow figure, a glimpse of an ethereal being from another world. Strangely, a lot of people lost their minds at the end of the first clip. If we watch it again, right at the end, the curtain in the apartment on the top left flicks open for a split second.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem certain it has something to do with the shadowy figure. The OP still has no idea what caused the shadow. They say they don't particularly believe in the paranormal, but couldn't explain the bizarre sighting at all.
I have no idea. I do believe in those kind of things a bit, but not as much. And I was so scared. I was not a little bit scared. I was scared.
So where do you sit on this? What are the things causing that shadow? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments down below.
A silhouette, like a shadow of a person. Yeah.
Lots of children claim to have imaginary friends. They laugh and play with people that can't be seen. These beings were real, and we just couldn't see them. This next clip, posted to Reddit by Summer1116, might just prove that they really do exist. The poster claims that their son would occasionally have conversations with someone who wasn't there. On this particular night, she decided to film his antics. In the clip, we can see the young boy hiding behind some clothes. However, the boy's mood suddenly seems to sour. He stomps back and forth across the room and begins to talk angrily in a childish voice. He even slams his hands on the furniture, apparently frustrated by something. At one point, he stops to take a breath. It's then that a ghostly voice seems to answer him. If you listen closely, you can hear what sounds like a female's voice whispering the word, sorry. The Redditor states that she didn't hear the voice at the time, and it wasn't until she watched the video back sometime later that she noticed it. This isn't the only mysterious activity to occur in the home either. The boy's father also claims to have heard a little girl laughing in the wee hours of the morning. Could it be possible that their house actually is haunted, and the poster's son has made friends with these entities? Some viewers believe that the voice is just a sound made by the toddler. But what do you think? Have one more listen and let me know where you land on this in the comment section and below.
Mason, what are you talking to? What are you yelling at?
Some time ago, YouTuber and TikToker Jen Barari posted this video in which she shockingly claims to have seen a bald man walking out of a pond next to her house. While recording the clip, she begins to hear some unnerving sounds and decides to explore the house to see where they could be coming from.
Hello?
Although she confirms that she's home alone, what happens next seems to suggest that there may be something else present in the house with her. As she enters the living room, the TikToker points her phone towards the TV screen. The reflection looks normal at first, but then something strange begins to happen. Oh.
You guys got that great on that button.
As you can see, a dark, shadowy figure seems to peer out from behind the TikToker.
Jesus Christ.
Clearly spooked, she quickly turns around to look behind her, yet there seems to be nothing there.
Right on that button. Like, here's my reflection.
Then she looks back at the TV once more, and the figure is no longer visible. Next, the TikToker walks over to a window in her house. As she begins to show us the area outside where she believes she saw the creepy bald man coming out of a pond, she inadvertently captures something else moving.
Guys, I wanted to show you the please tell me you see that. Or something. It looks like the old man is coming out, I swear. That.
It's another shadowy figure, similar to the one we saw earlier in the TV screen. This time it's captured in the reflection of the window. She immediately begins to search the house for the figure. Suddenly, she hears another creepy sound and her cat runs past. It too looks visibly spooked.
Oh my god, it's okay. It's okay. Holy.
The last thing the TikToker can be heard saying is, "Okay, let's go," just before the footage cuts out.
Honestly. Okay, let's go.
So what do you think's going on in this video? Is this TikToker's house really haunted? Or is there something else going on here? Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments down below. Many people believe that strange creatures still lurk in the far reaches of the earth. Known as cryptids, these mysterious beasts have yet to be classified by modern science. This footage, uploaded to YouTube by Vision Paranormal, might just show one such cryptid, the legendary Wendigo. The Wendigo is a mythical creature that originates from North American folklore. It is described as having huge antlers, an emaciated body, a nauseating stench, and in some cases, a heart made of ice. However, its most terrifying characteristic is its insatiable craving for human flesh. Even when it's just fed, its hunger is insatiated. Legends say that humans can also be possessed by the Wendigo, causing them to turn against their own kind. The YouTuber who shared this footage claims it comes from the recovered camera of a young couple who disappeared after getting lost while hiking in the Emerson County forest. As the footage begins, we can see the dense foliage as the couple walks along the path. Suddenly, the camera stops moving as they seem to have spotted something moving in the trees. Oh. You see that? Over there, look, over there. You see that? What the hell? If you look closely, you can see a shape moving through the thicket. However, it's difficult to tell whether it's extremely well camouflaged or actually semi-transparent. You see that? Look. We'll watch it for a few seconds before it lets out a terrifying screech. The hikers quickly run, the camera jostles violently, but we can still hear the creatures shrieking as it chases them through the trees. A few seconds later, the camera falls to the ground and the sounds fade into the distance. So did these hikers really fall victim to the legendary Wendigo? The creature in the video blends into its surroundings so well that it's difficult to tell what it is we're actually seeing. Over there, look, over there. See that? What the hell? I'll throw this one out to you. What do you think this mysterious video actually shows? Let us know below.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look. While our previous clip wasn't as mysterious as it first appeared, this next one is a little harder to explain. It's uploaded to Instagram by Paranormal. It's some security footage taken in back alley and see some young kids taking some bikes. However, as one of the kids goes back for another bike in the background, something truly odd happens. Watch. A pair of shadowy legs walk to the right. figure then returns and seems to reach out to the boy, who turns around to have a look. It returns once more before the clip abruptly ends. A lot of people in the comments said that this is a shadow person sighting. Many paranormal investigators believe that shadow people are a type of spiritual entity that lurk in our world. Some say they're lost souls, others have suggested they could be interdimensional beings or aliens. Regardless of what they are, tens of thousands of people all around the world have reported seeing these beings with remarkable similarity. People suffering from insomnia or sleep paralysis often describe shadowy people watching them out of the corner of their eyes. So are these shadowy entities real? Judging by the reports, the thousands of testimonies, and the countless videos that seem to show them, one can't help but wonder about these things when it's pitch black at 3 a.m. and you're all alone. Good thing everyone knows they can't get you when you're under a blankie. This next one is an old school ghost sighting that's been haunting the internet for over 16 years. In April of 2006, the investigative group Western New York Paranormal was spending the night at Valentine Museum after hearing rumors that the property was heavily haunted by spirits. The original clip was uploaded to YouTube by Nitro Joe. It's after midnight when one of the museum's security cameras shows one of the team members searching the room. That's when something very eerie happens just next to them. Watch. On first watch, it can be hard to see anything at all. If you brighten the image, you can see a dark figure walk right past one of the team members. Here's a different filter again. Located in Victor, New York, the original building was called Valentine Hall and was built in 1879. Levi Valentine built the grand five-story structure with plans for it to become a sort of shopping plaza. However, when the planned railway line set to come through the town was never finally built, the area suffered a sharp decline. Valentine Hall was ultimately abandoned and left empty for decades. Over the years, locals began to suspect that the building was haunted. Some say that in the middle of the night you can sometimes hear a music box playing in the empty building. Visitors have claimed to have seen tools and other objects moving on their own, and even full-bodied apparitions have been recorded. This security footage, now colloquially known as the Valentine ghost sighting, has become somewhat notorious in the paranormal community. Dozens of experts have attempted to debunk the footage. Some say it's nothing more than another person walking by. Others claim it's been altered. Some insist it's the real deal. It's strange that no one seems to be able to come to a clear consensus, and so the footage plays on. Year after year, it continues to intrigue those looking for proof that ghosts really do exist. This next freaky encounter was featured on the paranormal YouTube channel, The CEO Infinito. Not a lot is known about the origins of the clip, but the camera holder appears to be conducting some kind of paranormal investigation. In the background, we can see a chained-up cabinet filled with dolls and some other devices on a table. The camera holder's filming the room with a thermal lens. Watch what he captures.
What the hell? What is that?
Peering out from behind a cabinet, you can see what looks like a child's face.
What the hell? What is that?
When they lower the thermal lens, you can clearly see there's nothing behind the cabinet. The brief clip's been freaking viewers out, with most comments at a loss to explain the eerie sighting. No one seems to know who captured this footage, and I wish the clip was a little longer because it appears to show something genuinely mysterious. If anyone in the comments knows where the clip is originally from, we'd love to hear about it. In the meantime, we can speculate on what this eerie face really could be. Adventures Jassim the Dark Knight is a YouTube channel based in Saudi Arabia. The channel's owner frequently explores abandoned buildings that are rumored to be haunted. In this episode, he searches an old, dilapidated apartment on the edge of the city. As he explores the empty building, there are signs that squatters may live here. Before long, the OP begins to hear strange noises throughout the building. It doesn't appear that anyone else is in the building at the time of filming, yet he continues to hear mysterious sounds. And suddenly, this happens. Watching that again, as he looks into another room, a desk appears to slide across the floor on its own. The adventurer quickly looks around. There's no one there. Just when this exploration seems freaky enough, something else happens that's a little more alarming. Watch. As the OP enters a room, a quick thud is heard behind him. That's when he spots a knife jutting out of the door. Creepily, if we review the footage from just seconds earlier, you can see that there's no knife in the same door. This is enough to send the camera holder fleeing from the building, and the episode promptly ends. This is certainly an alarming piece of footage. It seems to be a mix of possible otherworldly activity and a more immediate real-life warning. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you make of this urban exploration? Share your opinions in the comment section down below. This freaky encounter was uploaded to YouTube by Rarison Oliveira Blue Leaks. It went live back in August 2011 and has been startling audiences ever since. This homeowner had been hearing some strange noises happening in the middle of the night for several nights in a row. So they decided to set up a stationary camera at one of the windows to see if they could spot anything that might be making noises. Take a look at what they caught. A large, bulbous-headed figure looks in through the window. It has large black eyes and a flat nose and a small pointed mouth. These features bring to mind the classic depiction of an alien grey. Over the years, experts and amateur sleuths alike have analysed this piece of footage frame by frame, and, as is often the case with footage like this, it's left the paranormal community divided. Some say it's just a person wearing a rather detailed mask. However, you can see the eyes of the figure blink several times during the clip. It's little details like this that have left some video analysts stumped as to what this could be. So is this a genuine alien sighting, or is it all just a hoax? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments down below. Kakya Sobrenatural is a popular YouTube channel that focuses on investigations in various spooky locations. In this video, the team explores an abandoned school that is rumored to be haunted. While conducting an EVP session in one of the rooms, the team hears a strange noise coming from outside. As they search the area, the camera holder turns, catching sight of something strange in the distance. It seems to be a ghostly-looking figure staring at them from another building. Spooked, the team returns to the room to gather their composure. However, when they venture outside for a second look, the mysterious figure is nowhere to be seen. So does this sighting prove the rumours that the school really is haunted? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Distinct File are a paranormal investigation group based in Mexico. They regularly travel around the country visiting notorious sites said to be haunted. In this episode, they explore a remote cemetery rumored to be heavily haunted by the spirits of children. It's said that a large percentage of graves at this cemetery belong to kids. The team begins by exploring the property at night time.
No es para nada sencillo. Son altas horas de la noche. El lugar, la verdad es que es un cementerio bastante bonito.
Not too long into the investigation, the team realise that the rumours are true when they begin to find an unusually high number of graves that belong to children.
Incluso están abiertas. No sé si quizá contenían este lado, mira, como les comentaba, en su mayoría son tumbas de niños.
Soon after, they hear some eerie sounds.
Oye, 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 niño, niño, si quieres jugar, no seas mamón, güey. Tu lado, a tu costado, sí, hacia allá se escuchó.
A short while later, one of the team members invites any spirits that may be present to make themselves known. It would appear something obliges.
No tengo miedo absoluto. Te pido que te manifiestes. No seas mamón, güey. Allá, acá, 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 acá. Acá abajo, güey. No mames.
Spurred on by these bizarre happenings, Kevin, the lead investigator, tries using an app on his phone to make contact.
Hola. ¿Viste luz?
Then, just when things seem creepy enough, the camera catches something in darkness. Look.
Por todo el sitio. Tratando de jugar.
Slowing that down, you can see a dark figure in the distance. It's hard to make out any details, but there's definitely something there. Some viewers said it looks like a child, perhaps a spirit that's been following them. Given that there is an unusually high amount of children's graves at this cemetery, it certainly does make you wonder whether something was following and turning around. So what do you think's been captured here? Let me know your thoughts on this sighting in the comment section below.
Por todo el sitio. Tratando de jugar.
Our last clip of the day seems to show something genuinely terrifying. It was sent to the paranormal Facebook page El Mundo DKBZA. This family was out camping when a series of photos were taken to remember the occasion. Everything seemed perfectly normal and the photos didn't show anything strange either. So they thought. iPhones have a live photo feature that captures a few seconds of footage after a photo is taken. You can then press on a photo and it will play out a few seconds of movement. It would appear this live photo has captured something chilling. Take a look. Just next to the boy on the left, you can make out a grey, transparent figure crawling on all fours. Whatever it is, it seems to scurry out of view. So far, no one's been able to explain this eerie sighting. Is it a ghost, a cryptid, or something else entirely? Take another look and decide for yourself.
Some weird LED lights on my Nissan Xterra.
The following series of videos were posted to TikTok by username MrFender76. Their account isn't known for scary videos, but rather car maintenance tips, as well as general life moments with family and friends. In this clip, the TikToker installs some new LED reverse lights on his recently purchased Nissan.
Lights are installed. I'm going to take it back out and paint them up. Here they are fully installed, ready to light up tonight.
In the next video, he drives out into the wilderness to test the brightness of the new lights. However, as he does, he inadvertently captures something genuinely terrifying. Take a look and see if you can spot anything strange.
Look how freaking bright that is. This is amazing. Yeah, so these.
At first, it can be quite hard to notice, but if you focus on the tree in the center of frame, you can see a pale arm slowly retract into the darkness. Here it is again, zoomed in and slowed down. In another video, the TikToker returns to the same spot where the arm was previously seen, except this time it's during the day.
This is where my truck was backed in. Well, it's actually a path, and that is the tree with the stippling ribbons.
He searches the area just to confirm there isn't anyone still working there, and sure enough, he finds nothing.
And this is the tree.
Understandably, this series of videos have creeped out many who have viewed them, and it seems as if nobody can come up with a concrete explanation for the bizarre sighting. Based on the arm's appearance, some think it might actually belong to some sort of humanoid creature. However, even if it was just the arm of a human, it's still a very creepy piece of footage. What would a person be doing in the woods in the middle of the night? And why do they slowly retract their hand as the TikToker turns the light on? Were they perhaps up to something sinister? Whatever the case may be, it seems likely that this sighting will make this TikToker think twice about returning to the same location alone in the middle of the night. This footage, uploaded to TikTok by elkukui.tv, was supposedly recorded in a Mexico City metro station at 2 a.m. According to the TikToker, this particular station is known to be haunted. As the video begins, we see an employee walking in front of the camera. Suddenly, the voice of what sounds like a very young boy can be heard echoing through the station. Have a listen. The workers follow the voice in an attempt to find the boy. As they ascend a flight of stairs, the voice seems to get louder. The workers then attempt to call out to the boy.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Soon, a strange rattling sound can be heard. They ascend even more stairs and begin scanning the upper level of the station for the source of voice. The clip then abruptly cuts out, and we're left with the sense that the workers never actually found the young boy. What would a child be doing in a metro station all alone at 2 a.m. in the morning? Perhaps there never was a child to begin with. If this station really is haunted, then it's possible the voice captured on this clip is that of a ghost echoing through the hallways. Unfortunately, as there's little information to run on, this video will have to remain a mystery, at least for the time being. YouTuber Clip Hunter is well known for his explorations in abandoned buildings. In this particular video, he enters an old, allegedly haunted hospital. As soon as he steps inside, it becomes apparent that this place has seen better days. The furniture is covered in dust, the windows are cracked, and rubble is strewn across the floor. The state of the building itself makes this investigation even creepier. Not long into his exploration, the YouTuber catches something rather chilling on camera. Take a look. An old rusty wheelchair slowly wheels into view. as if it's been pushed by some sort of unseen force. Bravely, the YouTuber approaches for a closer look. It doesn't appear to have any strings or wires attached to it. It seems as though it moved all by itself. Next, the YouTuber explores an area outside the building. As he moves down a darkened walkway, he notices something up ahead. Keen-eyed viewers might be able to spot a mysterious figure lurking in the darkness. However, as the explorer approaches the area, the figure seems to slink away. The explorer searches for the figure, but is unable to find it anywhere. Next, his investigation leads him to an area with what appears to be an old hospital gurney. As he examines it, keep your eye on the back end of the corridor. What could this figure possibly be? YouTuber suggests it might actually be the ghostly feet of a doctor with no body. Somehow the explorer keeps going and soon enters another room. He cautiously opens the door. However, a few seconds later, he becomes visibly spooked by something and turns around just in time for us to see the door close behind him. At this point, it seems that this is all the YouTuber can take when the video ends. As you can imagine, ever since this video was uploaded to YouTube, viewers have discussed what they think this explorer has managed to capture on camera. Was it paranormal? Was it something else entirely? It seems that no harm was done to the explorer at any point during the night. But who knows? Maybe if he stayed a little while longer, he wouldn't have been so lucky.
What's the matter with you?
When the Honing Paranormal Group collects and analyzes evidence of cryptozoological and supernatural activity in southwestern Pennsylvania, their viewers regularly send in footage for the group to investigate and assess. One of their followers, who wishes to remain anonymous, sent in a piece of video that was captured in October of 2016. The young man says he arrived home late at night after being out drinking with friends. Normally, when he gets home, his backyard's filled with the sounds of his pet birds. But on this occasion, his backyard was silent. Concerned that a local opossum might be digging around the yard and harassing the birds, the young man took out his flashlight and a camera to record the search. This is what he captured.
What's the matter with you?
It's brief and it can be hard to see at first. If we slow it down and brighten the image, you can see just next to one of the bird hutches in the background a glowing pair of eyes. In fact, there appears to be a grey figure lurking there. It then quickly ducks into view. Several commenters on the clip were quick to call this a sign of the break. However, the Honing Paranormal Group think this is something a little more specific. They believe it could be evidence of the Boswell brush crawler. Crawlers are said to be thin, humanoid creatures that scramble about on all fours. They have grey, coloured skin with deep sunken eyes that glow in the dark. Reports say that they feed on birds and other wildlife, but have been known to attack hunters out in the wilderness. So, is this the infamous Boswell brush crawler? Unfortunately, this video sighting is far too brief to make any firm conclusions on what's been spotted. There's definitely something there. Just what it is will have to remain a mystery. The Hamley family are known for posting their fun family antics to TikTok. Dance challenges and sing-alongs are normal fare for this channel. However, it seems that something a little more mysterious might be happening in this otherwise normal family home. In this first clip, we can see some unsettling activity unfolding in the kitchen. It was all captured on the family's webcam. Take a look.
He's not catching ball with you? Do you want to play ball?
Watching that again as the man talks with the child, the refrigerator door mysteriously opens in the background. He turns his head just in time to see it closing, seemingly all by itself. Perplexed, the man gets up to investigate. However, as he approaches, the door opens once again, this time with greater force. Spooked, the man disappears from view and the footage ends. Several viewers joke that, like humans, it seems that ghosts too need to take a second look inside the refrigerator, even though they already know what's inside. Others noted the man's seemingly genuine reaction as evidence of a possible paranormal encounter. The door doesn't appear to have been manipulated by fishing line or wires either. It simply doesn't look like there's enough room in the kitchen to be able to do that. In another clip posted to the channel, we can see more strange activity happening in the kitchen. Take a look.
Go away. Go away.
This time, the mother takes a firmer approach and asks whatever entities that may be present to leave.
Go away.
Seconds later, the tub moves again.
Go away.
As if this haunting activity wasn't already convincing enough, here's another clip showing more objects moving.
No? 500 is going to have to go sleep, okay? We have to have a big off. I'm sorry, I know.
So then, what could have been responsible for the mysterious events seen in these videos? Is it really a hungry haunting, or just a clever hoax? We'll have to keep an eye on this account and give you updates as they happen.
No? 500 is going to have to go sleep, okay? We have to have a big off. I'm sorry, I know.
This next short clip is bound to give you the heebie-jeebies. It was uploaded to TikTok by Paranormal Elite. Take a look. Watching that again as the man loads a pallet of goods onto an open elevator and narrowly misses a disastrous accident. For some reason, the elevator gives way and plummets downwards. Some comments are calling this a miracle. As you can see, the man goes in and out of the elevator a number of times, and by by sheer luck, he steps off right as it falls. It's not known how far the elevator fell, but I'm guessing it was far enough to cause serious injury if the man hadn't been on it. So thankfully, the man is alive and well and perfectly safe, having suffered nothing more than a terrible fright, I'm sure. Sticking with eerie dolls, this next one is believed by many paranormal investigators to be one of the most haunted dolls in the world. The doll, known as Let Her Be Out, was discovered by antique collector Kerry Walton. Walton found the doll underneath a house in Wagga Wagga, a rural town in New South Wales, Australia. It's thought the doll is over 200 years old and once belonged to a fortune teller in Europe. Soon after bringing the doll into their home, the Waltons began to hear strange noises in the night and discovered scuff marks in their hallway as though something had been running around. The eerie nighttime activity became so frequent, the family had the doll looked at by a local psychic. The medium said the doll once belonged to a child who was drowned. Allegedly, as the psychic made this claim, the clock on the wall fell to the ground and the doll shifted its position. Animals don't respond well to the antique figurine either. Dogs often bark ferociously as soon as they see or get near the doll. Interestingly, the Waltons don't believe the presence associated with Let Her Be Out is malevolent. In fact, quite the opposite. They believe that once the doll came into their lives, their fortunes changed for the better as their antiquing business took off. The doll's infamy has grown over the years and it now even has its very own Facebook page and Insta account. Let Her Be Out even does countrywide tours on occasion, so if you're lucky or unlucky enough, you may get a chance to see this eerie doll for yourself. I'll put a link to its socials in the description box down below.
Guys, welcome back to our Southern Afterlife. Thank you.
Southern Afterlife is a paranormal YouTube channel based in Tennessee. They tour the United States in search of evidence of the afterlife and other supernatural happenings. In this episode, the team is camped out near the Coruscant State Historic Site in Estero, Florida. The area was once home to a utopian cult known as the Coruscant Unity. The clip begins as Josh, the lead investigator, explores the property at night time.
Turn my light up a little bit. I don't want to go too bright. I don't know if they have security here at all. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just filming a place I paid to say.
As he walks down a poorly lit pathway, he hears what sounds like someone moving nearby.
I keep hearing something behind me.
Before long, Josh happens upon one of the largest buildings in the area, the Planetary Court. Coruscant Unity was a utopian community formed by Cyrus T, who took the name Koresh, which is the original Persian translation of his name Cyrus, meaning shepherd. Some 200 members formed the community and lived in satellite groups around the United States. The Florida sect was formed in 1894 and was managed by 7 core female members known as the Preeminent Unity. The Unity believed that the Earth was hollow and not round, and that the world we live in is actually on the inside of the hollow Earth, and the sky is the center of it all. Koresh invented a device called the rectilinator, which he claimed measured the Earth's surface as concave rather than round. As the investigation rolls on, Josh walks around the outside of the Planetary Court. It's dark, something eerie can be spotted in the background.
got everything right here. Like a sense of warmth.
Be hard to see at first, but if we brighten it up, we can see a dark figure standing in the distance. It's like a woman wearing late 19th century clothing. Some viewers believe that this is one of the 7 core members of the Coruscant Unity. Perhaps they had such an attachment to the area their spirits linger on at the site of the solid cult. Well, that's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. Can't get enough of our content. And check out these 2 links right there. Leave us a comment down below. Hit that thumbs up button. It really helps us out. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. Today we're looking at some freaky clips that you need to see to believe. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. Our last series of photos comes from another viewer of ours, Scott Collingwood Beard. Several years ago, Scott lost a close friend to alcoholism. The Gloucestershire local said his friend would go camping in the Forest of Dean, a sprawling woodland park and former royal hunting ground in the southwest of England. Scott's friend, who will remain anonymous, went out alone into the woods one cold UK winter. Several days passed and his family hadn't heard from him. A group of friends set out into the forest to look for him. Eventually, they found their friend's body lying next to a burnt-out fire. He'd apparently succumbed to the elements. Shocked and saddened by what had happened, friends and family gathered in the woods right where their friend had set up camp. They took a series of photos to remember the day. When the mother of the deceased stood in front of the group to say a few words, something strange was caught on camera. Just next to her, on the right, you can see a distinct orb of light. Scott says that the woods where this photo was taken had a dense canopy, so no sunlight could get through. It was a dull, overcast day, and no flash on the camera was used. Yet, you can clearly see an orb of light just above the mother's head. Scott isn't sure how to explain the photo and has been hesitant to show it to anyone before because he thought people might think that he made it all up. Given the sad story that it's his mum and that the photo was taken right where he passed away, it certainly does make you wonder whether their friend and lost son was taking one last moment to say goodbye. When a family member passes away, many of us will always wonder if a part of them will remain with us even after their death. That's certainly what viewer Brandon Juliet, who goes by the Reddit username Small Connection, was thinking when he was watching these surprising videos captured on their home security cameras. According to Brandon, this first video was recorded late one night on the Ring home security camera placed outside of his mother's house. Everything on the front porch looks fairly normal for the first few seconds of the footage. However, we spot something odd and warm floating across the screen. Is yellow in color and moves slowly across the camera for several seconds. Brandon states that they've never seen anything like this on camera before. The timing of this recording is particularly odd. Footage was recorded shortly after his stepfather passed away. Some paranormal experts believe that spirits can manifest as orbs of light, as it takes less energy for them to appear in this way. To make matters even stranger, a second video was recorded on Brandon's own ring camera, showing an identical yellow orb hovering in front of the camera. Here's the twist. He lives over 230 miles away from his mother, yet the same strange orb appeared on both cameras shortly after the stepfather's death. Here's some more footage of the same yellow orb. According to Brandon, it seems to appear at around 3 a.m. Often, people are scared when they see indications that a spirit may be hanging around their house. However, in this case, Brandon and his mother are comforted by the appearance of the yellow orb. They believe it means a loved one is looking out for them from beyond the grave. Orbs, supernatural entities, or mere dust particles. This debate has divided the paranormal community for years. Often it seems that dust or insects can explain many so-called orb sightings, yet occasionally a video surfaces that may prove otherwise. In this footage shared to Reddit by Jitter-less, we see what at first looks like a typical orb. However, take one look and how it moves. The object seems to fly about with purpose. Usually this means that it's probably just an insect, yet this mysterious shape remains completely spherical no matter how far it is from the camera. Furthermore, just after the halfway point of the clip, a notification appears on the screen indicating that the camera has detected movement. This is something that both dust particles and insects rarely cause. So what do you think this video shows? Take another look and let me know your thoughts and theories in the comment section down below. Peru is home to amazing sights such as Machu Picchu, one of the world's 7 wonders. As such, the country is known for captivating both locals and tourists alike with its nature. But what about its UFOs? At least that's what some people think was caught on camera in a video uploaded to TV Peru Noticias on YouTube. Perhaps from now on, Peru will be known for something much weirder. In the video, we can see a multicolored object hovering in the night sky. The object seems to change colors every second or so, almost as if it's like a strobe light. The video cuts to a long shot of the city at night time, with the light flickering over the buildings. Most viewers were positive that it had to be a UFO. Some of the comments in the video even said that they had seen similar things in their own cities. One viewer jokingly suggested it was a strobe light inside an alien craft, and that they were partying and joyriding around the universe. Some more sensible suggestions ranged from lanterns to drones and even a coloured spotlight. So, until further info comes to hand, this strange flying object will have to remain unidentified. Slapcam viewer Steve OC sent us this eerie piece of home security footage. Over the course of several months in 2018, this viewer had been experiencing some strange activity in their home, and they seem to have the evidence to prove it. Take a look at what their home security cameras captured. As you can see, all kinds of bizarre movement has been recorded. Pantry doors and drawers appear to move all on their own. Just when you think it's weird enough, keep an eye on the window on your left-hand side. Sadly, the clip ends right as the figure appears, but if we slow it down and brighten the image, something seems to peer in through the window. It would seem this footage backs up our viewers' claims that they believe their home is haunted. But what do you think? We'd love to hear your take on this strange piece of home security footage in the comments section down below. Orbs have been a source of debate in the paranormal community for as long as anyone can remember. Are these floating balls of light really spirits? Slapcam viewer Stacey W. from Memphis, Tennessee shared footage taken in her home, featuring a potential orb that is sure to arise speculation among viewers. The footage shows Stacey's kitchen at night time. Immediately, we can see the little orb of light dancing around the kitchen, first moving towards the refrigerator, where it seems to bounce around before moving back to the center of frame. Orb continues to move around for the rest of the video, occasionally disappearing from frame, only to reappear once again. Stacey explained that she first spotted the orb when checking a security camera alert on her phone that showed activity in the kitchen. She saw that her children were sneaking in the late-night snack and that an orb seemed to be floating around in the space near them. She asked her children to go back to bed, but noticed the orb still remained. She went to the kitchen to see if she could see anything in person, but there was nothing there, though she felt a strange presence in the air before leaving. At times during the video, it seems that the orb could actually be a spider web caught in front of the security camera's lens. This sometimes happens with security cameras, giving the impression that there's an orb when it's actually just an insect floating around. Still, the possible orb's movements are very erratic, throwing into doubt this theory and leaving the mystery open for all to interpret. Let me know what you think down below. YouTuber Bright Eyes Tarot seems to have caught something strange on their home security system. It was recorded at night time, so we see the yard in night vision mode. All was still for a few seconds.
Check this out. Just hold up, you'll see.
But then a strange splotch of light moves onto screen.
That. There's no bugs because it's frozen outside, literally frozen, and it has been consistently iced over. Not iced over, but cold, real cold. What is that?
It isn't perfectly round, but rather jagged around the edges.
What is that?
According to the YouTuber, it was far too cold out for the strange sighting to any sort of insect. So what else could it be?
There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen. And it has been consistently iced over. Well, not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
Perhaps it's just the light from a passing car or other mundane source. This could be the case. That is, until the light does something quite peculiar. The light moves slowly across the camera and approaches the steps leading to the porch.
Well, iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that? And you wait. Here it is still. Is it going up the steps? Yep, it's going up the steps.
Then it seems to move up the steps as if attempting to go into the porch and perhaps into the house as well.
Is there someone standing on the porch? No?
Bright Eyes Tarot is a clairvoyant and regularly uploads card readings to their channel. Is it possible then that this OP is more sensitive to the paranormal and has somehow manifested this strange orb? Watch the footage carefully again and let us know what you think.
There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen. And it has been consistently iced over. Well, iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
Sticking with unidentified flying orbs of light, some footage has come out of Eastern Europe that appears to show the Romanian military firing on a mysterious ball of light in the night sky. Have a look. Footage, which was uploaded to Reddit by user 678990655, allegedly shows the Romanian Navy firing an unidentified flying object. It was captured by a civilian staying in a nearby town on the 2nd of September 2021. The incident has divided the Reddit community. Some think it's nothing more than target practice and that the Navy's firing on a stationary light is part of a training exercise. Others, however, are more convinced that the Navy's firing at something unknown, perhaps an extraterrestrial technology. So, given the mysterious sightings in the previous segment, what do you make of this footage? What is the Romanian military actually firing at? Let me know your theories in the comments down below. This footage from Instagrammer Rincon Selfate shows something odd caught on a home security system. Everything in the room is dark. That is, until a bright ball of white light suddenly appears on camera. The light hovers in front of the camera, making occasional slight movements. It initially appears to be a glare from some outside light source. However, an ordinary glare wouldn't move in this way. This has led many to believe that the light is a particularly intense example of a ghostly orb. Paranormal aficionados believe that orbs of light, such as this one, are evidence of spiritual energy. Experts believe that it takes a lot of energy for ghosts to interact with the physical realm. It's thought that orbs require a little less energy to manifest. Orbs are typically only spotted on camera and usually fairly faint. The brightness and size of the orb in this footage is quite unique. Orbs can appear in different colours, including clear, white, green, red, blue, and even black. So does this footage show a remarkable example of a ghostly orb, or is there some other external light source that wasn't captured on film? I'd love to hear your take on this in the comment section below. Museums are full of interesting objects and pieces of art. What about spirits? That was the question at the forefront of many viewers' minds while watching a YouTube video from Merchants Museum of Local Law. In this video, one potentially otherworldly entity was caught on CCTV footage during closing time at the Russian Museum. The footage shows the interior of the museum at night time, with a security officer turning off lights. We can see him walk up a set of stairs in the very back of frame. Soon after he exits, what seems to be a floating ball of light appears to the right of frame. It zooms throughout the room, continuously disappearing and reappearing. The video then cuts to another room in the museum, with the same security guard entering the room, turning off the lights and exiting. As soon as he walks out the door, the same ball of light appears in the background, zipping about. The ball eventually makes its way to a piece of art in the back center of the room, slowly hovering around it for quite some time. It leaves the piece of art alone and continues to float around the room for the duration of the clip. The clip has garnered over 20,000 views and plenty of comments hypothesizing what could be happening here. Some viewers were sure that this was an instance of a ghost or spirit visiting the museum space. After all, employees have noted in the past that they've heard strange breathing and creaking sounds that didn't come from an obvious source. Some viewers have other suggestions, such as the light actually being a speck of dust or lint on the cameras, or perhaps a bug in the room. One viewer noted that the ball of light seemed to walk at one point, suggesting that this could be a person whose body is not properly captured on film, perhaps through a glitch. Whatever the object is, many think the museum is leaning into the footage to gain some easy publicity. So what do you think's happening here? Let me know your theories in the comments section below. Nothing will ruin a relaxing night at home faster than an alert on your security system. Yet sometimes what the camera shows might not be so easily explained. Take a look at this video shared to YouTube by Riri's Storytime.
Don't fucking look. There's no fucking thing over ours. What the fuck is that? What is that?
The footage was recorded on a camera placed on the front of the house. It's after dark and everything outside is quite still. Suddenly, the calm of the night is interrupted when a strange series of lights zoom into frame. They fly between the two cars parked in the driveway.
Thing over ours. What the fuck is that? What is that?
The lights hover for a while across the street, moving slowly around the sky as if drifting in a breeze.
And it comes back.
So he's gonna do a video.
Where'd it go?
Right there.
Then they begin to move back in the direction they came from.
Coming back.
Yeah, and then it's coming back. Let me see that.
What the fuck is that, man? It ain't no fucking wrong, I'll tell you that much.
At one point, it's almost as though they fly right through the house next door.
That ain't no goddamn drawing.
Wait, I'm gonna see.
Look at that shit. It's like a little flip of the house.
Oh, hell no.
The homeowners can be heard in the video insisting that the object is not a drone, and judging by the footage, it certainly doesn't appear to be one.
That ain't no
from, I'll tell you that much. The clip is certainly a mystery. Could the object be some sort of alien ship, as many viewers are suggesting? Unfortunately, this footage alone isn't enough to make that call. Take another look at the object and let me know what you think this might be down below.
Oh, hell.
In early 2022, Reddit user MenoraMan100 uploaded a collection of UFO sightings that all show a strikingly similar pattern happening over and over again all over the world, and it's left viewers wondering just what the heck is going on. In this first clip, onlookers are stunned by a strange red orb of light in the night sky. It appears to be dropping smaller balls of light into the air. It then eventually disappears altogether. And here in North America on the 8th of December 2019, a very similar sighting is caught on film.
Is that a comet? What is that? What is that? Dude, is that a comet?
I don't know what.
It is dropping stuff. Watch, guys. Do you see it? Look at that. Do you see that? Oh, what? Whoa, that one went far down. Look at the other one.
Yet another sighting is captured in Asia showing two balls dropping smaller balls of light. Yet another sighting, this time in South Korea. Again, it's a very similar pattern of light. Finally, this event captured in South America. UFO, orbs of light, is a term used to describe unidentified flying objects that are seen as glowing orbs or spheres of light in the sky. These orbs can be of different colours, sizes and brightness levels, and they're often reported as moving in unusual or erratic ways. Some people believe that these orbs are evidence of extraterrestrial life and that they're part of a UFO or alien craft. Others think that they form some sort of natural phenomenon, such as ball lightning or atmospheric plasma. However, there's no scientific evidence to support either of these theories, and the true nature of these orbs remains a mystery. Some researchers and UFO enthusiasts have suggested that the orbs are some kind of advanced technology that's being used by extraterrestrial beings to observe or interact with humans. They suggest that the orbs are capable of changing shape, colour and brightness, and that they've been seen to merge and split, which isn't normal for any known natural occurrence. However, the most common explanations for orbs is the presence of camera artifacts, dust, particles, atmospheric conditions, and insects in front of the lens, creating a lens flare effect that make the orbs appear in the footage. Ultimately, though, I'll leave these strange sightings up to you, the viewer, for final judgment. When it comes to the paranormal, orbs are a topic of hot debate. While some believe that they're ghostly manifestations, others think they're simply dust particles or insects flying near the camera's lens. No matter your stance, this next video will likely have both parties scratching their heads for answers. appears to be an excerpt of security footage. It was posted to Reddit by Izzy Does It 1031. However, the description notes that it was actually captured by one Vanessa M. in Massachusetts. At first, the dancing orb could easily be explained away as a flying insect or dust particle. But as you continue to watch, you can see that it actually appears to be something else. At one point, it hovers over a rabbit sitting on the ground. Watch what happens. A beam of light seems to emanate from the orb. It shines down on the animal, which soon scampers away. And the orb moves to the left. Looks like it's heading towards a second rabbit. However, as the orb gets closer, it too hops away. It could be a drone or some sort of mysterious alien technology, as many viewers have suggested. Let me know what you think this could be in the comments down below. In another case of a potentially haunted museum, the Essenen Museum of Moscow has claimed that a ghost might be wandering their halls. The employees uploaded a video to YouTube showcasing the incident in question, hoping to get potential answers from other viewers. What they got instead was more mystery. In the short clip, we can see part of the museum as seen on CCTV. Suddenly, a black shadow-looking figure floats across the screen before disappearing completely. A security guard in the neighbouring kindergarten claims that they too saw a strange shadow moving around the museum's grounds. Initially, they felt no one would believe them if they mentioned a potential presence, so they decided to keep quiet. It wasn't until they started to hear strange knocking sounds around the grounds that they decided to bring it up to other co-workers. At first, it was suspected to be bad weather caught on camera, perhaps a raindrop trickling down the lens. However, after a council meeting, it was decided that it wasn't bad weather at all. Instead, it was concluded to be a complete mystery. Some theories suggest the poet Sergei Yesenin, who the museum is dedicated to, has come to visit. Yesenin lived in the building from 1911 to 1918. Shortly after the poet's death, stories began circulating that his ghost haunted the town. His spirit was allegedly seen lurking in the Angleterre Hotel, where the poet committed suicide in 1925. So could this eerie shadow be the spirit of Sergei Yesenin? There are no clear answers given from any other sources, so until there's concrete proof of something else going on here, this may be the best explanation to run with. The following wild footage was shared to the Instagram account, the UFO God. It's not exactly known where this sighting takes place, but some viewers think it's somewhere in Chile. In the clip, it's clear some hikers are celebrating reaching the summit of a mountain range when they spot something unusual in the distance. Go on. In the valley below, there's a strange orb of glowing light. As the camera zooms in, it becomes apparent that the light is triangular in shape. It almost looks like it's pulsing. Whatever it is, it just hovers in the air, shining brightly. Some commenters suggested it could just be a window or piece of metal catching the light in the valley below. And given the angle, perhaps it's an optical illusion, making it look like it's hovering in mid-air. Others didn't buy this theory at all. Some said it could be a portal to another dimension or some kind of interstellar alien craft. So what do you think's going on here? Is this just an optical illusion, or are we seeing something a little more mysterious? Watch the clip again and make your own mind up. Russia is a hotspot for many ghostly sightings, perhaps due to its rich history. As such, is yet another possible haunting, as seen at the Pavlov's Palace in St. Petersburg. Employees became concerned after seeing a mysterious orb in the Egyptian room of the palace. Sharing the footage to Instagram under their handle Pavlov's Palace and Park, the video continues to perplex all who view it. In the clip, we can see the interior of the palace as seen at 1 a.m. A few moments into the video, a bright orb appears in the middle of the room. It floats slowly forward before disappearing off frame. Employees of the museum tried to make sense of this phenomenon by pouring through hours and hours of other footage from the prior month, but couldn't find any similar incident. As such, they decided to reach out to experts in the paranormal field, as well as other social media users for insight. Many Instagrammers believe that this orb was just a speck of dust, or perhaps even the light from a flashlight of a wandering security guard. However, employees remain hesitant and say they're still on the watch for similar activity. It seems they won't rest until they get a more clear answer. YouTube channel Ethereal Sisters Paranormal is a place where viewers can find fascinating paranormal videos. According to these YouTubers, this footage is the most startling spiritual encounter they've ever personally experienced. Peter, the lead investigator of the group, emailed this footage directly to us. It's an investigation of the notorious York Cemetery in Western Australia. On a previous visit to the cemetery, Peter felt a heavy, dark presence charge at her, so much so that she thought it was a kangaroo leaping at her. When she looked around, there was nothing there. It's this incident that spurred on the investigation we're about to show. During the tour of the property, they attempted to use the spirit box to communicate with any spirits that might be lingering in the area.
Does anyone know where Charles Cullen is?
Just after something talking through the spirit box seems to say, "Wow," a strange white mist floats up in front of the camera. The camera also captures a strange phenomenon around the edge of one of the headstones. A mysterious sparkling light that doesn't seem to have an external cause. This strange glittering anomaly has led the Ethereal Sisters to nickname the entity Mr. Sparkles. The spirit box continues to talk. The investigators believe they hear the word "run" at one point. Watch what happens. As you can see, a white mist blows through the tombstones, resembling a spirit running past. A closer, slow-motion view shows the mist seems to sparkle as it moves in the dim light. Peter had the footage analysed by several well-known paranormal investigators, including Greg Ludwig, author of the upcoming supernatural book Night at the Haunted Museum. After analysing the footage frame by frame, the strange sparkling anomaly remains a complete mystery. Though this particular cemetery doesn't have any well-known ghost stories surrounding it, the nearby Old York Hospital is another matter. It's thought to be one of the most haunted places in Australia. It isn't unlikely that some of the deceased patients from the nearby hospital found their final resting places in the York Cemetery. Who knows what strange things could be happening there after dark. The following video, published on Reddit by username AcrobaticBen9889, shows some mysterious activity caught on a Wise home security camera. A strange white orb floats around the bedroom before eventually disappearing without a trace. The uploader says he has no definitive answer as to what he believes this is, but says he thinks it's possible for it to either be just a piece of dust floating around the room, perhaps a bug, or maybe something a little more mysterious like a spirit orb. The uploader shared another piece of footage that was recorded on their home security system that shows something even more unsettling. Take a look. As you can see, there seems to be a transparent figure into the hallway. Some people have been a bit skeptical in the comments, but the uploader insists that the video is 100% authentic, stating that I've been on the couch with my wife and we've both seen it appear by the stairs and in the room. We're not scared, I just put up cameras to get evidence and make sure we're not going crazy here. Although we'll more than likely never get a definitive answer as to what exactly has been captured here, it's nevertheless a head-scratching piece of footage that will make you want to sleep with one eye open tonight, just in case. Now, if you want more mysterious video clips like the ones you've just watched, then check out these links right there. Also a reminder, we've got an awesome range of hoodies and tees. If you want to check it all out, hit up that merch shelf just below the player there. Otherwise, there's links in the description box below. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. Today we're looking at some super creepy things that have been caught on camera that are starting to freak the internet out. So hit that subscribe button to get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. When geneticist Neil Gemmell first went on his expedition to Loch Ness, he probably didn't expect to find anything too out of the ordinary. However, he was in for a shock when he reviewed the last bit of his underwater footage. While he may not have stumbled upon the fabled prehistoric plesiosaur that is said to stalk the depths of the Scottish lake, he was still able to find something truly surprising. In this short clip, we can see a fish slowly making its way towards the camera. While this may seem innocuous at first, it later becomes clear that the fish is swimming away from something. Watch what happens. As you can see, a long tentacle or eel-like creature makes its way through the background. According to the scientist, it's more likely that this is a large eel rather than some prehistoric dinosaur, and he points to this video as proof. Furthermore, for the myth to have persisted for so long, he figures that several of these eel-like creatures must call Loch Ness home. Although the legend of Loch Ness Monster traces its roots to Irish missionaries in the region in the 6th century, the modern image of this creature has primarily been informed by the reports of Scottish journalists in the 1930s. Taken in 1938, the iconic surgeon's photo depicts a silhouette of what appeared to be a large creature in Loch Ness. The authenticity of this photo was later debunked. Turns out it was just a toy submarine. Nonetheless, the image ignited a worldwide passion for the creature, and many people still travel to Loch Ness in the hope of catching a glimpse of this ancient beast. So if there truly are a breeding population of undiscovered eels down in the depths of Loch Ness, then where did they come from, and why have they eluded scientists for so long? Strange little TikTok was uploaded by Animal Wiki. It was allegedly filmed in the Royal Mountain Range in Japan. Watch what was caught on camera. The clip is only brief, but shows a small dragon-like creature swimming in a stream. While the majority of viewers think the clip is just a hoax, it's strange that cultures all around the world have dragons embedded in their mythology. For thousands of years, disparate civilizations across the globe have believed in dragons in some form or another. In medieval Europe, dragons were large, winged, fire-breathing creatures to be conquered on quests. However, in ancient China, dragons were believed to control the weather, guarding heaven and earth against outside forces. So why were these creatures believed to be real for so long? Could there be a thread of truth running through the mythology of these ancient cultures? Adrian Mayer, a professor at Stanford University, believes that fossilized dinosaur bones may have seeded folk tales about dragons and other legendary beasts like griffins. Ancient cultures around the world most likely encountered dinosaur bones, and verbal stories and written tales would have perpetuated the myths about dragons. So while this short clip is most likely fake, it's interesting to see how new mediums spring up and help perpetuate myths and legends around the world even today. When YouTuber caught on tape began to hear strange noises around his house, he decided to investigate. Armed with only his camera, he carefully followed the sounds to their source. The video begins just as the YouTuber hears some strange noises that seem to be coming from the attic. Hear that?
Something back. Last night, I heard noises in my attic. And tonight, noises in the woods.
In the video's description, he notes that he believes some sort of creature has taken up residence in his home, and judging by the tone of his voice, he certainly seems to be a little scared.
I've been hearing noises outside as well.
Did you hear that? Though a little reluctant, he continues to explore, hoping to capture evidence of the creature on camera. Even the YouTuber's cat seems nervous as the sounds continue emanating from the ceiling above.
Kitty, what are you doing? The cat goes up there. It's freaked out. Kitty, what are you doing?
The YouTuber heads into the attic with just the light of the camera to illuminate his way.
Oh. Oh.
Suddenly, a terrifying noise pierces the darkness.
I think it's just a raccoon.
The YouTuber nervously pans the camera around, hoping to capture a glimpse of whatever it is making the horrible noises. Then, as the camera passes a dark nook of the attic, he sees something horrifying. Take a look. As you can see, there seems to be some kind of creature blending into its surroundings. Whatever it is, it has very little in the way of facial features on its pale, sallow skin. Viewers of the video have suggested that the creature looks like an alien, or possibly some kind of mutant. While this certainly could be the case, the footage is far from conclusive. Perhaps it was simply a pile of junk that looked like a ghoulish creature. That said, this theory does little to explain the horrifying screeching sounds. Whatever the creature is, its presence likely has this homeowner too scared to return for a second look. These clips were posted to TikTok by username WV Paranormal. In August 2021, the uploader's young family was out in the backyard playing in the garden when something eerie happened. In the clip, the mum asks her kids to come in for bath time. She obviously gets a weird feeling and points the camera over at some trees. Watch what she captured. At first, it's a bit difficult to see, but if you look closely, you should be able to make out what appears to be a figure looming in the trees. It seems to be watching the kids playing around outside. Very next day, the mother spots the figure again. Watch.
Oh my god, nobody is gonna ever believe this. Alright, we're going back inside.
As you can see, the same bizarre tall figure can be seen standing right behind a shed. Seems to have a featureless, grey face.
Alright, we're going back inside.
The family has no idea what's going on. They aren't sure if it's a trespasser watching their kids or if it's something a little more mysterious. What's your take on this? What would you do if you saw someone watching your family from a distance? Let me know down below.
Alright, we're going back inside.
TikTok user Cryptic Chronicles has uploaded a video that shows a holidaymaker going about their day at an American ski resort when they happen to notice a large group of fellow skiers and snowboarders gathered near the edge of the tree line. The clip shows the faint silhouette of a vaguely human-shaped creature in the forest. According to the uploader, the animal was between 8 and 10 feet tall. As the camera holder zooms in, the large figure remains relatively stationary, but it seems to be manipulating something with its hands. Accounts of mythical giant apes have appeared all across the world and throughout much of recorded history. Many names have been ascribed to these beasts. Sasquatch and Bigfoot tend to be the most common names for cryptid apes in the United States, and dozens of sightings occur every year. Some scientists and cryptid enthusiasts believe that certain human ancestors or relatives could have survived into the modern era. They might be just so intelligent that they've continued to elude capture. However, if these intelligent creatures are truly roaming the wilderness, then it's only a matter of time until someone gathers more concrete evidence. In June 2021, TikTok user Clax uploaded the following piece of footage, and it's been confusing and creeping out viewers ever since. Oh. Hey! As you can see, some kind of large bipedal figure is walking slowly across the man's yard. Hey! The uploader's pet dog is clearly on guard too as it watches the mysterious figure from a distance. Hey! The TikToker was at a loss to explain the sighting, and it left viewers wondering whether it was a trespasser or something more mysterious. Several days later, Clax gave a video update about the sighting.
I saw it from behind that swing set out of the woods, walked over behind that truck, or to that truck, I went behind it in the woods. I don't know what it was. It was brownish red in person. We have a street light, so I figured it'd pick up better. Apologize for the quality. Apparently zooming it out will make any phones. I haven't seen it since, and hopefully I won't, but I still don't know if it was a person or a thing, whatever it was. It was big, and it was in my yard, and I'm not like that.
So he's not seen the figure since, nor does he have any idea what it could have been. Theories in the comments section ranged from a Wendigo to a ghost, or even a skinwalker. Skinwalkers are mysterious entities that have their origins in Navajo folklore. They're said to be shamans that conjure black magic. They use their powers to shapeshift into animals and even other humans to lure their victims in before brutally murdering them. There's actually very limited information on skinwalkers because Navajo people tend not to talk about the creatures to outsiders. So could this really be a skinwalker, or is there another, more simple explanation? Drop your theories in the comment section down below. Hey! Few humans have the extraterrestrial reputation of Stan Romanek. Romanek claims that he's had numerous encounters with aliens, including abductions, telepathic communications, and even forced interbreeding to create alien hybrid children. This video is supposedly evidence of one of these alien encounters. The story goes that on the night this footage was captured, Romanek had fallen asleep at his computer while his stepson was having a sleepover with some friends. Something woke him in the middle of the night. In a sleepy haze, he thought he saw one of the young partygoers streak through the house naked. However, when he checked on the children, all of them were upstairs asleep. Just when he was about to give up his search, he spotted something terrifying at his sliding glass door. Watch. As you can see, the creature looks remarkably similar to the one we were talking about earlier in this video. It has grey skin and dark almond-shaped eyes. Again, much like the typical alien seen in pop culture. It watches motionless from the doorway, even as the camera is pointed straight at it. So what do you think? Are Romanek's claims that he's had close encounters with extraterrestrials the real deal? This video has been analysed by numerous experts, but the jury is still out as to its authenticity. Sticking with mysterious creatures, although this next one is almost certainly not CGI. It was uploaded to the Facebook group Weird, Fantastic and Odd Things by Max Jack. This bizarre-looking snake was found in Thailand by a local resident who took it home and fed it fish. The snake looks to be covered in green fur. Some comments suggested it might be some kind of algae growing on the snake's skin. The person who discovered the bizarre snake is going to hand the creature over to authorities for research and identification. So, until then, all we can do is marvel at this mysterious animal. Our first segment of the day has some internet users debating whether werewolves really do exist. In May 2022, Reddit user Segwin shared a photo to the platform that seems to show something truly odd. The photo was captured on a game camera that takes pics automatically when movement is detected. The camera is positioned at an 8-foot-high perimeter fence at Amarillo Zoo in Texas. In the photo, which was snapped in the early hours of the morning, you can see a bipedal figure standing to the right. It looks to be covered in fur and has the features of a canine. It appears to be walking on its hind legs. It's these details that spurred some Reddit users to call this figure a werewolf. The shocked groundskeeper shared the photo to Reddit, hoping to get some answers from the community. Responses varied, with some wholeheartedly agreeing that the figure does indeed look like a werewolf, while others weren't quite convinced. Some suggested it could be a raccoon or even a piece of trash that's blown up against the fence. Ultimately, though, no one's been able to fully identify the figure, so unless more evidence comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a mystery. Chris runs a popular urban exploration channel called Urbex Hill. He frequently uploads videos of himself exploring buildings from around the world that are allegedly haunted, including schools, churches, cemeteries, and in the case of this video, the old St. Joseph Riverside Hospital located in Warren, Ohio. Built in the early 1960s, the St. Joseph Riverside Hospital was successful in its initial years. In 1996, the hospital was officially shut down. after HM Health Services assumed ownership of the Warren General Hospital. It was eventually purchased by Jim and Tom Dobson in 2003, who converted it into a few different businesses, including a private school, but eventually bankruptcy forced it to close. Ever since then, it's remained totally abandoned. Throughout the video, Chris walks around the old hospital and explores its various rooms, which have definitely seen better days. For the most part, all seems to go well for Chris. Until about the 8-minute mark, that is. Take a look and see if you can spot anything unusual. It can be hard to see at first, but watching that again, keep an eye on the doorway on the left. A strange dark hand appears to come out. This has understandably freaked plenty of viewers out who have since been debating whether or not this is a person, a ghost, or even some sort of cryptid. The most common suggestion is that it may have been a homeless person, but how is it that Chris didn't hear or see anything as he explored the building? Obviously, no definitive answer has ever been given, but it's certainly an unsettling piece of footage nonetheless. A few months ago, we featured an eerie TikTok video by a user named Old Fogey John that seemed to show some sort of strange figure lingering around the backyard. The account has uploaded another video that's just as eerie. The uploader says that recently he's been finding strange holes appearing in his garage door. He checked his security camera footage to see what was going on, but when he reviewed the footage that was recorded overnight, he was stunned at what he saw. Take a look. A bizarre figure seems to be breaking pieces of the uploader's door. It appears to be the same figure from the first video we featured. To this day, the uploader has no idea whether that's a person, an animal, or something else entirely. As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewer. What do you think that is? Let me know your theories in the comment section down below. There's probably many animals on this planet you've never seen in person before. Likely some that no one has ever seen. But what are the odds that one would be lying in the middle of the sidewalk? That's a question that many people have been asking since this bizarre photo and video clip started making its rounds on the internet. A man named Harry Hayes, who spotted it while jogging one morning in Sydney, Australia, first posted it to Instagram. There had been a lot of rain in the area and even some flooding, but Hayes states that the particular area where he found this creature wasn't flooded at all. The creature is small and looks slimy. It's grey in colour and its skin looks to be semi-transparent. It seems to have small black eyes and a long tail. In the photo, its body shape is hard to make out, but it looks curled up. This has led many to believe that it's some sort of fetus, perhaps that of a sea creature, that washed ashore when the area was flooded. However, scientists who have seen the photo and the clip have been unable to identify the creature. Biologist Ellie Alyssa, who also shared the mysterious photo to Instagram, was stunned and at a loss to explain the creature. Even her colleagues were unable to identify the animal. So is this a cryptid, a mutant, some sort of alien? As of right now, this odd-looking creature remains unidentified. Cryptids are animals that are claimed to exist but have never been scientifically classified. The footage you're about to see, which was submitted to the Facebook group Alta Extranitza by Alberto Rodriguez, shows a creature so strange it not only falls outside the realms of scientific classification, it almost defies explanation. It's not known exactly where the clip was filmed, but some think it's somewhere in South America. It starts off showing two farmers that seem a little on edge. They seem to be particularly cautious of one of the goats. It's brief, but we can see something has attached itself to one of the goats. Here it is slowed down. It almost looks like an enormous bat. Seconds later, things turn from strange to outright creepy. Take a look. Watching that again, the creature detaches itself from the goat and tries to escape across the yard. But as it does, it seems to resemble a thin shadow slithering along the ground. Here it is, slowed down. The farmers chase the creature to a nearby river where they try to drive it off the property. Later, we see a brief shot from a stationary camera showing the creature crawl across a rock. The clip ends and we're left wondering what the heck it is we just saw. Most viewers have been at a loss to explain what type of creature this is. Some have suggested the chupacabra, a famous cryptid rooted in South American folklore. They're notorious for their alleged vampirism, as many farmers have reported that they drink the blood of livestock, particularly goats. While the initial shot of the creature in this clip does match some descriptions of the chupacabra, a large head with fangs and bat-like ears, it's when it escapes across the yard that things get even more difficult to explain. How does the creature go from looking like a large bat to a thin, slithering shadow? This is a question that no one's been able to answer. Short of this footage being a very well-executed hoax, this strange encounter will have to remain a complete mystery. This next one is some strange footage captured in Paraguay. It was uploaded to YouTube by The Rocket 3. This mother was recording her son when she inadvertently caught something unnerving in the background.
¿Qué es lo que vos estabas haciendo recién? Decime. ¿Eh?
Some kind of unknown creature can be seen in the background behind a tree.
¿Qué es lo que vos estabas haciendo recién? Decime. ¿Eh?
If you slow it down and zoom in, you can see a long limb stretching outward. Two dogs clearly notice that there's something back there.
Tengo sueño. ¿Quién te enseña a hacer esas cosas? ¿Quién te enseña a hacer esas cosas?
Naturally, people in the comments section were freaked out by the odd sighting, and as the views racked up, hundreds of viewers speculated on what the creature might be. Many thought it was an alien, while others said it had to be a cryptid of some kind. The Pombero was a common suggestion. The Pombero is a mythical creature from Argentine and Paraguayan folklore. It's described as a small, hairy, human-like creature that lurks in the woods and steals chickens. The Pombero is also said to play tricks on humans, such as hiding their belongings or making strange noises in the night. Some say they lurk in the shadows of woodland areas, often luring children in with berries and other treats, before dragging them off into the forest, never to be seen again. A more down-to-earth theory on this video suggested it could be a sloth. The brown-throated three-toed sloth is found throughout Brazil, Paraguay, and Ecuador. So what do you think this is? An alien, a cryptid, or is it simply a delightful sloth coming for a visit? Let me know your thoughts on this one in the comments down below.
Decime. ¿Eh?
In November 2021, an Oregon local was driving down a rural road at night time with their grandkids when they spotted something eerie on the side of the road. They uploaded the strange footage to their TikTok account, Carolyn 1984, for all to see.
Yeah. What is that?
As you can see, a shadowy figure is lurking behind a tree on the side of the road.
Yeah. What is that?
The uploader has no idea what it is and with good reason didn't want to approach it to find out. When the footage went live, it quickly went viral, racking up millions of views with thousands of comments speculating on the strange sighting.
What is that?
Some said it was a Sasquatch, a skinwalker, a shadow person, or even just a creepy person lurking in a hoodie. Given that the uploader was with their grandkids, none of these suggestions bode well. One of the most suggested theories is a hide behind. Hide behinds are mysterious beings rooted in North American folklore. Accounts from early settlers tell of loggers going missing while out in the woods. Woodcutters were failing to return to camp en masse and villagers blamed the hide behinds. Legends say they're nocturnal creatures with the ability to conceal themselves behind almost any object. They're said to hunt humans for food, with their diet mainly consisting of innards. The Oregon sighting certainly does match the description of a hide behind in many ways. So could this be one of the first real pieces of evidence that these legendary cryptids really do exist?
Yeah. What is that?
An Instagram account named Sveri Gesasade uploaded a mysterious piece of home surveillance camera footage that was filmed on August 23rd, 2021 at an undisclosed location. The homeowner received a text that movement had been detected outside their house. This is what they saw. As you can see, there's an emaciated person walking strangely through the yard. Their limbs are extremely thin. Most commenters thought that this was someone on drugs wandering the property and that the homeowner should have called the police. There's no info on whether the uploader eventually notified the authorities or not. What would you do if you saw this in the middle of the night on your home security feed? Let me know down below. August of 2010, the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology was conducting a deep-sea dive when they found something mysterious in the waters of Sagami Bay, southwest of Tokyo. As the Hyperdolphin ROV explored the murky depths, cameras were rolling, capturing images of the deep-sea habitat. At first, everything seems fairly normal. Suddenly, out of the gloomy abyss, an unidentified creature appears. Its large white eyes are dotted just above a gaping mouth. The creature's solid frame disappears into the cloudy background. And the footage first surfaced and went viral around the world, with news outlets running stories that a new type of deep-sea species had been spotted. Some experts weren't so sure, however, speculating that it might actually be a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to see familiar shapes in patterned imagery. It's entirely possible that this is just a rock with two well-placed shells, giving our brains the impression that a creature with a face is present. However, in the footage, it does appear as though the object moves. So what do you think? Is this some kind of deep-sea cryptid that's yet to be classified by modern science? Or is there a simpler explanation? Let us know your take in the comment section down below. This next piece of footage, posted to TikTok by user MadRFCKRS, is rather creepy. It was supposedly captured somewhere in the Philippines, however not much else is known about the clip. Take a look. As you can see, there's some kind of creature moving on the rooftop. It's dark outside and the camera only manages to capture glimpses. Yet, for the low light, you can see it fairly clearly. It appears to be humanoid. Its eyes look like they glow in the dark, likely reflecting the light of the camera. Its skin looks grey and it moves as though it's on its hands and knees. Despite the creature's rather creepy appearance, several viewers think that it might be simply a naked man. However, if this is the case, it doesn't really lower the creep factor. What would you prefer to see crawling around on your roof? An unknown cryptid or a naked man with unknown intentions? Let me know down below. Our last clip of the day comes from Facebook user Chayla Kelly. In 2017, Kelly was filming a quick update for her socials when she noticed something odd in the background of one of the clips. Take a look and see if you can spot anything unusual. If we watch that again, slowed down, you can make out several little dark figures running through the grass. Almost look like meerkats running by. They said they looked like black shadows and had no idea what they could be. The clip blew up on Facebook, hitting over 1 million views, with hundreds of comments speculating on what the odd little figures might be. Some said it could be little people. According to Native American folklore, there exists a race of little people that live deep in the woods, often near rocky outcrops or sandy hills, and sometimes along secluded streams. They're said to be mischievous, singing and calling out while hiding just to confuse passing travellers. While these beings are widely believed to only exist in tales of myth and legend, back in the early 1830s, a burial ground was discovered in Coshocton County, Ohio. It's said that the unearthed graves contain skeletons that are only 3 feet high. So could this clip be proof that the legendary little people really do exist? Or is there a more simple explanation here? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below. Are we alone in the universe? This is a question that has fascinated humankind for centuries. If this video uploaded to the YouTube channel Paranormal Witness is anything to go by, it seems that the answer to this question is no. There's very little accompanying information other than the footage was supposedly captured somewhere in the state of Massachusetts in the United States. The clip, which was captured at night, shows a young girl walking down the steps of what is presumably their home. She's not alone, however, as an unidentified camera holder follows closely behind. It's unclear why the footage is being shot in the first place. Perhaps they heard a strange noise and decided to investigate. Whatever the reason, the girl walks down the stairs and heads outside into the darkness of the night. For a few seconds, the footage is indiscernible. Moments later, something truly bizarre is caught on camera. Watch. As you can see, they're confronted by a creepy large-headed creature peering out from behind a tree. Its face is pale and it has large dark eyes. Its head is pointed at the bottom, giving its face an inverted triangular shape. There's little denying that the creature certainly resembles the classic depiction of an alien grey. Despite this, some viewers believe that the creature perhaps matches this description too obviously, suggesting it could simply be a human in a mask, one perhaps who planned to scare the little girl as part of a prank. Unfortunately, as there's no other information accompanying the video, it seems that this encounter will have to remain a mystery, at least for now. This next video is a compilation of several clips captured by fisherman and TikToker .source90. It documents his time out at sea when a series of strange events began to unfold. The compilation was uploaded to the platform by user Alexander Dodgson1. It begins as we can hear a strange, high-pitched sound coming from the ocean.
I hear. Yes, yes. What the fuck is that noise, bro? What is that noise?
At one point, the poster suggests that there might actually be a voice saying, "Jump for me." The fisherman then retires to his cabin where he begins to hear a mysterious noise as if something's banging on the walls outside. However, when he goes to investigate, there's nothing there. Yet he manages to capture this remarkable footage. Something appears to be swimming alongside his boat. As you can see, there are actually two of them, one on either side of the vessel. Objects move at speed, seemingly able to keep pace with the boat. However, we never get a clear indication as to what they actually might be. In the next clip, the fisherman reveals a strange-looking bone that he claims to have caught in the dredge.
That looks like a tail spin.
Curious to find out what it is, he decides to take it to the marine biology department at the University of Massachusetts. However, after an examination, it seems that the expert is unable to determine what type of animal it actually came from.
Did you see anything like this?
Several viewers have suggested that this fisherman might have actually encountered mermaids. Also sometimes referred to as sirens, these creatures are known for their high-pitched call. And along with the figure seen swimming alongside the boat and the discovery of the mysterious bone, all seems to suggest a connection to this creature. While sirens were originally depicted as bird-like in Greek mythology, they were often described as possessing the tail of a fish and the upper body of a woman. It was also thought that their voices could lure sailors into the sea. In Homer's poem The Odyssey, Odysseus is said to have been tied to the mast of his own ship in order to resist the sweet call of the siren's song. So does this footage show evidence of this mythological creature? If so, is it really attempting to lure the fishermen into the sea? This remains an ongoing saga, and there are plenty more mysterious clips that TikToker Source.90 has captured from his boat. As always, I'll leave a link to his account in the description box down below. The following video was posted to Reddit by a username ChittySock. The footage starts off normally enough as we watch the uploader's girlfriend's sister's daughter and her friend making a video. At first glance, everything seems fairly normal about the footage, but if we watch that again, in the background, a mysterious dark figure can be seen walking around in the house before it eventually disappears without a trace. What makes this video even more unsettling is that there was no one else in the house when the girls were filming. When you slow the footage down, it almost looks as though the entity walking by the two young girls doesn't have any discernible features. The uploader says he has absolutely no idea what this figure is and what it was doing inside the house, but thankfully the two young girls in the video were safe and no harm was done. Was this an intruder or something more paranormal? Either option doesn't bode well. In April 2021, an owner of a homestead in Birch Bay, Washington, captured something truly mysterious on one of his trail cams. He uploaded the footage to his YouTube channel, Jimmy B Trail Cams, for all to see. Oh. Captured just before 9 p.m. on one of the trail cams placed deep in the woods, you can see a large figure walk from left to right. Whatever it is, its enormous stature becomes apparent when it lumbers behind a row of trees. Eerily, just a few weeks later in May, 4 trail cams placed around the property went missing. Some viewers speculated that it might just be a hunter in a ghillie suit, and that they spotted the trail cams dotted around the property and decided to steal them. Others thought the footage was just a hoax. However, all the other trail cam footage uploaded to the channel features well-known wildlife like deer and foxes. There's nothing to suggest that this property owner is into pulling pranks. So what do you make of this strange sighting? Could it really be the legendary Bigfoot? Let me know your take on this down below. TikTok user Sergio Luis Reese was just enjoying a nice summer day on a Brazilian beach when he was suddenly interrupted by a jellyfish-like monster that looked like it belonged on another planet. The creature, which had a bulbous head and long tentacles, floated near the surface of the shallow waters just a few yards away from the cameraman. Like any young man in this day and age, he quickly busted out his phone to take a quick video to share on social media. Although the creature seemed to just float near the surface for the duration of the short clip, there's no denying that its presence must have been somewhat unnerving. Several varieties of jellyfish roam the planet's oceans, but the larger varieties typically stay away from shallow waters. So far, no prominent marine biologists have commented on this strange video. There's a good chance that the specimen was simply a sick or injured jellyfish that had lost its sense of direction. This could explain its docile nature and strange appearance. However, it doesn't seem to resemble any extant jellyfish species. Did Sergio Luis Reese come across an entirely new species, or did he just happen to cross paths with an ugly duckling? If it was just an extant species, then why was it so close to the shore? And why haven't similar creatures been spotted near Brazil's extensive coastline? Our first clip of the day was posted to Reddit by user Omar1R03. It's footage of two men exploring a collapsed cave system in Jordan. As they approach a filled-in tunnel, take a look at what they see.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حجي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ليش جوا.
As one of the men removes several rocks, you can see some kind of face on the other side.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حجي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
It almost looks like a person covered in dust or some kind of disfigured animal.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم حجي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ليش جوا.
The Redditor who uploaded the clip asked the question whether this could be a ghost or a jinn. According to Arabic folklore, jinns are paranormal beings. They're believed to inhabit an unseen world parallel to our own. It's said that they can cross into our world, but we can't cross into theirs. In some traditions, jinns are malevolent beings who enjoy causing mischief and harm to humans. In other traditions, they're neutral or even benevolent beings that can help or harm humans depending on their mood or whim. They're described as having dark, soulless eyes, sharp claws and teeth with elongated fingers. Reactions to this clip have been varied over on Reddit, but most people were freaked out by the eerie sighting. One plausible explanation suggested it could be a toy doll covered in dirt, and if you slow it down, you can almost see the resemblance. It's still freaky nonetheless. So what do you think? Is this a jinn, a doll, or could it be some kind of cryptid yet to be classified by modern science? Let us know in the comments down below.
حجي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ليش جوا.
Is this yet more footage of the ever-elusive and legendary Loch Ness Monster? 54-year-old Richard Maver was competing in the Great Glen Canoe Challenge in September of 2021 when he accidentally spotted something strange swimming in the waters of Loch Ness. While capturing drone footage for his YouTube channel, Richard Outdoors, the camera picked up something swimming in the shallow waters near the shoreline. At first, Maver didn't notice anything in the water. It wasn't until he uploaded the footage that a few keen-eyed viewers spotted the strange shape. Take a look. As you can see, there's a long object floating in the water. It does indeed resemble the classic depiction of the Loch Ness Monster, a long neck with a broad body and fins. Maver told the Daily Mirror that he couldn't believe what he had captured. He had to rewind the footage several times before the sighting finally sank in. Some analysts have suggested it might just be a log floating in the water, or even an optical illusion caused by the waves. However, Nessie dieharders are certain this is yet another piece of evidence that an ancient cryptid is living in the murky waters of Loch Ness. Our last clip of the day seems to hint at something terrifying lurking in the darkness. Truckee Danny Ramirez was parked at a rest stop in Oregon along Route 97 when he heard something terrifying emanating from the woods nearby. The California local uploaded the footage to his TikTok account, Danny Ramirez 221, for all to see. An ominous owl echoes through the trees.
Strange we did it when I started this was.
At a loss to explain the sounds, Danny suggests it could be the roar of a Bigfoot.
I listen to Bigfoot isn't there.
Danny says that after he got done filming, the driver of the adjacent red truck came over asking if he heard the bizarre sounds. Eerily, a lot of viewers said that they too had heard similar howling sounds along Route 97, particularly in Oregon. For decades, the Pacific Northwest in the United States has been a hub of Sasquatch and Bigfoot research. The entire region has had reports of giant ape-like creatures, strange howling sounds, and there's even been evidence of giant footprints left behind in mud found on numerous occasions. One of the earliest and most notorious encounters happened in the summer of 1924, when a group of gold prospectors came out of the forests of Mount St. Helens, screaming about an encounter with a pack of tall, hairy bipedal creatures. Fred Beck, Gabe Lefever, John Peterson, Marion Smith, and Smith's son Roy said they were attacked by 4 7-foot-tall gorilla men who threw boulders and howled ferociously. They claimed that creatures were erect and walked much the same way humans do. They were covered in thick black fur, weighing an estimated 400 pounds each. The men allegedly suffered injuries after their camp was bombarded by large stone boulders for several hours in the early morning. The miners managed to escape at first light and alerted authorities of their ordeal as soon as possible. However, after a thorough search of the area, some 8 miles from Spirit Lake, there was no evidence of the creatures at all. Some have suggested the prospectors made the whole story up for fame and fortune. Back on the Ramirez clip, some viewers said the sounds resembled that of a wolf at certain times.
Absolutely.
In other parts, they sound too unique and guttural to be a wolf.
Stranger you get when they start with this was.
So why are we hearing the secret language of Bigfoot in the Ramirez footage? Or is there another way to explain these bizarre haunting howls? Now, if you love creepy videos, then you'll love the rest of our content. You can check out these 2 links here for more. Also, remember to follow us on all our other socials. There's links in the description box below. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Cam. Now, today we've got something a little bit special for you. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going round. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. This next piece of CCTV footage was uploaded by Archivos del Infierno over on TikTok. Shows a young boy playing around in a yard. And suddenly, something strange happens. Watch. It looks like something pushes the boy in the back. If you slow it down, you can make out a shadow or transparent shape that appears just behind the boy. Some viewers said he merely stumbled. That doesn't explain the strange shadowy figure behind the boy. Unfortunately, like a lot of mysterious clips floating around the internet, there's almost no accompanying information to run with. So for now, you'll have to watch the clip again and make up your own mind as to what's happening here. do shadow people really exist? This next clip from Studio Paranormal has left Twitter users wondering whether it shows a genuine paranormal encounter. The internal security camera shows that out of nowhere a shadow seems to push the man. He stumbles a few steps, clearly frightened by what's just happened. There are many theories about what shadow people could be. Some say they're ghosts or spirits of the deceased. Others believe they're extraterrestrial beings, but some think they're demons or evil entities from alternate realities. And still others believe that shadow people are simply figments of our imagination. No one knows for sure what shadow people are, but there have been many reports of sightings throughout history. In some cultures, shadow people are seen as omens of death or misfortune. In other cultures, they're seen as benevolent beings that offer protection or guidance. Most people believe that shadow people are just figments of their imagination. There are few scientific explanations for why some people may see shadow people. One explanation is that when we're tired, our brain doesn't process information very well. This can lead to us seeing things that aren't really there, like shadows. Another explanation is that some people may have sleep disorders which cause them to have hallucinations. These hallucinations can be anything, including shadowy people. However, this footage clearly shows the man being pushed by something, so it's hardly his imagination. I'll throw this one out to you for final judgment. Is this a real shadow person caught on camera? Let me know down below. This next video was posted to TikTok by Esoteric Mook 0. Like many of the mysterious videos found on the platform, it has no accompanying information. Take a look at what's been captured.
Wow.
The video purports to show a man with the ability to control the flow of water. He holds a large staff, bringing to mind classic images of the biblical depiction of Moses, who parted the Red Sea. At first, it seems that he might simply be matching his gestures to the natural flow of the tide, giving the illusion that he can control the water. However, as the clip continues, it begins to move in a way that seems unnatural. As he waves his hands, the water begins to flow towards his feet.
Wow.
He then gestures in the opposite direction as if pushing the water away, revealing the rocks below. There, it seems to hold its position until he releases it with his hand. So does this man really possess the ability to control the ebb and flow of the tide? Or is he aware of some unusual natural phenomenon and is simply matching his movements accordingly? Watch the video one more time and let me know what your theories are on this strange piece of footage. When TikToker RV Godoy started experiencing strange happenings around his house, he decided to search for an explanation. He began looking around in the crawl space under the building, where he discovered a creepy skeletal mask tucked away in the darkness. While it could simply be a remnant of an old Halloween costume, what happens next may make you wonder if it's actually an omen or something darker. In this clip, we see the uploader seemingly in a panic as he closes and locks a door. Something starts knocking at the door. Clearly spooked, he runs to another room, slamming the door shut behind him. A few more seconds pass before he decides to take a peek. Suddenly, the door that he had locked bursts open. Next, we see the uploader as he descends the basement stairs. He turns the lights on and pans the camera around. Seeing nothing unusual, he turns the lights off and begins walking back up. Suddenly, he hears another disembodied knock. Doubling back, we can see that the light in the room is on, and the wooden rocking horse, which was still earlier, is now moving. In this last clip, we see the uploader searching his bathroom after hearing some more strange noises. As he's inspecting the cabinets, he suddenly shifts the camera to the shower. Take a look at what he sees. A shadowy hand with long gnarled fingers is briefly visible before slipping from view. So is this the figure that's supposedly haunting his house? To see more of RV Godoy's creepy encounters, head over to his TikTok channel. It's well worth the watch. As always, I'll leave links in the description box below. Redditor Mr. Paranormal Guy uploaded this strange piece of footage. It shows a house in the midst of renovations. The CCTV footage shows an almost empty room in the middle of a home improvement project. The walls are entirely bare, with 2 stepladders placed near the centre of the room. There's an open doorway that seems to lead outside, as it's filled with a bright light. Clearly someone or something took the open door as an invitation to enter. A few seconds into the video, a strange creature walks into the room. It's only about as tall as the stepladders. It has a strange bulbous head and seems to have large black eyes and very long, thin limbs. It doesn't seem to be wearing any clothes either. The creature's appearance resembles many depictions of extraterrestrials in popular media, leading many to speculate that the creature is indeed an alien. Others, however, believe it could be some sort of child spirit or perhaps even a demon. Its actions in the room make the footage even weirder. It takes a few steps into the room, stopping near the first stepladder. Then it seems to teleport, moving in a semi-transparent blur across the room at a speed that's clearly not human. It stops near the second stepladder, then seems to disappear into thin air. Seconds after the creature vanishes, the second stepladder begins to move across the floor, sliding and scraping until it's out of sight. A moment later, the strange being returns. It takes a few steps before zooming off at a high speed once again. So who or what was this strange entity? And why did it enter the room only to drag a stepladder across the floor? For now, these mysterious questions remain unanswered, but the homeowner might be wise to keep the doors closed from now on. Paranormies are an amazing paranormal investigation channel here on YouTube. They travel around North America researching and exploring notoriously haunted properties. And more often than not, they capture some pretty freaky things on camera. In this episode, the team goes to investigate an old cottage deep in the wilderness.
Chief narrator.
that stereo too, right when that all happened.
The owners of the property told the Paranormies team that they frequently hear strange noises, not only in the house, but also in the surrounding woods. Mysterious shadowy figures have also been seen lurking around the property. They always vanish when someone goes to take a closer look. One of the owners, Sheila, can't explain what's going on this remote property. While renovating the old cottage, she discovered some old photos that date back to the early 1900s. While browsing the old album, something strange happened to Sheila. When she started looking at an old black and white family portrait, she began to have a panic attack. She felt nauseous and lightheaded and almost blacked out. Sheila can't explain the strange episode and admits it could just be her imagination playing tricks on her. However, if this investigation is anything to go by, Sheila's panic attack could indeed have been brought on by something a little more sinister. The Paranormies team begins their night by setting up their equipment.
It stinks in there like old house, you know what I mean? Like the old wood from where it's very old, yeah.
They take a look around the cottage.
That's one though. Oh, I actually saw it. I don't believe in orbs or anything, but I just saw something that whipped past it. Like no dust.
Not long into their investigation, things begin to take a turn for the strange. Bizarre activity is recorded upstairs.
Oh my god.
Who are you? Hi. My name is Jordan. This is Johnny. Can you tell me what your name is?
The rocking horse and chair are moving, seemingly all on their own.
What is happening there? Can I touch you? Oh, holy. Okay. Okay, can you hang on a second? We just need some kind of gear to talk with you. Stop. Stop. Oh my god.
Electric again.
Again? Okay, can you stop?
I know it's from behind me.
It sounds like somebody's sitting on it.
The activity subsides as quickly as it began, and everything goes quiet.
Stop.
Let me get you. Oh, I'm sweating. Okay. Okay, I'm not sleeping that bad.
Later in the night, the radio in the house begins to play up.
It wasn't even up before though.
It wasn't? So it what?
See? What? Did you see that?
That's weird.
Why did you
This has been off the time.
Sure, before too. See? There it goes. Why is that? Is that you doing that? Who are you? That's weird. That is weird.
Is there anything else that you like to do? You can tell us.
It's like it's shutting off and turning on.
Then in another room, a tap turns on.
Someone?
Water?
It sounds like the
Pure water.
Oh my god.
Do you like to play with electricity, faucets?
While in the bathroom, more strange movement is recorded. Watch.
They're actually completing a mission. Yes, dude. We're gonna wait. We actually are. Well, it's their first time. Like, first round doesn't count.
Okay, we're gonna do a Ouija board session.
Yeah. 2 quests remaining. I might just pop them. I'll pop them. Oh, pretty sure.
That scared me.
Oh my god.
There was no way that I fucking moved that backside.
No, you didn't. I was filming the whole thing.
What happened? Dude, so their game wasn't working at all.
Oh, my heart's beating so fast.
I couldn't do anything or see anything. And then I got a hint saying that
The The team didn't realise it at the time, but while they were checking out the movement of the plank of wood, something eerie can be seen in the window behind them.
There's a set of eyes looking at us through the window, piercing red eyes, and
two glowing red dots that resemble eyes.
it just makes you wonder, was that the creature that Sheila was talking about that was making these weird sounds, whether it was something mimicking that?
The team can't explain the sighting. They looked for lights outside, but nothing could be found. It's almost like something was watching them through the window.
That scared me.
Hours later, one of the team heads out to investigate the woodshed all alone. This is where the homeowners have heard some very strange noises in all hours of the night. While searching the area, he hears this.
Now, during my bed, I found it was necessary for me to come check out this woodshed where they hear a lot of the sounds between the two houses over there. I heard some crackling in the bush that way. I can't see without it. Oh my god. I shouldn't even be out here. Oh god.
Listening again, sounds like someone says, okay.
I shouldn't even be out here. Oh god. I shouldn't even be out here. Oh god.
Then what happens next left the paranormal team completely shocked. Watch.
That's where we saw the figure. Oh my god. Holy. Just as I was thinking, it's right there.
Slowing that down, the dark figure moves past the window.
Holy. Just as I was saying, it's right there.
The creepiest part is, Jordan, the other team member, is asleep all alone inside the cottage. He has no idea that the dark figure is upstairs.
Just as I was saying, it's right there. Jordan's sleeping. Holy. I have to go.
There is a part 2 to this investigation, which I highly recommend you check out. I'll chuck a link to it in the description box down below.
Oh my god.
Our first segment of the day has some internet users debating whether werewolves really do exist. In May 2022, Reddit user Segwin shared a photo to the platform that seems to show something truly odd. The photo was captured on a game camera that takes pics automatically when movement is detected. The camera is positioned at an 8-foot-high perimeter fence at Amarillo Zoo in Texas. In the photo, which was snapped in the early hours of the morning, you can see a bipedal figure standing to the right. It looks to be covered in fur and has the features of a canine. It looks to be walking on its hind legs. It's these details that spurred some Reddit users to call this figure a werewolf. The shocked groundskeeper shared the photo to Reddit, hoping to get some answers from the community. Responses vary, with some wholeheartedly agreeing that the figure does indeed look like a werewolf, while others weren't quite convinced. Some suggested it could be a raccoon or even a piece of trash that's blown up against the fence. Ultimately, though, no one's been able to fully identify the figure, so unless more evidence comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will remain a mystery. This next eerie incident was captured on a live stream when YouTuber Horror Fantasies was running a Ouija board session for his fans. As he's chatting away to his fans watching the live stream, something strange happens. Watch.
Maybe
The doll begins to move its head. The YouTuber freaks out and drops the doll, but isn't quite sure if something really happened or not.
I could have thrown that doll turned its head at me.
Naturally, the live stream chat went into overdrive as viewers speculated whether the doll's head really moved or not. Some noted it almost looks like a YouTuber could make the head move with his thumb, which does look plausible. So what do you think? Is this doll haunted, or is the head just manipulated? I'll leave that up to you to decide. Generally, abandoned places are creepy, yet many would likely agree that abandoned asylums are always a little bit worse. This chilling photo was posted to Reddit by user Moonflowers420. It was supposedly captured by their friend Channing Booth as he explored one of the most macabre asylums in the United States, the Anoka State Hospital in Minnesota. Founded in 1900 as a residence for the mentally ill, various controversial treatments were practiced on the premises. These included electroshock therapy and even lobotomies. Of the 100 men who were initially housed there, 86 died and were buried on the premises in numbered graves. Every building in the Anoka State Hospital was connected by a series of underground tunnels. It's said that the walls of these tunnels are marked with the scratches of patients who got lost while trying to escape. In this photo, posted to Reddit, we can see an empty corridor. The walls and ceilings are dilapidated and as rays of light pass through. At the end of the hall, there appears to be an unmoving figure. According to the poster, their friend was alone at the time. He snapped this pic when he saw something move from right to left at the end of the hallway. If you zoom in, you can see that the figure looks to be wearing a light-coloured dress or gown. However, their features remain indiscernible. Could it be possible then that this unnerving figure is the ghost of a former patient? Or is there another way to explain its mysterious appearance? Let your theories rip about this eerie sighting in the comments down below. Our first clip of the day comes from Reddit user Comfortable Cry 8097. Last week, the OP heard a strange noise inside of their house. They yelled out to see if someone had snuck in. There was nothing there. Confused, they decided to check their Ring security feed to see if they could see anything. Take a look at what the camera captured. It's hard to see at first, but if we brighten it up a little, you can see a dark shadow that floats by at the top of frame. The eerie sighting freaked the Reddit community out, with many calling it a ghost. One commenter said the OP should thoroughly check their house for a squatter, because sometimes Ring cameras can make people look blurry due to their low compression rates. This could explain why the homeowner heard a noise and called out to see if there was anyone there. So what do you think? Are we seeing something paranormal here? Or is this an intruder caught on camera? There's something particularly eerie about allegedly haunted toys. Clips of moving dolls always seem to go viral. It seems they leave people wondering whether the item itself is cursed and whether there's a ghostly child playing with the toy. In this piece of home security footage uploaded by Tatan Mysterio on TikTok, we see a woman browsing her phone at home. Watch what happens. As you can see, the teddy bear begins to move. Subtly at first, making the woman with the phone second guess what she saw out the corner of her eye. It then moves more noticeably and the woman gets up to run until the clip abruptly ends. This is another little viral clip with no info attached, so it's hard to speculate further. Most people in the comments section were certainly freaked out by the eerie movements of the bed. Ultimately, it's impossible to know what's going on here for sure. So I'll throw this out to you, the viewers. Let me know your take on this in the comment section down below. When UFO footage is captured by a reputable source, it really makes you wonder if we're not alone in the universe. User Joseph Hamilton shared this clip to his Reddit account, which was supposedly filmed by Chilean Navy officials in 2014. The footage, captured on infrared camera from a military helicopter, appears to show an opaque black orb hovering in the sky. However, as the camera zooms in, you can see that it looks like there might actually be two objects floating in tandem. Because this was recorded with an infrared camera, the inky black shade of the orbs indicates that they're emitting significant heat. The orbs also appear to be flying at the same speed as the military craft. The temperature-sensitive recording then shows the orbs as they seem to spew out some type of gas. Oddly, the objects didn't appear on radar. When the Navy pilots attempted to communicate with them, they received no response. The Chilean government investigated the incident for over 2 years before making the footage public. To this day, experts haven't been able to come to an agreement about what it actually shows. There have been many explanations offered, including planes, drones, and weather balloons, yet it seems no one can definitively prove what the objects might be. So what do you think the Chilean Navy managed to capture on camera here? Are they really alien craft? Or is there another explanation for their mysterious appearance? I'd love to hear your theories on this down below. This next piece of home security footage was sent to us by a user known only as 5allMousekowitz. It was recorded in June 2022. Take a look at what the camera in their living room has captured. Watching that again, slowed down, you can see a wisp-like shape move from right to left. Following this, orb-like shapes appear to float around the room as well. The OP says the white shape reminds them of a lady walking through their home. Strangely, the house is brand new and hasn't had any other occupants. However, after doing a little research, the OP discovered that the property used to be an old military camp. So what do you think? Is this just a glitch in the camera? Or could it have something to do with the old military camp that once stood on the land? Share your theories with one another down below. According to Redditor Endless River, her father-in-law, a property manager, snapped this photo in an abandoned office building that he was responsible for. Take a look at the image and see if you can spot anything unusual. Unless you have eagle eyes, it might not be until we zoom in that you see what's so creepy about it. There's a weird-looking face at the end of the hallway just below the green exit sign. Some viewers have pointed out that the right side of the face looks particularly odd, as if it suffered some sort of traumatic injury. Since the photo was uploaded, it's received a lot of attention. While some Redditors seem certain that it's a ghost, others are less convinced. They think it could be the reflection of a poster that may have been on the opposite wall. They suggest that the uploader's father-in-law returns to the building to investigate further. Unfortunately, unless an update is posted, the real source of this creepy face will remain anyone's guess, at least for the time being. Having a poltergeist in your home is terrifying. Although it's said that poltergeists aren't always violent, these spirits can still supposedly torment their victims by making noises and moving objects. YouTuber Sylvia C began noticing strange occurrences in her home after playing with a Ouija board at her kitchen table. She claims that her channel documents some of the activity that has since occurred. In this clip, it's fairly obvious that whatever is present wants to make itself known. Keep an eye on the cupboard door. It swings open and then shuts. Next, watch what happens when the woman asks, "Do you want me in the house?" The presence appears to answer by moving a can on the kitchen counter. The poster explains that this kind of thing happens in her kitchen all the time. This is evidenced in the next clip, which shows the poster hiding behind a partition while pointing the camera towards the sink.
Oh my god.
You can see a spoon and fork moving by themselves.
Oh my god.
She shows the area beneath the counter to demonstrate there are no magnets or strings.
I'm not freaking this. Nobody under there, under the counter, or the fridge, no magnets or anything like that, no strings. That's pretty so.
The woman's voice clearly sounds distressed throughout the footage.
Oh my god.
So would you try and communicate with the poltergeist? Would you just pack your bags and leave? This next freaky encounter was sent to us by Ella Ruth Moldong. In May 2022, Ella was taking a dip in a river in the Philippines when she inadvertently caught something eerie on camera. Oh. Watching that again, as Ella dips underwater, you can make out a pair of legs just behind her. A split second later, when the camera goes back underwater, it's gone. Throughout the clip, you can see that there's no one else in the water nearby. There is a group of people on shore, but they're several meters away and not in the water at all. Ella insists that there wasn't anyone else in the water when she took the video and is at a loss to explain the mysterious legs. Some viewers suggested Ella do some research on the area. They said that someone may have drowned in the river, and this could be evidence of their spirit lingering on after death. Others, however, thought it could just be a strange shadow caused by the water. But what do you think it is? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments down below. When a security alarm is triggered, it can be a scary event. However, this video, shared to Reddit by Bamarocky19, might show something that makes the whole situation even creepier. Look. According to the uploader, this footage comes from the bar's security camera that's next door to them. The manager had just finished closing up, so he headed to the office to lock up and set the alarm. Not long after the alarm was triggered, a police officer soon arrived but found nothing of concern in the building. Puzzled, the manager reviewed the security camera footage to see what had set the alarm off. In the footage, you can see a ghostly shape moving across the room directly in front of the bar. It appears to resemble a person, and it's pale and transparent. It moves slowly across the room for several seconds before the footage cuts out. After watching the clip, some viewers suggested it could have been a light from a passing car shining through the window. However, light alone wouldn't be enough to trigger the motion sensor on the alarm. So could there really be a ghost in this bar? Watch the footage again, judge for yourself. Our first sighting of the day comes from one of our viewers, Lainey Ferrari. Lainey submitted this curious piece of footage to our Slapcam Facebook group, where it caused quite a stir among other members. On a rainy day in May 2022, Lainey decided to set up a shot of her backyard. She wanted to capture a heavy downpour in slow motion. While it's a fun shot in and of itself, there's something strange happening in the sky in the background. Something Lainey didn't notice at the time of filming. Watching that again more carefully, there's an unidentified object flying across the horizon. Members of our Facebook group quickly noted that this video is shot in slow motion, so whatever's flying across the sky must be moving at an incredible speed.
In and out.
Lainey notes that the nearest light aircraft airport is around 30 kilometres away. However, no known light aircraft can move at speeds like this. So what is this extremely fast object? Aliens, the military, or is it all just a trick of perspective? Unless Lainey spots this object again and can make out what it is, this will have to remain a genuine UFO sighting. Abandoned places often have complex histories, and the dilapidated buildings seen in this video is no exception. Many people have reported strange incidents here. It's even thought that one individual committed suicide in the downstairs room. YouTuber Mysterio JL decides to investigate the premises for himself. As he enters the first room, he and his partner hear footsteps. They dissipate as the men walk closer. It can be heard once again as the men turn away. That's when they discover the word niño, which means little boy in Spanish, written on the wall. The investigators decide to continue their exploration of the property. As something grabs their attention, the camera holder inadvertently captures something unnerving on camera. A mysterious figure can be seen in the light window. At first, it's almost impossible to see. However, if you brighten the footage, it becomes more obvious. Next, they head upstairs. As they make their way along the dark, dilapidated hallway, a chilling sound goes through the space. According to the uploader, the voice says
Okay,
Mama
so I
in Spanish.
the gold 8-bit, the gold adventure, and the gold shadow.
Not long
Yeah,
after,
the
the
gold
investigators
8-bit,
catch a second
gold
sighting
shadow,
of a mysterious
gold
figure
adventure.
they saw earlier. Again, footage needs to be brightened up, but as before, there's definitely something there. Is this just a squatter who's taken up residence in the crumbling building? Or could it be the spirit of a child that's calling out, Mama? When Redditor Business Line 326's mother-in-law took this photo, she was trying to capture a reference picture for a painting that she wanted to create. Looking at the image, you can see the appeal. There's a lovely garden and someone taking a stroll in the background. The problem is, when the photo was taken, there was supposedly no one else on the trail. The poster says that her mother-in-law was walking her dogs and had just let them off their leads. If someone else was nearby, the dogs would have gone crazy with excitement. Perhaps the mysterious person's appearance lies in the history of the area. The picture was taken near the Low Pool, a large freshwater lake in Cornwall, United Kingdom. According to folk tales, this lake takes the life of someone in the area every 7 years. Maybe this ghostly figure was one of the Low's past victims. Unnervingly, several viewers have noted that the mysterious figure appears to be wearing a school uniform from the 1950s. One Redditor enhanced the image, revealing that the figure also seems to cast no shadow, even though other elements in the frame do. If this was just a case of pareidolia, then whatever the object is should throw some shadows across the path. So does this photo really show a ghostly victim of the nearby Low Pool? Unfortunately, the truth may never be known. According to YouTuber Christian AVR, recording creepy videos in the place where he works isn't unusual. The place often experiences bizarre events that occur without explanation, and on this occasion, he was lucky enough to catch it on camera. In this clip, the YouTuber is working in a former dining hall that is now used occasionally for special events. He writes that the room is generally only occupied once per week and only for a few hours at a time. The room is large and vacant, only containing a few tables with chairs stacked on top of them. The YouTuber is working alone in the empty room when he begins to hear strange noises. These noises are not unusual, at least not in this seemingly haunted location, but he decides to grab his camera in hopes of capturing evidence of a possible haunting. After recording for a few seconds, something happens. A small stool that's been tucked away under a table begins to slowly slide across the floor. It moves several feet before coming to a stop. So who or what could have caused such an eerie phenomenon? In the video's comments, the YouTuber indicates that there's a medical facility right next to the building where the dining hall operates. People often live their final days in medical facilities, so it's possible that the spirit of a deceased resident has made its way into the dining hall and is causing a bit of a mischief. The YouTuber states that the bizarre incidents have continued to this day, but the staff of the facility are no closer to an explanation. This next one is an old school ghost sighting that's been haunting the internet for over 16 years. In April of 2006, the investigative group Western New York Paranormal was spending the night at Valentine Museum after hearing rumors that the property was heavily haunted by spirits. The original clip was uploaded to YouTube by Nitro Cjo. It's after midnight when one of the museum's security cameras shows one of the team members searching the room. That's when something very eerie happens just next to them. Watch. On first watch, it can be hard to see anything at all, but if you brighten the image, you can see a dark figure walk right past one of the team members. Here's a different filter again. Located in Victor, New York, the original building was called Valentine Hall and was built in 1879. Levi Valentine built the grand 5-story structure with plans for it to become a sort of shopping plaza. However, when the planned railway line set to come through the town was never finally built, the area suffered a sharp decline. Valentine Hall was ultimately abandoned and left empty for decades. Over the years, locals began to suspect that the building was haunted. Some say that in the middle of the night you can sometimes hear a music box playing in the empty building. Visitors have claimed to have seen tools and other objects moving on their own, and even full-bodied apparitions have been reported. This security footage, now colloquially known as the Valentine ghost sighting, has become somewhat notorious in the paranormal community. Dozens of experts have attempted to debunk the footage. Some say it's nothing more than another person walking by. Others claim it's been altered. Some insist it's the real deal. It's strange that no one seems to be able to come to a clear consensus, and so the footage plays on. Year after year, it continues to intrigue those looking for proof that ghosts really do exist. Paranormies are a supernatural investigation channel here on YouTube. Based in Canada, the team travels around North America in search of ghosts, demons, and other paranormal phenomena. In this episode, one of their lead investigators, Johnny, delves into his past, searching for deeper reasons as to why he's been looking for ghosts his entire life. It begins with Johnny recalling a chilling childhood memory that he shares with his brother. Listen.
Slowly and subconsciously, we drawn further away from the table to a locked, closed door that was nearest to us.
Spurred on by this childhood encounter, the Paranormies team decide to set up an investigation inside of Johnny's dad's home, where a lot of his childhood belongings still reside. Johnny has always had a deep feeling that something paranormal may have attached itself to his family, even before he was born.
I promise to get back to that story and share the details of everything that happened inside that room before I was even born. But to get you to that point, I need to take you back to present day, why we're filming, where we're filming.
As the team sets up their equipment, strange EVPs get caught onto cameras. Watching that again, a breathy voice can be heard saying, "Fine." Then, moments later, the team's Ovilus, a specialist piece of ghost hunting equipment, says something which spooks Johnny out. Wow. The Ovilus says the name David. This has particular meaning to Johnny because his uncle, who also happens to live in this house, has recently been diagnosed with cancer. His name also happens to be David.
That's my uncle who lives here.
Things begin to ratchet up a notch when the team starts hearing noises around the home. Following this eerie activity, the paranormies decide to search the home using a modded Xbox Connect SLS camera. These cameras are known throughout the paranormal community to potentially detect entities that the human eye can't see. Take a look at what they catch.
It's in the corner? Right there. Right there. There he is. There's nothing there.
Then seconds later, this happens.
Oh, maybe that wasn't nothing. What was that?
Then a short while later, a door seems to open all by itself.
Not just
Later, yet more activities captured while exploring the garage.
Might have shut it off. What the Jesus Christ. Oh, okay.
Sometime later, after their spirit box repeatedly says the word help, a strange shadow can be seen passing through the yard.
No. Do you hear that? Yeah, that was a big help, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Natalie. It says Natalie.
Compelled by all the bizarre activity, the team decides to run a sensory deprivation session to see if they can contact any spirits that might be present.
Violence. Is there violence between you? It sounds like talking about two people. There's violence between two of you.
For long, they keep getting the name Harry come through the spirit box.
Harry, again, Harry. Is it train going by? Because I'm here train tracks. It's called.
Here's something tragic might have happened on the nearby train tracks.
I'm hearing a train going by in my headphones. So loud. And then it's like violence again. You can hear it.
Moments later, some eerie activity is caught on camera.
Did you die in the train tracks? Yes. Okay. Did somebody else cause your death? Or did you do it yourself? Second question. We're in the kitchen? Where's the kitchen? Oh, yeah, it's that, yeah.
Towards the end of the session, Johnny suddenly drops the spirit box and begins to act strangely.
Sorry to get that.
Drop the spirit box.
I haven't taken it or the extra one. Which one do you want?
Johnny? You okay?
He thinks he hears something in the kitchen. He's clearly dazed and confused. As if all these events weren't enough, there's one final encounter left for the team. Take a look. So what's to be made of this eerie investigation? Had something really have attached itself to Johnny's family all those years ago? And is there still an energy residing in his father's home? If this footage is anything to go by, it certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on here. There's a lot more to this investigation that we weren't able to cover here. I highly recommend you go check out the Paranormies channel. As always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. Their channel's fantastic. Their production quality is second to none. So head on over, show them some love, and smash that subscribe button. A strange flying object spotted at the 2022 Miami Air and Sea Show has sparked a fierce debate over whether aliens already live here on Earth with us. Former NBA sports agent David Sugarman was attending the Air and Sea show back in May when he inadvertently caught something truly strange on camera. Take a look. While filming a jet passing overhead, an unidentified object flies from the bottom of the screen upwards. In the original footage, the object is almost imperceptible. But in the slowed down version, you can clearly see an object moving through the air. Whatever it is, it looks like it comes straight out of the water. On closer inspection, the object looks like it's rotating, as you can see a wide, reflective glint moving back and forth. Sugarman posted the clip to his Twitter, hoping for answers. The footage quickly got traction as hundreds of people scrambled to make sense of the bizarre flying object. Some said it could just be a bird. However, taking into account the acceleration of the jet and that the footage is slowed down, the bird would have to be moving at an incredible speed. A few people replied with footage of their own, saying that they too had recently seen similar objects flying through the sky. Take a look at this one from Twitter user 528vibes. Here you can see a similar looking object that also appears to be rotating the same way. So what has David Sugarman caught on camera at the Miami Air and Sea show? Even with thousands of people scrutinizing the footage, the UFO is still no closer to being identified. Even if you aren't religious, you're most likely familiar with the Pope. As the leader of one of the largest religions in history, the Pope is an international public figure. However, this video from Paranormal X Chile raises questions about who Pope Francis really is. This video shows a close-up of the Pope's face as he stands amid a crowd. He leans his head down and reaches his hand towards his face. You might be expecting him to rub his eyes or scratch his nose, but what actually happens is baffling. The Pope appears to grab the skin just above his nose and pull it away from his face. It seems to stretch far more than any real skin should. As he pulls, his eyes appear sunken and hollow like the eye holes in a mask. This has led some to speculate that this is not the real Pope. One theory is that the Pope has a body double who sometimes participates in public appearances, keeping the real Pope safe in an alternate location. Other viewers of the video have suggested that the Pope is, and always has been, something not human, such as a lizard creature. There are no clear answers here, but this video has caused many to have second thoughts about the popular Pope Francis. Misguided Road Trips is a YouTube channel that documents Stacy and Cliff's adventures around the United States. The pair often travel to strange and unusual historical sites that are rumored haunted. In this episode, Stacy and Cliff explore an undisclosed cemetery somewhere in the south of the United States. The crew begin by walking around the property.
And we turned down here to find out what cemetery it was.
It's clear that this graveyard is intended to remain often.
That one's 1999. Look how the moss and all is just covered.
As they search the grounds, they begin to hear some strange sounds.
One of those. Somebody's shooting. cover on one of these.
At one point, they inadvertently catch something behind a tree, a sighting they only discovered after they reviewed the footage.
I removed this side. Alright. Alright.
Later in the investigation, Stacy sets up a spirit box in the hopes of communicating with any entities that may be present. During the spirit box session, something eerie takes place in the background. Oh. A dark figure can be seen walking among the trees in the background. It looks like someone wearing a robe. It appears that Stacy and Cliff didn't notice the figure at the time of filming, but the spirit box seems to refer to a third person being present.
Okay, let me put it back on in a few minutes. Thank you for talking to us.
Naturally, this sighting sent the comments section into a frenzy, with hundreds of people scrambling to point out the strange robed figure. Most people were stunned at the sighting, but understandably, there were a few people who thought the capture was too good to be true. A lot of viewers have defended the footage, saying that Stacy's a genuine person and isn't known for pulling stunts like this in any of her other videos. Others suggested it may have just been a real person walking through the property at the same time. So what do you make of this creepy cemetery sighting? As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. Let me know where you sit on this in the comment section down below. Our first clip of the day comes from the Twitter account Studio Paranormal. This homeowner was having a quiet night in watching some TV when suddenly something eerie started to happen. Take a look. TV flickers. Then what looks like a child's face appears in the middle of the static. Some commenters thought it might just be a filter on their phone projecting a face onto the TV. But that doesn't explain why the TV was playing up in the first place. Unfortunately, this is one of those short shareable little clips that has almost no info attached to it, so it's impossible for us to dig any deeper. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think's been caught on camera here? Let me know your theories in the comments down below. Many people believe that animals have a heightened sense of paranormal, that they can detect things that humans simply can't perceive. In this TikTok uploaded by AmyBaby94, we can see a pooch on high alert. Oh. It can be hard to see at first, but there appears to be a shadowy figure lurking in the bushes up ahead. The dog can clearly sense something's wrong and stands at attention. It's hard to tell what the figure is. Is it something paranormal like a shadow figure, Or is it a person up to something nefarious? Dozens of commenters said you should always trust a dog's intuition. One person said that when a dog barks, it's usually at something they can handle. It's when they're alert but silent that you need to start worrying. Rightly so, the family decides to turn around and walk in the opposite direction. So what's lurking in the bushes up ahead here? Have a look and decide for yourself.
So if you love this massive compilation, then why not check out our other ones here? Or there's a giant playlist here that you can binge on for hours. Leave us a comment down below which one of these clips you thought was the weirdest or scariest. We love getting your feedback. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. You're watching part 2 of the series videos in 2022. If you missed part 1, there's a link in the description box below there and it's pinned in the comments. And in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Last few months, there have been numerous sightings of an unidentified flying object hovering over Medellin, Colombia, prompting theories that an alien craft is surveying the area. The incidents were compiled by the Instagram account BD Maestro #1. The most recent sighting took place on August 3, 2022, when several tourists spotted a strange craft floating near the Medellin airport. You can see a commercial aircraft flying nearby to the mysterious object. Whatever it is, it floats in stark contrast to the plane cruising below. Prior to this, on June 27, a very similar looking object was seen hovering over the city. It was also spotted on the 9th of April. Here you can see the object moving through the air rather than hovering in one spot. Then, on the 10th of January, it was seen again. It was even seen as far back as December 2021. You can see it sitting among some dense clouds. It seems Colombia is no stranger to UFO sightings, with hundreds of reports logged over the last few decades. What makes these sightings even more mysterious and frankly quite creepy are the reports of an alien-worshipping cult that went missing back in the late 1990s. Stella Maris were a doomsday cult based in Cartagena, Colombia. Founded in 1989 by Rodolfo Perez, the group prophesized an end-of-days scenario where mankind was doomed to suffer a cataclysmic event. According to their charismatic leader, the only way to survive the disaster was to make contact with an alien race, who would select a chosen few to be taken off-world. And while so far this sounds like fairly standard doomsday cult ramblings, it's what happened in June and July 1999 that makes this event truly bizarre. Local authorities were already keeping a close eye on the cult's compound after numerous reports from concerned family members were filed, noting that they believed their loved ones had been brainwashed and that they feared for their safety. Then, in early July 1999, local police noted a lot of activity at the Stella Maris compound, as though they were getting ready for some kind of event. As many as 100 members were seen marching into the wilderness, including entire families. Their official statement said that they were heading to their annual retreat in the Sierra Nevada mountains, but it soon became apparent that they were actually heading to an area known for regular UFO sightings deep in the jungle. Soon after, no contact was ever made again.
It's as though the entire 100 people vanished off the face of the earth. After an exhaustive search, authorities could find no trace of the group whatsoever. Their compound had been left untouched, all their belongings remained, and the entire property was empty. A wider search of the area found no evidence of the group, and no bodies or belongings were recovered. All 100 members vanished. This spooky event prompted all kinds of theories. Many thought it was another example of Jonestown and a mass suicide had taken place. No bodies were found. Others thought perhaps they were kidnapped, as the wilderness where they were last spotted is known to be controlled by dangerous militants. No ransom was ever issued, nor is there any evidence of kidnapping. Finally, after months of exhaustive searches with little to no evidence turning up, people began to wonder whether the cult had actually been abducted by aliens. Given their beliefs and that they had set off in search of UFOs, it's certainly strange that as many as 100 people go missing without a trace. To this day, no one really knows what happened to the Stella Maris cult. Over the years, some fringe members have come forward saying that they never really believed in aliens, but it still doesn't account for the missing people that marched off into the jungle that day back in July of 1999. All 100 members of the Stella Maris cult are still on Colombia's missing persons list. The case remains unsolved. It's thought that children might be more sensitive than adults to the paranormal. Maybe it's just because of their active imaginations, but kids often claim to feel and see things that grown-ups can't. This video, uploaded to TikTok by Paranoid Normal, shows a photograph that might just prove this to be true. It was snapped by a young girl on her toy camera. According to the girl's mother, their child had been seeing someone in her room and started refusing to sleep in there. On the day that this photo was captured, the girl and her mother were sitting inside the house all alone. As the girl was taking pictures, she turned and said, "Mummy, there's a man in my photo." Her mother grabbed the camera and was startled to see the dark silhouette of a manly figure standing in their hallway. As the poster says her husband was at work at the time, who, what could this shadowy figure be? Is it possible that the young girl has captured photographic proof that there really is something else inside their home? Perhaps it's time for her parents to believe her. This next one's been doing the social media rounds this past week, prompting viewers to wonder if teleportation is a real thing. TikToker Leslie XO was happily watching the evening news when they spotted something quite unusual in the background of an interview. Watching that again, you can see the man materializing out of nowhere. Initially, some people thought that there must have been a cut in the footage, but if you watch the women in the foreground, there doesn't appear to be a cut at all. Then some people suggested it could be a green screen. The news anchor and the interviewee appear to be there in person. You can see their hair from the breeze. The best and most enjoyable theory thrown out there is that what we're seeing is a man teleporting on live TV. Perhaps he's a time traveler on an important mission to alter a timeline. One commenter jokingly said that time travelers have to go to the grocery store just like everyone else. What do you make of this bizarre sighting? Technical glitch, a genuine time traveler? Curiously type your opinions in the comments below. You all know parrots can talk, and there are countless videos online of them saying cute and funny things. However, did you know there are also other birds that can speak? In this clip, posted to TikTok by Real Horror Talk, we see a raven sitting by the shore. Out of nowhere, it suddenly starts speaking in an incredibly deep, human-like voice. Listen. Come on. Come on. Come on. Boy seems to say, hey, come on, good boy. Come on. Boy. Perhaps if this was a parrot talking, one might find it amusing. However, coming from a large jet black raven, it sounds rather sinister. To make the clip even creepier, one viewer noted just how unnerving it would be if you were walking through the woods late at night and suddenly heard this. Come on. Boy. In folklore, ravens are often associated with loss and ill omen, yet they can also represent prophecy and insight. In Swedish mythology, they're thought to be the ghosts of murdered people who haven't had a Christian burial, while in German stories, they represent damned souls. Whether it's the symbolism of the bird or this one's particularly unnerving voice that makes this clip so unsettling to watch, the next time you see a raven in the wild, you probably won't look at it the same way. Come on. Come on. Come on. Boy. Well, that previous clip wasn't as mysterious as it first appeared. This next one is a little harder to explain. It's uploaded to Instagram by normal. It's some security footage taken in the back alley. See some young kids taking some bikes. However, one of the kids goes back for another bike in the background. Something truly odd happens. Shadowy legs. Right. And then returns and seems to reach out to the boy. He turns around to have a look.
What is it?
Turns once more before the group abruptly ends. A lot of people in the comments said that this is a shadow person sighting. Many paranormal investigators believe that shadow people are a type of spiritual entity that live in our world. Some say they're lost souls, others have suggested they could be interdimensional beings or aliens. Regardless of what they are, tens of thousands of people all around the world have reported seeing these beings with remarkable similarity. People suffering from insomnia or sleep paralysis often describe shadowy people watching them and their eyes. Are these shadowy entities real? Judging by the reports, the thousands of testimonies, and the countless videos that seem to show them, one can't help but wonder about these things when it's pitch black at 3 a.m. and you're all alone. Good thing everyone knows they can't get you under a blankie. We've been following the eerie happenings of Diego Spickers for quite some time now, and it seems that his alleged haunting just gets stranger and stranger as time goes on. Diego believes that a ghostly presence has taken up residence in his apartment in Mexico. These are just the latest incidents to take place in his home. In this first clip, we can see his pet dog hiding in the corner, clearly having been spooked by something. That's when he finds a torn apart doll on the ground. Inside of it, he finds a mysterious package. In this next clip, he finally works up the courage to open whatever it was he found inside the toy. That's what happens. Watching that again as he opens the piece of cloth, some fingers appear from under the table. He steps back. There's clearly nothing there. Curious still, inside the cloth, there appears to be a locket and some kind of dusty substance. Many viewers have speculated that they're the ashes from a cremation. In this final clip, things get even creepier. Oh. Breaking this one down, you can hear the door handle to the bathroom violently shaking. In the glass, you can clearly make out the face of a young girl. But when he opens the door, there's nothing to be found. It's a small room with nowhere for an accomplice to hide. Some commenters said that the cloth in the second clip looks like a hex bag. These are sometimes used by practitioners of black magic to form a curse on a specific place or person. So are we witnessing the fallout of the dark curse? For now, we'll have to wait and see as more haunting videos are captured in the home of the audio speakers. Our last segment of the day comes from a TikToker who's been documenting some very strange activity inside his apartment. Several of the clips have gone viral, prompting an ever-growing audience of followers to speculate on what's really going on. It all began when user Dramatic Ian uploaded a short clip showing some very unusual banging inside of his home. Oh. He opens the door. There's nothing there.
This is my whole closet.
The OP says that the building was built back in 1932, and while he's normally a fairly level-headed sort of person, the continued activity has led him to speculate that the property might be haunted. Here's the same noise again, but during the day. There. This time he opens the front door to prove that there's no one outside of the apartment banging. He then opens the closet, and as before, there's no one there. Following these clips going viral, Dramatic Ian started gaining followers who were keen on getting involved with the mystery. Before long, they started asking questions.
Nobody's ever been hurt. It's usually just the banging out the door. Do I 100% believe that it is something paranormal? Well, not 100%, but I'd like to try and disprove that it is something like a ghost first.
And while he's not ruling out something paranormal, he says he's quite skeptical and that he just wants to solve the mystery. Spurred on by his followers, the OP ran a live stream where he tried communicating with any alleged spirits that might be present.
Alright, let's try and get on camera this time. Can you explain psychic? Tell me what psychic means?
Catherine.
Catherine is a psychic
So, when trying to communicate further, this happens.
Catherine, would you like to tell us why?
Stop recording.
Yeah, tells him to stop recording, and judging by the look in his eyes, he's quite terrified by the response. This is an ongoing saga over on TikTok, and there's a lot more we weren't able to cover here, so I highly recommend you head over and watch the events play out. And as always, I'll put a link in the description box down below. There. His creepy encounter was uploaded to Instagram by the South American news outlet Infobay. This bus driver from the Salta province of Argentina says he was finishing his shift driving an empty bus back to the depot when suddenly the stop button was pressed as though a passenger wanted to get off. He took out his phone to film what was happening. The driver shows us how strange it is that the stoplight had been activated, despite the fact that there's no passengers on board the bus. Now things get even creepier when you listen closely to the footage. In it, you can hear a woman's voice. Translated from Spanish, it sounds like the voice says, "Stop, driver." The bus driver was stumped by the incident and has no way of explaining what happened. There's been no official word from the bus company either, so for now, it's a very eerie encounter that will have to remain a complete mystery. Had imaginary friends as children. Seems that it's all part of growing up. These friends were not so imaginary after all. Take a look at this photo uploaded to Facebook by user Laredo Paranormal Stories. In it, we can see that there appears to be a second figure next to a boy in a blue shirt. The figure's face looks pale, even skeletal. Its hair appears disheveled and wild, and its body almost seems to be a black void. The photo was captured by the poster's husband. The poster believes that it shows their son playing his imaginary friend, Lee. It seems that the picture freaked the family out so much that shortly after it was taken, they decided to move on. Despite the figure's creepy appearance, several viewers thought that it didn't look as though it posed a threat to the boy. In fact, one viewer even suggested that it could have been the boy's guardian angel. So what do you think this photo shows? Is it really the child's imaginary friend? If it is, then one has to wonder whether or not she followed the family to their house. This video was uploaded to TikTok by user Monique Hernandez. The clip is taken from a home security camera position at the front of the TikToker's house. They asked their viewers for an explanation, posing the question, is this a ghost or a roving camera? Take a look at what's been captured. The caption reads, "Why can you see the truck ruined?" It's a valid question. If we watch it again, zoomed in and slowed down, you can indeed see details of the truck as they walks by. Furthermore, it almost looks like the figure appears out of thin air at the beginning of the clip. A lot of strange sightings captured by home security cameras can be explained by poor compression rates and low resolution. This sightings is rather odd. The visuals are quite crisp, making it even stranger that you can see through the person. Whatever the case may be, the sighting was enough to freak viewers out on TikTok. Some people called it a ghost, a shadow figure, and even a time traveler was suggested. Unfortunately, this short clip is all we have to go by, so for now, unless further info comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to remain a complete mystery. February 2022, something strange happened during an interview with famed Bolivian folk singer Elma Hermosa Gonzalez. The clip was uploaded to TikTok by Elma's niece, who goes by the username Paula Hermosa7. Take a look at what happens. During the interview, Elmer's ponytail lifts up into the air. It looks like it's moved by some sort of unseen force. Viewers were particularly stunned because at the time the ponytail lifts up, Elmer was talking about his late brother Ulysses. Ulysses Hermosa died in 1992 at the age of 38 from complications arising from leukemia. Ulysses was integral in the success of the folk group Los Carcas, which one of his brothers performed in. The family believes that Ulysses made an appearance in the interview, brother Elmer lifting up his ponytail as part of making contact. So could this be true? Is the spirit of their lost uncle and brother trying to make contact? On. Up to you. Decide. This next photo was posted to our Slackcam community page on Facebook by Jennifer Howard. Jennifer says that it's a single frame captured by her home security system after it detected movement in the living room. Here you can see the living room with Jennifer sound asleep on the bed. She says that they had moved her bed into the living room because they were renovating and had recently painted the walls of the bedroom. Literally, it's next to the bed is a strange-looking figure. Partially blurred, seems to be leering over the bed. Jennifer notes that you can see her two dogs asleep on the bed. They're normally very sensitive and will bark at the slightest movement, and they're sound asleep. Previous still, for some reason, the security camera only captured a single frame and didn't go on to record a video. So all that was captured was this eerie figure standing by the bed for a split second. Nothing. Who was this figure by the bed? Jennifer says she was the only one home at the time and is at a loss to explain the sighting. If it was a burglar, you'd think the camera would have caught more footage and the dogs certainly would have started barking. Now, this is the sighting. Mystery. Some spooky security footage captured at a discount supermarket in the United States has left viewers asking the question, are ghosts real? In mid-September 2022, CCTV footage at a Dollar General store in Humansville, Missouri, captured a strange apparition in one of the offices. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by the Humansville Paranormal Society. Oh. Around 2 a.m., a mist-like shape moves from left to right in the back office of the store. It appears, then disappears, leaving no trace whatsoever. The OP's wife, Katrina, used to work at the store. She claims she used to hear all kinds of eerie sounds, including the freezer doors banging closed when there was no one else around. Humansville has a long history, and the site where this Dollar General store now sits used to be an old water tower, base of which is still present on the property. The town is small, with a population of just over 1,000 people. For years, residents have been reporting strange sightings and eerie experiences in Humansville. One of the most reportedly haunted areas is up at the old Elliott Farm, not far from Sinrock Cemetery, about 9 miles west of downtown Humansville. Some locals say that the property is not only haunted, but permeates evil. An urban legend says that the former owner of the farm was a cruel and wicked man who would torture animals. One night, after getting into an argument with his brother, he burnt down their barn and transported horses just to teach him a lesson. Months later, the farm owner went missing. His family and local townsfolk led a search party, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Finally, after days of exhaustive searches, they discovered both he and his horse lying dead in a field miles from the farm. No one knows what happened or what he was doing in such a rural part of the neighbouring farm. Some say a curse or even presence played a hand in his death. So could Humansville really be haunted? If this CCTV footage is anything to go by, then perhaps the urban legends are true, and a deep paranormal energy really is clinging to this whole town. This next creepy photo was sent to us by one of our viewers, Carol Lothar. Carol says that this unsettling photo hangs on the wall of her friend's childhood home. It was already on the wall when their parents bought the home decades ago, and they've just left it there since. In the photo, you can see a horse standing at attention. In the background, you can see that there's actually a shadow of a person sitting on the horse. What's even more unsettling is that the homeowner says that quite often, as many as 100 flies will sit on the frame of this picture. You can even see a fly in the top left-hand corner of this photo. Many paranormal experts believe that whenever a specific place or object attracts a swarm of flies, it could mean there is a curse or demonic presence nearby. For centuries, the symbolism of the fly has been associated with death and pestilence. For example, in Mesopotamian mythology, Nergal is the god of death. He's closely linked to suffering and disaster and is often depicted as a swarm of flies. Christians later associated Nergal with a demonic presence. So what's going on with this photo then? Why does the shadow depict a rider? Why do hundreds of flies often cling to its frame? It seems the more you stare at this image, the more unsettling it becomes. This next eerie image was uploaded to Facebook by John Fajarski. Some years ago, this couple were dining in a restaurant that was built on top of an old mine. The property is famous for its mining history and prominently displays memorabilia from its bygone years. The couple had this photo taken while dining in a restaurant. However, in the background of the image, you can make out a transparent man floating around in the room. He's got a long beard and is wearing a white button-up shirt, very similar to the miner's uniform. Dom says this is a snap of the physical photo itself, which was developed in a storm, meaning it could have been photoshopped. While there's a slight chance this could be double exposure, the man's uncanny resemblance to an old miner sort of makes this a photo. First clip of the day comes from a YouTube channel called Terra Latente. Not much is known about its true origins other than a homeowner appearing to have a haunting of some kind on their hands. The clip begins with the homeowner flicking what appears to be holy water around the room, signifying that they believe some kind of paranormal presence may be inside their house. However, as they do, something quite eerie happens. Watch. Stuffed bunny toy on the cabinet starts moving. Residents recite a prayer as more holy water is splashed around the room. Unfortunately, the clip is brief and we're not given any more information about what exactly is going on here. The clip appears quite authentic and the residents seem to be genuinely cleansing their home with spiritual presence. So then, how does one explain a moving stuffed toy? Could we really be witnessing some kind of haunting? Is it all just a well-orchestrated hoax? Let me know where you land on this in the comments below. First clip of the day comes from the Instagram account Russ Horror, captured by a security guard working the night shift at a shopping mall. After hearing some strange noises, well after the last patrons had left the building, the security guard began filming on his phone, wondering what was happening. Watching that again as he looks around the food court, the chairs and turning its own. After this footage hit Instagram, it went viral. Thousands of comments pouring in. It wasn't too long before viewers identified the location as the Summit Mall in Akron, Ohio. The Akron area is quite famous for having numerous locations around town that are full of urban legends and haunted stories. The infamous Green Acre Mall, just 7 miles south of the Summit Mall seen in this footage, is now completely abandoned. People say it's haunted by numerous spirits, and all those who venture inside can attest to some spooky happenings. Opening in 1975, the mall was a thriving retail hub for decades. However, after some mismanagement in the early 1990s, along with consumer trends leaning towards online shopping, the mall fell into a sharp decline. The final nail came in 2011 when 2 deaths occurred on the property. The first happened in April of that year when a man was electrocuted while trying to steal copper wiring from a power box outside the mall. Then, in November, a shallow grave was discovered on the property. The body was identified as Timothy Byrne, a victim of the infamous Craigslist killer, Richard Beasley. Some urbex bloggers have said they've heard crying inside of the abandoned mall. Take a good look around. Yeah. So is this footage evidence of a second haunted mall in downtown Akron? Next ghostly happenings incidents. Love to hear your thoughts on this in the comments below. Have you been to Akron, Ohio? No. Oh. There's no single answer as to whether or not alien abductions are real, as there's much evidence to support both sides of the argument. Some people believe that alien abductions are simply hallucinations caused by mental illness, while others believe that they're real events in which aliens take away people for mysterious and unknown reasons. This next clip has set the internet alight with speculation as to whether or not a real alien abduction has been caught on camera. The original source of this footage remains elusive. This version was shared to TikTok by a user named DarkTale0. It's late at night, and his home security camera shows 2 people sitting in their backyard enjoying a drink. They appear to be chatting away, and suddenly something off camera catches their attention. And again slowed down, and later in the right appears to disappear. A strange flash or trail of light flickers in the air, and falls off his chair. Looks around confused, dazed. What's just happened? It's the simulating abduction on camera. The video has caused quite a stir online, with many people speculating it could be evidence of extraterrestrial life. One of the first ever recorded accounts of an alien abduction comes from a couple named Betty and Barney Hill. In September 1961, the couple were driving home from a vacation in Canada when they saw a bright light in the sky. They believed that it was a UFO and that they were being abducted by aliens. According to reports, they woke up hours later with no memory of what had happened to them. They also began experiencing nightmares and flashbacks of the event. The psychiatrist helped them recall the event through hypnosis. At first, the psychiatrist was quite skeptical of their story. Eventually started to believe that they were telling the truth about what occurred during their abduction period. Many abductees report being paralyzed or unconscious during the experience. They often describe being examined by aliens, sometimes having strange procedures done to them. These procedures are often bizarre, including placing implants inside their bodies. Some abductees report being forced to have sex with aliens against their will. Several alleged abductees have even reported that they've had children with aliens. So then, we're witnessing a genuine alien abduction in this backyard footage. As the man in the footage comes forward with a public statement, it's clip playing on the screen. Next, we've got some CCTV footage from a farm in an undisclosed location. The clip was posted to TikTok by Paranormal 666. Its true origins remain a mystery. Take a look at what's been captured. A strange figure appears next to the cow in the foreground. It lifts its arms up. It seems to collapse and disappear into the ground. Viewers agreed that the footage was indeed bizarre. Several people suggested that the landowner should call a priest to bless the land and cleanse the space of any evil spirits that might be present. Again, this is one of those short, shareable little clips with little to no information attached. So for now, this bizarre little clip will have to keep floating around the internet, continuing a complete mystery. Animals sense the supernatural. Some experts believe that animals are attuned to frequencies that humans can't perceive, knowing them to pick up on things that humans can't. This would explain why animals seem to know when something bad is about to happen, such as an earthquake or tsunami. However, in this next piece of footage uploaded to TikTok by SR Cactuses, this dog seems to be reacting to something that's not quite subtle. A woman is giving an interview on camera. In the background, it looks like a dog gets pushed by some kind of unseen force. Oh, it's possible it's jumping out of the way of something on the ground. It certainly looks like something invisible is shoving the dog. So is this dog reacting to something we can't see? There have been numerous accounts of dogs behaving oddly before an earthquake hits or becoming agitated for no apparent reason. Some believe they're picking up on vibrations that humans can't feel. There's also been reports of animals sensing when someone's about to have a seizure or suffer from some other kind of mental emergency. In these cases, it's thought that the animal is reacting to a change in the person's scent or body language. However, in this footage, it's quite clear the dog's reacting to something forceful. What's going on here? Your theories on this one in the comments down below. And do you think our pets can sense the supernatural or not? Share your theories with one another in the comments.
How's it guys? TikTok removed my video previously.
When this TikToker sat down to watch some TV, they probably never expected to experience something eerie like this. It's uploaded by user off Peter de Klerk. User explains that he's working from home with some TV on, hands around the room, and suddenly he shows this.
I'm a previously speaker. Is it just me? Or somebody sitting next to me?
When the TV goes dark, you can see what looks like the reflection of another person sitting to the camera on his right. In the video, we can clearly see that there's no one else sitting on the couch.
I'm just alone with you. I'm a previously speaker.
Why does it appear as though there's a second person in the reflection of the TV? Naturally, the comment section went for a paranormal explanation. A lot of people said jokingly that if it can watch TV, it can pay rent. But others were a little more concerned for the TikToker, saying that he should have the space blessed immediately by a priest. They were worried that it could have attached itself to the OP and could be a bad omen or a sign of misfortune ahead. So, is this some kind of spiritual attachment, or is it all just a bit of fun for some TikTok views? Watch the clip again and decide for yourself.
How's it going? TikTok removed my video previously. What did happen to you? I'm just alone with you. I'm a previously speaker. Is it just me? Or somebody sitting next to me?
Our last entry was submitted to our Facebook group by Romy L. Romy was sitting around the house one day when she felt like something was watching her. She took a few quick snaps to try and document this feeling. At first, the photos don't appear to show that much. However, close inspection, there is indeed something there. If you zoom in, there appears to be a transparent face. It's a faint hint of eyes, a nose, and mouth. It almost looks like there's tears just under its left eye. Romy left us a message saying, "The photo was taken shortly after the birth of my daughter. My pregnancy test was on the first anniversary of my father-in-law's death. Maybe he wanted to tell me something." So what do you think? Could this be a family member trying to make contact from the beyond? Or is it all just pareidolia? Until further info comes to hand, this sighting remains a mystery. September 19th, 2022, a mass UFO sighting occurred in both San Diego and Tijuana. In this video, posted to Reddit by DD32X, we see various clips of the incident captured by several different people. It's unclear whether it's one lone object or several bunches close together. While it was initially suggested that the lights might be military flares, the poster disagrees, noting that they appear to be in formation and don't follow the typical flare pattern. Witnesses to the event claim it lasted for around 25 minutes. Two of the videos, you can see a helicopter circling in the lights. Adding to the mystery, this image shows the flight patterns of two aircraft that were in the vicinity. Interestingly, the plane in red supposedly shut down its transponder. While there's been no official word on what the lights actually were, suspicious activity certainly does make you wonder, was this a genuine UFO sighting? If you posted, you can win more information. Hoggaday wrote to our Facebook group detailing a murder that had taken place a few doors up from their home. She said a woman was killed by a man in a house just up the road. Within a few days, the homeowner was convicted of his heinous crimes and sent to jail. Now the house sits abandoned and empty, furniture strewn on the side of the road after a hasty clean out. Our viewer, Elle, was walking by the house one night when she thought she would take some photos. Take a look at what was captured. In the top window, you can see a shadowy figure. It's amorphous and black and doesn't seem to catch any light. Again, there shouldn't be anyone in the house as it was cleaned out after a thorough police investigation. So then, what's standing in the window? Elle mentioned that she suffers from PTSD and that it had been flaring up in the days following the murder. Just prior to taking this photo, she said how sorry she was that the woman was killed. Elle said that shortly after, a strange and inexplicable calmness seemed to wash over her, and her anxiety just disappeared. So for this dark figure, the spirit of the woman who passed away in this house. I'll hear your take on this in the comment section below. This next curious sighting was uploaded to the Instagram page UFO Lovers. The clip was captured in England when this family were out for an afternoon walk. And look what they saw. In the distance is not a cube-shaped cloud. It stands out in contrast to the more normal-looking clouds in the background. Some still photos that show the anomaly in more detail. Viewers on Instagram were shocked and confused by the bizarre fume cloud. Its unnatural appearance sparked all kinds of theories in the comments section of the video. Some jokingly said it looked like a cloud from Minecraft, while others couldn't help but wonder whether aliens were somehow involved. Several comments suggested it could be the work of a government program called Project HARP. Project HARP is a research program that seeks to advance our understanding of the ionosphere, a region of the Earth's upper atmosphere. The program is sponsored by the US Air Force, the Navy, and the University of Alaska, Fairbanks. HARP stands for High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. The facility is located in Gacona, Alaska. It consists of 180 antennas spread over an area about the size of a small town. Critics say that the military is using HARP as a weapon, and that there have been a number of conspiracy theories about its capabilities. Some believe that HARP can be used to manipulate people's emotions or even control their thoughts, while others think it may be responsible for natural disasters like earthquakes and hurricanes. So what do you think is going on with this huge cloud? Aliens, government mind control, or is there another way to explain it? I'd love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below. Last clip of the day comes from Facebook user Kelly. In 2017, Kelly was filming a quick update for her socials when she noticed something odd in the background of one of the clips. Take a look and see if it's finding it unusual. If you watch that again, slow down, you can make out several little dark figures running through the grass. Just look like meerkats running by. Kelly said they look like black shadows and have no idea what they be. The clip blew up on Facebook, getting over 1 million views, with hundreds of comments speculating on what the odd little figures might be. Some said it could be little people. According to Native American folklore, there exists a race of little people that live deep in the woods, often near rocky outcrops or sandy hills, and sometimes along secluded streams. They're said to be mischievous, singing and falling out while hiding just to confuse passing travellers. While these beings are widely believed to only exist in tales of myth and legend, back in the early 1830s, a burial ground was discovered in Coshocton County, Ohio. It's said that the unearthed graves contain skeletons that are only 3 feet high. With this clearly proof that the legendary little people exist. Oh, it's a more simple explanation here. Share your theories with one another in the comments. Oh. Our first clip of the day was uploaded to the Instagram account Unanswered Universe. It's some security footage taken from some kind of factory in one location. Look what happens. Out of nowhere, the woman's head slams down onto the table. It looks like it's forced down by some kind of unseen presence. The woman is clearly startled as she runs to be comforted by a nearby employee. Some commenters said that the woman might have fallen asleep, others think that it was far too forceful. Unfortunately, this is one of those clips with almost no info attached to it, so we can't dig any deeper. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think is going on here? Share your theories in the comments below. This next bizarre piece of footage was brought to our attention by viewer David Kay. It's a viral clip that's been spreading around social media this past couple of months. This video shows what should be a joyous moment as this boyfriend proposes to his girlfriend. Everything seems to be going really well until this happens. For some reason, the woman's mood switches and she suddenly becomes agitated and aggressive. She stomps around the room yelling. Everyone looks startled and confused. Unfortunately, the clip ends abruptly and we don't get to see how this pans out. Some people have said it could just be a hoax and that it's all set up to generate a bit of social media buzz. But judging by the people's reactions in the background, they genuinely look frightened and confused by the woman's strange reaction. So what do you make of this? Why did this sweet moment suddenly turn so weird? Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments down below.
What'd she say?
When friends get together, there's usually lots of pictures taken to remember the good
Destiny,
times.
here's your reminder.
This photo was posted to
Take her
Facebook
pills.
by the Crime Lab. The image shows a group of friends as they were taking a walk in an unlit rural area
FYI,
in the morning.
that
According to the poster, one friend asked to take some photos of the group. As there was little light, they decided to use a flash. Everything seems relatively normal in this first photo. However, the second one,
like
there's a figure with a ghostly pale face standing behind the friends on the left-hand side.
she didn't pay shit.
The poster notes that it wasn't until he was going through the photos sometime later that he was shocked to see the actual figure. He also said that no one who was there at the time could identify who this person is. Looking at the figure, he certainly does give off the ghostly vibe. One commenter even suggested that the figure looks like the ghost of someone who died of frostbite. The poster goes on to point out that if you take a close look at the figure's legs, they don't look human. Being suggested that they actually resemble humans. This is a rather unnerving photo. As the group was in a remote, unlit location early in the morning, it seems like there would be little chance that a random passerby could stop and pose for the photo and then leave without anyone noticing. If the ghostly photobomber was unrecognizable to anyone else in the picture, it certainly does make you wonder about who, what might be. We'll leave this one up to you, the viewer. Does this photo really show a ghost, or is there another way to explain the mysterious figure's presence?
And she started tripping on me because I was looking for Fortnite with parents. Like,
Video from Instagrammer UFO Live has recently gone viral.
I'm like, I don't play Fortnite with you.
Shows.
She
It's a
blocked me
little
on
after
everything.
7:30 on the evening of September 28, 2016. As the video begins, we see a close-up shot of a bright white streak of cloud across a blue sky. If you look closely at the cloud, you might notice a small white ball that appears to be behind the cloud.
She really plays. Don't get me wrong.
And while the object itself remains unidentified, it's what happens next that's left most people stunned.
She can't pay me $30 for a TV that can send people $300.
Cloud around the white orb begins to evaporate.
Alright, I already have you on it.
One viewer theorizes that the orb is an alien craft, somehow able to use the cloud to power itself. Others suggest that the heat from a spaceship might make the moisture from a cloud fade like a defroster on a car windshield. Some even suggested it's the military testing a new form of weather control. Going on is this piece of footage? Is it aliens, some kind of government weather control? Is there a more simple explanation here? Leave your theories rip in the comments and below. This next piece of footage was uploaded to Reddit by user Regular Joe 500. It's a clip taken from their home security system, pressing the carport.
Somebody already
causing a stir on Reddit. As you can see, out of nowhere, a white horse appears. It trots from right to left. Now, at first, this might seem mundane. However, the Redditor says that a horse died in the pastures next to his house just a few years ago. When this footage was captured, there were no animals whatsoever in the paddock. They also noted that the horse that died was black. The horse we see here is white. While this could simply be a real-life white horse, it just seems strange that it would trot by in the middle of the night. When the OP saw the footage, they double-checked the property and there were no animals either in the paddock or nearby. They even looked for footprints but found no evidence of anything walking through the yard. Considering that a horse did recently die in the nearby pastures, many commenters speculated they were actually seeing its spirit on camera. So what do you make of this theory, echoing? Share your theories with the community in the comment section below. Every year, Instagram user Dorinda Marino treats their mum to a ghost investigation session on her birthday. They often travel to famous mansions and run a group session on the property. In this clip, you see the group running an experiment, all weapons.
Oh, no, that's not the one. That's not the one. Oh, boy.
Watching that again, all rolls. stops. The group initially thinks it could just be the wind. When the ball spins off in multiple directions, the group is shocked.
Oh, well, that's not the way that's happening.
It's not known where exactly this investigation took place, so it's hard to dig a little deeper and research the history of the property. Naturally, this bizarre clip has since gone viral, with hundreds of people chiming in the comment section trying to make sense of what happened. There are a few contrasting theories. Some say a string must be pulling the ball, while others think it's a demonic presence compelling the ball on its own.
Oh, well, that's not the way that's happening. Oh,
So what do you think? Are we seeing some genuine paranormal activity here? Is it all just a hoax? What are the theories and comments down below?
oh, well, that's not the way that's happening. Oh,
This next one was sent to us by one of our viewers, Rafaela. Rafaela works as a baker in Heracleon, a city on the Greek island of Crete. They were walking to their work at 4:30 a.m. when they stopped to take some photos of the moon. It was very early in the morning in the neighbourhood. It was empty. However, when our viewer reviewed their photos later that day, they were shocked by something in the picture. In the middle of the road, there appears to be a dark figure. Rafaela took a series of quick snaps of the moon, so there is a collection of photos all taken split seconds apart, and in each one, the figure looks a little bit different. In one, it looks almost transparent. In other, it even looks like it's running. And in others, it has long limbs. It's thick and dark. The OP is certain no one else was around and has no way of explaining the strange figure's appearance in the photographs. If it was just a person, why would they look so different in each snap, taken only seconds apart? Crete is an island in the Mediterranean Sea with a rich history and culture. The island has been inhabited since the Neolithic era, and it's been home to many civilizations over the years. The Minoans, who lived in Crete from around 2600 BC to 1100 BC, were one of the most advanced civilizations of their time. They built great palaces and temples, and their art and architecture are still admired today. The Minoans also had a strong belief in the supernatural. They believed in gods and goddesses that ruled over different aspects of nature. They believed that these deities could influence human affairs. Many of the temples and palaces on Crete were built to honour the gods and goddesses and to appease them. With this vivid history, it's little wonder that Crete is rich with ghost stories. One of the most famous haunted tales revolves around an old crumbling ruin on the southern coastline of the island. Frango Castello is a small village southwest of Heracleon. Frango Castello Fortress is said to be haunted by the ghosts of fallen soldiers. The soldiers were killed in a battle against the Turks in 1866, known as the Trenton Revolt. Visitors to the site claim they've seen shadowy figures dressed for battle, marching up the steps. When they look around, they're dead. Deafening screams in the middle of the night are said to be an almost common occurrence. Locals believe it's the spirits of the lost soldiers who haven't received proper burial. In fact, the term Drosselites refers to a long procession of phantom soldiers that local residents claim to see every single year. The spectral phenomenon is rumoured to happen on the anniversary of the bloody battle in 1866. So could our viewer, Rafaela, have caught their own piece of history that was 30% photographs? It must be a spirit of someone who died on the island long ago. Take another look at the images. Decide for yourself. The rest of the world mourned the death of Queen Elizabeth. Her funeral was broadcast to millions of viewers. However, during ITV News' rolling live coverage of the event, something rather eerie was heard during the broadcast. Listen.
As you can see.
Listening to that again, it sounds like someone says the death is irreversible when in fact it's tracked.
As you can see.
There's an awkward pause before one of the anchors tries to maintain composure and comment on what's happening in the visuals. Naturally, with so many millions of people watching the coverage play out live, this freaky little clip went viral on Twitter. Thousands of retweets racked up as people were shocked by the eerie murmuring. Some people said it could be a co-host whispering, not realising the mic was still on. The words she whispered seem truly bizarre. Some aren't buying this theory, saying it must be some kind of EVP or electronic voice phenomenon. Many paranormal experts believe that spirits and other entities can sometimes communicate via radio waves, delivering messages from the beyond, often in a fragmented or stilted way. They claim that EVPs can be heard as incomplete sentences, single words, or jumbled phrases. So far, no one's been able to fully explain this bizarre incident, and unless ITV explains what really happened, this eerie whispering will remain a mystery.
As you can see.
Reddit by user Omar1R03. It's footage of two men exploring a collapsed cave system in Jordan. They approach a feeding tunnel. As one of the men removes several rocks, you can see something on the face and the other side. It's like a person covered in dust, some kind of just animal. The Redditor who uploaded the clip asked the question whether this could be a ghost or a jinn. According to Arabic folklore, jinns are paranormal beings. They're believed to inhabit an unseen world parallel to our own. It's said that they can cross into our world, but we can't cross into theirs. In some traditions, jinns are malevolent beings who enjoy causing mischief and harm to humans. In other traditions, they're neutral or even benevolent beings that can help or harm humans depending on their mood or whim. They're described as having dark, soulless eyes, sharp claws and teeth with elongated fingers. Reactions to this clip have been varied over on Reddit, but most people were freaked out by the eerie sighting. One plausible explanation suggested it could be a toy doll covered in dirt, and if you slow it down, you can almost see the resemblance. It's still freaky, nonetheless. So what do you think? Is this a jinn, a doll, or some kind of cryptid yet to be classified by modern science? Let us know in the comments below. First, this next one, uploaded by Instagrammer Paranoid Normal, seems to be a cute dog video. It plays out. It seems to be weird. Video shows a dog standing on the roof of decorative black cats that someone's placed in the front yard as a Halloween decoration. The dog doesn't move a muscle for a strange amount of time, almost as though it was frozen. Or you might think this is just an adorably petrified pooch. Take a close look at the dog's back end. Look at his tail, it's moving. Anyone who's ever been around a dog knows that they have trouble keeping their tails still for long, especially when they're stuck straight out in the air like this. To make matters even creepier, towards the end of the video, the dog suddenly seems to unfreeze, beginning to wag his tail and greeting his humans without caring the world. Viewers have a lot of theories about this strange footage. Some think it was a glitch in the fabric of reality. Others suggested it might be some kind of an absence seizure, and yet some think it was a totally normal reaction. It's pretty dog. Where do you sit on this one? Share your theories with one another in the comments. Well, that's the end of part 2. Thank you so much for watching. If you didn't catch part 1, you can see it in the link right there. Otherwise, there's a link in the description box below, and it's pinned in the comments. Let us know in the comments down below which you thought was the scariest video of the year. We'd love to hear your opinions. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. Now today we've got something a little bit special for you. It's some bonus content for the week. It's a massive compilation of some of the scariest video clips going around. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Trail cameras are a popular CCTV technology frequently used by hunters, hoping to spot potential targets in forests near their homes. When a friend and Reddit user C. Garcia checked his trail cam, something much more disturbing than a rogue deer appeared. The images are black and white, but the first shot shows the forest clearly. The trees in the area are in sharp focus. However, there's something else in the shot that is more difficult to discern. What appears to be the figure of a person walking through the woods. Whatever it is blurry as if caught in motion. Its back appears to be to the camera, so no facial features can be distinguished. All that we can tell is that it appears to be a man walking with his hands in his pockets. At first, users assumed that the camera had simply caught the image of an ordinary person walking through the woods. However, C. Garcia pointed out that the camera takes pictures in bursts, capturing numerous images over the course of a few seconds. This figure only appears in one of the photos. In addition, another photo was captured in the same burst that is much more terrifying. A close-up shot of what seems to be the head and shoulders of a brightly glowing figure staring directly into the camera. Combined, these two terrifying photos paint a much more disturbing picture. Could there be some sort of ghostly entity walking the trails near this camera? Redditors are hoping that additional photos will shed some light on the issue, but for now, the figure remains a mystery. Reddit user JustSin1 posted this eerie picture in mid-2020. They said their mum's goddaughter had been feeling weird in their apartment lately. According to the goddaughter, she had suspected that she's not really ever home alone since she moved into her new place. She often feels a strange presence in the apartment, especially when she's home alone. Sometimes she sees figures in the corner of her eye, but is never able to get a good look. An innocent selfie ended up giving her the clearest indication of what may be haunting her. In the background of her photo, peeking around a doorway, appears a shadow, a humanoid shape, but it's entirely black. It appears to have long hair or be wearing some sort of veil over its head. The Redditors who saw the photo were shocked by the image. They believe that the picture clearly confirms the existence of shadow people. According to one commenter, the girl in the photo should be careful. Shadow people tend to drain positive emotions from those they visit unless they're properly banished. Not much is known about shadow people. It's said that they lurk in dark corners, terrifying those unlucky enough to encounter them. If a shadow person has latched itself onto this young woman, she should indeed be wary. Some terrifying photos come with a tragic backstory, such as this image shared by Redditor MJMJ101. What was meant to be a loving tribute to a beloved pet turned sinister when something odd was spotted in the background. The picture shows a dog curled up in a comfy dog bed. Unfortunately, the pup's time was limited. Shortly after the photo was taken, the dog passed away from parvovirus. This fact makes the oddity spotted in the photo even more terrifying. Just behind the pup, we see a set of strange feet that appear to be walking through the room. The person who took the photo says they were alone with the dog when the photo was taken, but the image suggests otherwise. Viewers have noted that the legs don't seem to belong to an ordinary person. The feet are fairly large, but the legs are extremely thin. However, the position of the feet suggests that they don't belong to a small, frail person. They're extremely far apart, indicating that the legs belong to an exceptionally tall person. The skin is also very pale, adding to the sickly look of the spindly legs. No one is sure who or what these strange feet belong to. Some viewers have suggested that the ghostly figure was hanging around, preparing to escort the pup to the afterlife. Could these legs belong to some sort of canine Grim Reaper? The last place where you want to spot terrifying photos is on your baby monitor. Unfortunately for Redditor, slaggedly, this is exactly what happened when they reviewed footage from when their infant was asleep in their crib. The image is disturbing. It shows crystal clear a figure leaning over the crib, looking closely at the sleeping child. Because of the position of the camera, only the figure's legs and lower torso can be seen. Both parents were said to be in the yard at the time the photo was taken on the motion sensing camera, and no one else lives in the house. Viewers have suggested three possibilities, and all options are equally terrifying. The figure could be some sort of ghost peering in at the child, or an intruder has snuck in, or worse still, a mysterious person could be living secretly in the house. Whether the figure is a ghost or a human, one thing's clear. These parents had better keep a very close eye on their child when they're asleep in this nursery. When Redditor Connor Parry 2003 was a kid, Halloween was an exciting holiday. However, on one particular year, things got a little scarier than they had hoped for. The youngster posed for a picture in their costume before heading out to trick or treat. When the pictures were developed, it became clear that the child's costume wasn't the scariest thing in the image. Just over the child's shoulder, there appears to be a sinister face peering out of the shadows. The face appears to be a brownish-green colour with a mass of dark hair. Some viewers of the photo were sceptical, believing that this could be a case of pareidolia, the human tendency to spot faces where none exist, because the brain is naturally wired to search for recognisable patterns. However, others are certain that a ghostly entity was lurking in the shadows on that Halloween. Is this simply part of the couch behind the boy, or is there something ghostly going on? Take a close look at the photo and judge for yourself. Redditor native Meraki installed outdoor cameras for security, never expecting to end up with terrifying photos. However, it seems that a spirit may have had other plans. The image was taken by a camera in the driveway late one night. A few yards away from the camera, a woman appears to be walking through the tall grass. She's translucent white from head to toe. She appears to be wearing a long dress and has her arms wrapped around her torso. The Redditor wanted to believe that she had caught herself on the camera. However, she never goes out into the driveway at night without a flashlight and doesn't own a dress like the one in the picture. According to this Redditor, the former owner of the home passed away and had her ashes spread on the property. The area was also once home to Native American tribes, some of whom are likely buried nearby. Could this figure be the ghost of a former owner, or that of a Native American woman who once called the area home? For now, the identity of the figure remains a complete mystery. When Redditor Stagger North lost their father as a child, they were devastated to know that they would never see him again. However, a photo taken at a family event seems to suggest that he might be closer than anyone thought. In the photo, we see the Redditor posing in front of a delicious feast with their mother and two siblings. The family is smiling, but it's clear from their expressions that they were missing one crucial member of the family that day. On the left-hand side of the happy family photo, something seems amiss. A streak of bright light appears in the photo right next to the Redditor's mother. While some may believe that the mark is just a flaw in the film, others are skeptical. The Redditor is convinced that the photo proves their father was with them the day the photo was taken. This event happened in the same year their father passed away, so it isn't unreasonable to believe that his spirit could still be lingering around. Is this a photo of a lost family member or merely some damaged film? Take a closer look at the photo and decide for yourself. Then let us know what you think in the comment section below. When this employee was alone in the office late one evening, he probably wasn't expecting a fright. However, it seems that something paranormal may have had other plans for this unsuspecting man. At the start of the video, we see the employee sitting alone at his desk in the darkened room. He begins blowing into his hands, almost as if the room started to drop in temperature. Suddenly, he turns around as some machines in the background begin making noise. Curious, the worker gets up to investigate, but nothing seems amiss, so he returns to his desk. A moment later, the lights in a nearby room suddenly turn on. Once again, the man gets up to investigate, but, just as before, is unable to find anything out of the ordinary. He turns off the light and closes the door. Then suddenly, something eerie happens. You can see the door slam shut behind him and a chair slides across the room. Spooked, the man runs away in fear. However, the security camera keeps rolling, and what it captures next is sure to send chills down your spine. The light in the room turns back on and the door slowly swings open. In the glass, you can see the reflection of a shadowy figure standing motionless inside the room. The figure remains eerily still for several seconds before the door slams shut once again. It seems likely that this figure wasn't there when the employee first inspected the room, or he surely would have run out much earlier. What do you think this figure could be? A ghost or a shadow person, perhaps? Or was it just a fellow employee waiting in the darkness to spook his colleague? Without further information, we may never learn the truth behind this seriously scary video. YouTuber Joseph Chansel is no stranger to scary experiences. In fact, he used to think that his apartment was haunted. Luckily, he was able to capture some of the supposed paranormal activity on camera, and the footage has been shocking his followers ever since. In this video, he begins filming his kitchen early in the morning. Footage remains uneventful for some time. The setting is eerily still, except for a few blurry orbs flying past the camera that some viewers believe could be supernatural. However, the orbs are quickly upstaged. Take a look. As you can see, the kitchen cabinets slowly begin to swing open. A few seconds pass, and the sound of several items falling from the cabinet can be heard. The next video is even more shocking. This time, the YouTuber sets up a camera in his bathroom. Take a look what happens. After about a minute after he shuts off the lights, the tap in the bathroom suddenly turns on. The view in the mirror shows that there isn't anyone in the room when the water begins to run, nor does it seem likely that a piece of string or fishing line could be used to turn the tap on, as its shape would make it almost impossible. Many viewers of this YouTube channel are truly disturbed by the footage. The simplicity of the videos and the raw nature of the footage has many convinced that this paranormal activity is definitely the real deal. Was this YouTuber the target of a playful poltergeist? Was there another way to explain these mysterious events? In the last video that Chancellor Maver posted to his channel, he says that he has since moved out of his old apartment and hopes the poltergeist didn't follow him. So, unfortunately, it seems unlikely that we'll ever know what happened next.
I seriously doubt a poltergeist would probably follow me here. Yeah, well, please don't break any of my new crap. I really appreciate it.
When Redditor 1970 saw movement in the dark, their first instinct was to grab their phone and take a photo. To an anxious mind, there are many things that can lurk in the dark, and in this case, it seems the Redditor's instinct was right. The photo that they managed to capture appears to show an eerie face watching them from the wall. The second image in particular, which has been colour enhanced, shows the face with more clarity. It has large, scowling eyes and a mouth that appears to be laughing in a sinister manner from its vantage point high on the wall. The photos were quick to garner much attention when they were first posted online. Some viewers suggested that the face was simply a case of pareidolia. However, the Redditor states that they tried to replicate the shot numerous times and failed to achieve the same result. They claim that the paint on the wall is matte and doesn't easily reflect the light, making these two photos the only ones that show the sinister face. While it might be easy to dismiss the images as an anomaly, the fact that the Redditor claims they saw movement in the dark just prior to capturing them certainly adds to the creepiness. So what do you think? Do these photos really show the face of some sort of paranormal entity, or are they merely a trick of the light? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. This video was captured by YouTuber Pack3x3 at a famous landmark in Melbourne, Australia. At first, the footage seems uneventful. However, as the camera pans around the old building, something creepy can be seen on the upper balcony. Take a look. Initially, it seems that the shape resembles the classic depiction of a ghost. So much so, in fact, that if anyone were to take a quick glance at the footage, they might easily think that the figure is little more than someone dressed in a sheet. However, if you take a closer look, you can see that the figure is actually transparent, and what's more, it appears to be crawling along the railing. While this might simply be an illusion caused by the figure's lower body being obscured by the pillars of the railing, there is certainly something mysterious about the way it glides out of sight. The camera too doesn't seem to focus on the figure, which could indicate that the uploader might not have noticed until reviewing the footage sometime later. Could it be the ghost of a past resident of this iconic old building? It seems that no matter what the eerie figure actually is, one thing's for sure. This YouTuber has certainly managed to capture some very mysterious and rather unsettling footage. These days, home security cameras are common, designed to pick up movement while the residents are out during the day or asleep at night. These devices can sometimes capture things that most would prefer when unnoticed, such as the case in this video. Little is known about the origins of this disturbing footage. However, that certainly doesn't detract from the chilling feeling that this footage will likely give you. First, the camera picks up an unexplainable banging sound. Then something truly terrifying happens. Take a look. A dark, transparent entity appears to walk right out of the wall. Its shape is clearly that of a human, even though no features can be seen. It makes its way across the screen before the footage abruptly ends. The figure certainly looks as though it could be a ghost or even a shadow figure. However, as there's little information available on this video, it's difficult to know for sure just what it is we're seeing. If this footage does indeed turn out to be genuine, then the residents should seriously consider a move. YouTube channel Big Mystery 22 regularly posts videos of UFOs, prompting viewers to likely ponder the question, are humans alone in the universe? This footage, recorded from the window of a plane flying high above the surface of the Earth, may go a long way to answering that question. The footage was recorded during a flight back in 2013. It seems a passenger noticed something strange outside their window just as the plane flew above Atlanta, Georgia. They quickly took out their camera and began to capture this strange sight. Through the window, we can see three distinct orbs of bright light that appear to be flying alongside the plane. Due to the background, it's difficult to make out how close they are to the aircraft. At first, the three orbs maintain a triangular formation, never moving too far away from each other. At this point, some viewers may be inclined to believe that the video simply shows ordinary aircraft making their regular scheduled flights. However, as the footage continues, that scenario seems less and less likely to be the case. Firstly, it would be highly unusual and even dangerous for other aircraft to be flying so close to a commercial flight. Secondly, the craft looks spherical in shape and unlike anything in this world. Suddenly, the orbs change their formation, making a line as one by one they appear to accelerate from view. The passenger can be heard gasping in disbelief as the video suddenly ends. What do you think these mysterious orbs could have been? Planes, weather balloons, or were they actually extraterrestrial spacecraft observing the plane as it flew through the sky? Have to get your opinions on this mysterious piece of footage in the comment section below. When it comes to haunted hotels, few are so iconic as the Stanley Hotel. Even skeptics will be familiar with the hotel's imagery, thanks to Stephen King's immensely popular suspense novel, The Shining. King claims that just one night's stay in the hotel was enough to inspire the sinister events that take place in the Overlook Hotel, where a majority of the novel takes place. It's little wonder that both supernatural enthusiasts and skeptics have long since flocked to the hotel to see the source of King's inspiration for themselves. Such seems to have been the case for one Henry Yao, who claimed to have been doubtful of the rumoured supernatural activity in the hotel. However, as is often the case, Yao would find his doubts challenged after snapping this photo of an oddly ghostly figure stood at the top of a staircase in the hotel. As is the case with many such photos, it seems Yao was only able to capture the figure in a single frame before the figure most likely disappeared. While the entity in the photo is slightly obscured in the hasty snap, it nevertheless seems to be quite clearly clad in a long black dress or robe. With a swathe of white visible, the figure could easily be identified as a nun or simply a woman dressed up wearing a shawl. Either way, the figure appears to be fairly ethereal, with its face obscured and its posture making it seem as though it's ready to glide away at any moment. Chilling and odd, this figure is nearly exactly what one would hope to see during a stay at the Stanley Hotel. Posted to the website Ghost and Ghouls, the tale behind this creepy photo lends a whole new dimension to the story of the shadowy figure seen wandering in the background. Captured at Muckross Abbey, a historic Irish haunt, it's believed that the shadowy figure seen in the photo is that of a ghostly monk. The site explains that the 15th century abbey suffered historic raids until naught but ruins remained in the abbey's place. Some claim that author Bram Stoker spent time in the cemetery of Muckross Abbey, soaking in the dark atmosphere. With such concentrated atrocities having all taken place in this historic location, it's little wonder the locals believe the ghosts of the wronged friars remain to haunt the abbey. Some say the sounds of Gregorian chants can still be heard drifting faintly from the abbey to this day. With scary photos such as this adding to the haunt's reputation, the ghostly monk won't likely be the last such haunting to be reported here. When Adam Smith happened to walk past this defunct Welsh psychiatric hospital, it's likely he didn't imagine capturing any scary photos. With the old hospital in Bronless Brecon, Wales, having been officially shut down in 1999, it hadn't housed any official patients in decades. However, there was no mistaking the figure Smith managed to capture staring directly out of the window of the hospital. With its eerie face visible staring directly through the window, it seems to have perfectly timed its appearance in order to make itself known to Smith. While the figure is slightly obscured in the full-size picture, a zoom in to the photo makes the frightening face clearly visible. The hospital is a former prisoner of war camp, which was said to have housed captured German soldiers during World War II. Ghastly lobotomies were performed on site in a bid to cure conditions like alcoholism, senile dementia, and postnatal depression. With so much turmoil occurring in one building, it's easy to see why spirits may have chosen to hang around. Be they former prisoners of war or victims of unethical psychiatric practices, one could see why the building remains a source of discomfort for locals. So what do you think's been caught in this photo? Tormented spirit or something more easily explainable? Let me know in the comments. Captured in the middle of the night, this photo, allegedly taken in the uploader Nick D3's living room, seems to show a ghostly woman sat on the sofa. Although the photo is fairly dark, the gauntness of the woman's face is still easy to make out. With a pained expression, the woman immediately gives off some spooky and ghostly vibes. Although the single frame doesn't reveal any actions taken by the potential spirit or reveal any of its movements, its appearance is unnerving to say the least. With the end of the video begging the question, what was it? Angel, demon, or something else? It would seem fair enough to eliminate the possibility of it being some sort of angel. With that in mind, it seems easy to see why the uploader claims to have since gotten rid of the couch the woman is seen sitting on in the photograph. Since removing the furniture, the figure hasn't been seen since. Sent in by Slapcam viewer Linda S., this next photo is truly a mysterious one. The blurry photo was taken in a hallway, where one young man and one older man are both visible. The older man appears in the bottom left corner of the photo, appearing to be mid-motion. Meanwhile, the younger man seems to be standing still, focusing on the camera. Linda explains that the young man in the photo is her nephew. Taken at her brother and sister-in-law's home, Linda wanted to capture a few snaps of her nephew, as he had just returned home from college for a visit. Linda explains she snapped a few photos, including consecutive photos of her nephew. It wasn't until she examined them the next day that the confusion surrounding this photo set in. There, clearly visible in the photo, was the older man in the red shirt. However, the man in the red shirt was completely unknown to Linda and her family. The man shouldn't have been there at all. Linda would have surely noticed a strange old man in the hallway when the photo was taken, yet, clear as day, an unknown person has appeared. Linda's unease seems to have been corroborated by her nephew, as he was so freaked out by the photo he threw Linda's phone down onto the lawn after seeing it for the first time. Sure, the man in the photo was some sort of ghost or demon, Linda explains that her nephew has chosen to never look at the photo ever again. Without any idea of who the man in the photo was, and with clear photographic evidence of his presence, Linda assures us that her belief in the supernatural has been solidified ever since she captured the photo, and it's easy to see why. Without any possible explanation for the man's presence, this photo certainly fits in the realm of the unexplainable. Taken by one Amy Harper, the last of these scary photos seems to have converted its photographer from a skeptic to a believer in one fell swoop. Harper explains that while her husband had already been a staunch believer in the supernatural, she had no cause to believe in spirits or ghosts. However, a trip to Dudley Castle has changed her mind considerably. After returning home, Harper began to examine the photos she had taken. Seen quite clearly in one of the archways is a woman in a grey and billowing period-style dress. Quite clearly not of this era, the woman's presence is strikingly eerie. What's more, Harper is convinced she knows the identity of the figure in the photograph, believing her to be none other than the castle's infamous Grey Lady. Known as Dorothy Parker during her lifetime, the woman, now known as the Grey Lady, is said to have had one dying wish: to be buried next to her child. This wish was never granted, seemingly leading the Grey Lady to continue haunting Dudley Castle to this day in her anger and sorrow. With the woman in the photo so clearly resembling the description of the would-be Grey Lady, it seems clear enough why Harper would suspend her disbelief and identify the woman as the well-known spirit. As the photo so clearly shows the Grey Lady stood outside Dudley Castle, one can only assume that the legend of her haunting will continue to convince other visitors to the castle of its haunted nature in the years to come, maybe even converting a few more skeptics along the way. Viewers beware, these freaky clips uploaded to TikTok by user Harry McClary are enough to keep you up all night. The first clip opens in the middle of the night. The uploader is awoken by his Alexa assistant.
Deliberate attempt to contact the spirit.
Alexa seems keen to give the definition of a seance, completely unprompted.
Deliberate attempt to contact the spirit of a deceased person is known as a seance.
Alexa gives a creepy and unnatural laugh once she's done. She then maniacally tells the uploader she has a skill he might like.
I have a skill you might like.
While it's not out of the ordinary for the assistant to suggest a set of actions, it's odd to do so unprompted. Laughing still, the door to the bedroom begins swinging open and closed as the colours change rapidly.
Want to try it?
The unit continues to terrorise the uploader as the short clip ends. The second clip begins with a knocking sound coming from the basement. A dog can also be heard barking in the background. Clearly scared, but needing to know what they're dealing with, the uploader attempts to venture down to the basement. They're heard saying hello to the source of banging. The banging stops. However, a scraping sound follows nearly immediately after, as though whatever's been making the sound was quickly scrambling up the stairs towards the uploader. If you watch it again, it actually sounds like footsteps running up the stairs towards the camera holder. Oh my God! The dog continues to bark as the uploader shouts, "Oh my God," just as the clip ends. This series of clips seems to show something seriously wrong with the uploader's home. Oh my God! YouTube channel Wolf Cry Weather and News seems to have stumbled upon jinn activity in these freaky clips. Making their way through an abandoned hospital, the ghost hunter in the video remains brave in the face of a series of odd occurrences. All is quiet until just after the 1 minute mark when strange noises can be heard. Man asks if there's anyone there and demands the jinn show itself, to no avail.
إذا في أحد جن أو إنس يثبت حضوره.
He continues to pray as he makes his way through the hospital, seemingly certain he's in the presence of a less than friendly jinn. Still, the man seems to believe in the power of his prayers.
وأشهد أن محمد رسول الله.
When a chair seemingly moves out of nowhere, the man can't help but let the distress be heard in his voice. When the chair moves once more, it seems clear the jinn is growing increasingly angered by the man's continued prayers. The man makes his way through the hospital. His nerves appear to become more and more frayed. He makes sure to shout his prayers louder as a door slams out of nowhere. He enters a room at random and sees a window slide open without anyone visible near it. The man is clearly near his breaking point as a loud, unnatural screeching or scraping sound can be heard coming from somewhere in the hospital. The sound continues as the man is finally spooked enough to make a run for it. He lets the jinn know on his way out that he was far from defeated. Assuring the jinn that he would be back, one can't help but think the jinn would be far less passive the next time he visits. The mystery behind the next of these freaky clips, posted to TikTok by user Mysterious Unknowns Exposed, may never likely be resolved. The clip begins with a man seated on a bench near some woods. He's talking to the camera, which is seemingly why this event was recorded in the first place. Another man appears to be walking in the woods behind him. Something seems off immediately as the cameraman zooms in on the second man quite quickly. The man's presence becomes much more ominous. The man continues walking. As he approaches a thin and barren tree, however, he's not seen emerging from the other side. Too thin to disguise him, this immediately raises a red flag for the man behind the camera, who goes to investigate. He pans around the entire tree, only to find the man has disappeared completely. He looks around the entire area, but still there's no sign of the man who just disappeared. Without any rhyme or reason, the man seems to have made himself known only to scare those around him. Seemingly unworried about being spotted, he almost seems to be taunting the viewer by allowing him to glimpse his disappearance. Still, without the man anywhere in sight, it's likely the man in question will never get an answer as to the mysterious man's identity, and neither will the viewer. Posted to Reddit by user Alien Alien, this seems to be one in a series of freaky events occurring in a former hospital turned office building. Providing context for the clip, the uploader explains that this event was far from isolated. With odd occurrences having taken place before the clip was posted, the uploader is sure the office is the scene of some distressing haunting. The uploader first explains that the owner of the building has often imagined the figure of a man standing in the corner of the office when no one should have been around. Still, the office manager believed he was simply being paranoid rather than the victim of a haunting. It's likely this clip played a part in convincing him otherwise. Roughly a week later, the police were alerted to what would otherwise be considered some sort of break-in or suspicious activity. A door had opened in the building, and when the police arrived, they saw no one around. It wasn't until that event that the surveillance video was checked, revealing this clip. In it, one can clearly see what appears to be the blinds on one door's window opening by themselves. Next, the door slowly begins to creak open with no one around or captured in the video. The odd and careful activity seems to have confirmed the office manager's worst fears, that he was perhaps not truly alone when he pictured the man standing in the corner. He's likely the victim of something much more sinister than a trick of the imagination. The last of these freaky clips, posted to Facebook by user Kayleen Bowman, is just as inexplicable as some of the others. What's been dubbed a glitch in the simulation, viewers are left to come to their own conclusion. Seen floating in mid-air appears to be a dark object. The object seems to be suspended from nowhere with no wires or structures nearby. On closer inspection, it appears to be a bird frozen in place mid-air. A still photo was also taken so we can get a better, more focused look. Floating in the air and completely still, the object almost seems to be levitating as if by magic. Either it's something supernatural and mysterious, or the aforementioned glitch in the Matrix. The clip is nevertheless enough to shake even the most die-hard skeptics. So what do you think's going on in this clip? Is it just a bird suspended on some thin, unseen wire, or is it truly a glitch in the Matrix? Love to hear your opinions on this one in the comments section below. Uploaded to the Journey Indiana YouTube channel, this clip is not so much frightening as it is mysterious and intriguing. The clip is centered around the infamous Willard Library in Indiana, a famously haunted attraction for ghost enthusiasts. Declared to be haunted since 1937, when one Willard Library employee first claimed to have spotted a ghost, the library has been home to numerous instances of ghost sightings ever since. All sorts of eerie activity has been reported at Willard Library. Unexplained perfume smells, cold spots, books moving on their own are just the tip of the iceberg. Employees have been reporting apparitions for years. Two visiting lecturers from the University of Southern Indiana claim they saw a person peering into a pool of water. However, when they looked again, the person was nowhere to be seen. On another occasion, two police officers responded to an alarm being tripped within the library after hours. When they arrived, they spotted two people in the upstairs window of the building. After a thorough investigation, no one was ever found on the premises. In another encounter, a single frame captured from CCTV cameras inside the library shows a grey, somewhat translucent figure standing by a wall of books. Some say it looks like a librarian attending to their duties. In recent years, the haunted library has gained attention from supernatural enthusiasts worldwide. When an attempted Halloween stream a few years back attracted over 2 million viewers, effectively crashing the stream, the library finally realised just how popular of a haunted attraction it had become. We took a look at their live stream on their website, but unfortunately it didn't seem to be working. Leaning into their haunted status, the Willard Library has gone so far as to offer haunted ghost tours to those seeking their own paranormal thrills. TikTok user Theatre of the Absurd seems to have captured a chilling bit of ghost footage, thanks to the likely haunted old theatre where it works.
Someone in here? Hello?
In the video, the TikToker gives viewers a tour of the creepy old theatre. He explains that he had been hearing a noise coming from the theatre when no one else was supposed to be around.
Keep hearing the noise in here. Not supposed to be anybody here. So
Filming for posterity, the uploader shows the unique old architecture of the theatre, as well as one of its unique attractions, the ghost light. The uploader explains that the light is usually left on in order to help guide any spirits that happen to remain in the old theatre. For ghosts. However, it's just when the uploader explains the function of the light that he immediately seems to get the sense that he's not alone. Looking up into one of the far balconies, a creepy figure can be seen lurking, watching the uploader. The camera holder tries to get a better vantage point. It's here we can make out a grey silhouette of a man staring down from the balcony. The uploader then follows up with a second clip in which he investigates a potential intruder in the theatre. After the theatre's sirens went off, alerting the worker to the presence of an intruder, he was unable to find anyone in the theatre.
Someone in here? Hello?
However, explains that he did hear the sound of piano keys tinkling in another room. Going to investigate, the uploader warns the potential intruder that no one's supposed to be in the theatre.
You're not supposed to be in here.
The unseen figure plays a few notes on the piano in response, scaring the uploader, who is now certain he's not alone. Still, he calls out to the intruder again.
Who is it?
Suddenly, the lights turn off and he's confronted with the discordant and menacing notes from the piano. The clip ends with the uploader understandably worried, running away from the theatre from whatever meddling intruder awaited him on the other side of the room. In late 2019, a group of friends attended a night market in the Philippines. They huddled together to snap a memory of their trip to the bustling market. Nothing seemed amiss until one of the group members reviewed the photo. There on the right-hand side is a small child's face jutting out on a strange angle. The face is pale and slightly out of focus. It doesn't match the skin tones of the rest of the group at all. No one there that day remembers seeing a small child in the area, let alone right next to the group when the photo was taken. Some viewers have taken the pale features of the child as a sign that it's not of this world, some ghostly visage attempting to make contact. This video, uploaded to YouTube by user Luke Gustafson, seems to show some mysterious activity. Just as the video begins, a small vacuum in the corner of the room is seen rocking back and forth without anyone present to cause it to move. Then, a rain of particles, which some viewers claim to be ghostly orbs, float by the camera. While the two events have been linked by viewers, not all believe their origins to be supernatural in nature. Some viewers argue that the shaking in the vacuum and the falling debris are likely the result of an earthquake or other naturally occurring phenomenon. Still, the uploader argues that this is absolute proof of poltergeists. Many supernatural enthusiasts are quick to note the popularity of floating orbs in footage such as this, as the orbs seem to congregate in spots that are notoriously haunted. Orbs typically show up on film in either still photographs or videos, where they go seemingly unnoticed by those around them. While some skeptics attribute these orbs to specks of dust or pollen flying in front of the camera lens, others cite their odd behaviour and concentration around haunted sites as proof of their supernatural nature. So what do you think? Earthquake and dust, or poltergeist and orbs? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comment section below. Ghost footage submitted to the GMA Public Affairs YouTube channel by one Leah Pineda Fuentes claims to show the spirit of the bride's deceased mother. As the text before the photo states, just wanted to share this photo taken last August 2016. It was my sister-in-law's wedding. Her mum died in 2007. I was taking a picture, but I felt something else. I'm arranging a picture to post on FB. I was shocked by what I saw. Mama was there a long time ago. When zooming in on the picture, there's a mysterious figure partially hidden by a bouquet of flowers. While the photo was blurry and hard to make out in any great detail, the family insists it resembles the bride's deceased mother. As Fuentes pointed out, it would seem her sister-in-law can rest assured knowing her mother is likely still watching over her during the big transitions in her life, which is surely more of a comforting thought than anything else. This unsettling photo was submitted to Reddit by user Red Desert Cowboy. The uploader claims the photo was taken in 2012 during a demolition of the old East Junior High School in Wyoming. A woman on site was documenting the demolition of the historic building when one of the photos seemed to capture something more than a record of posterity. In the photo, a figure stands among the rubble. It appears to be a woman in a white dress. Her head is bent on an unnatural angle. A second, lightened version of the photo shows the figure in more detail. Many of the comments on Reddit made the connection between the frightful image and the bent neck lady, featured in Netflix's horror series Haunting of Hill House. The uploader claims the old building dates back to around the 1920s and that it was used as a brothel for a period of time. It then became a home of education where students often reported seeing ghostly figures in darkened areas of the hallways. There's no indication of who this